Our main guy put on a face as cold as ice, completely indifferent to the presence of the goddess who was the dream of the entire school, while the beauty queen So Thonlai babbled on about their uncertain future. Phuong Dich was fed up to the brim and dropped a decisive line. Have you had enough of your delusions? Miss Beauty Queen, my time is worth gold and silver right now. The harsh rejection made So Thanli's face flushed red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the crowd around them was left stunned and disbelieving. Was this really a rejection that would go down in history? Suddenly, dark clouds swirled in the sky, but Phuong Dich just quietly observed, knowing those people were still lost in their illusions, unaware that money, status, and fame would all turn to dust in the coming upheaval. They had no idea that the ordinary guy before them was actually a reincarnated soul, a spirit from a bleak future sent back to fix past mistakes. To him now, the beautiful So Thonlai, like a goddess, was just a stranger he once knew. Nothing more, nothing less, because right now, he had a greater mission to shoulder. So what if she's a beauty queen? What do other people's opinions matter anyway? Very soon, the order of this world will be completely overturned. Everything actually started on that fateful night yesterday. A mysterious beam of light, along with countless strange fragments of memories, fell from the heavens. Inside those fragments were terrifying glimpses of the future that had just ended. The pages of fate were being turned in an unpredictable way. While Phuong Dich was still lost in a daze, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed. An electronic voice rang inside his mind, delivering earth-shattering news. The system detected that in 364 days and nearly 12 hours, cosmic spiritual energy would officially revive worldwide. And once the era of spiritual energy rises, the world as we know it will change forever. With earth-shaking upheavals emerging, all old social rules will be broken, ushering in a glorious age for cultivators. At that time, fists and absolute power will become the only truth. Phuong Dich snapped awake, his eyes wide with shock, fixed on the glowing orb with countless fragments floating right before him. Wait a minute. What exactly are you? An instant virtual control panel appeared to answer his question. A mechanical voice introduced itself, saying it was a system from the Supreme Universe, operated by cosmic-level algorithms, capable of interpreting the spirit beast the host touched to compile corresponding cultivation techniques, currently holding 0 techniques. Curious, Phuong Dich slowly reached out toward the illusory glowing orb. The moment his fingertip passed through the hazy system screen, at that exact moment, a gigantic, grotesque monster head suddenly appeared right before his eyes. After a few seconds of extreme shock and panic, he regained his composure. Phuong Dich stared straight into its sharp-toothed mouth and realized a fatal problem. The apocalyptic vision of death appeared starkly before him. The cold system panel threw out a brutal truth. This tragic ending was a portrait of the past of an ordinary person like him, and it was also the final chapter in the sorrowful epic of billions of lives on Lam Star. Phuong Dich froze, cold sweat pouring down as his heart felt like it was being crushed. Was his fate already sealed in the past? Painful memories flooded back. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary man, struggling desperately to survive the disaster, hoping for a glimmer of hope to make it through each day. He had helplessly witnessed his homeland collapse, his people drowning in a sea of blood, yet in the end, he couldn't escape the claws of those grotesque mutated monsters. Death came in helplessness, but deep inside burned a fierce unwillingness and a blazing fire of vengeance, a burning desire to reach the pinnacle of power to change everything. Perhaps it was this obsession and fierce will that led the system to choose him, granting him the chance to return to 1 year before the official start of the spiritual energy restoration disaster. At present, almost no one in the world can sense the first ripples of the spiritual energy transformation. Phuong Dich raised his hand, clenching the air as if trying to grasp the future. He would be the pioneer, taking advantage of every anomaly, no matter how small, caused by spiritual energy. The system interface immediately displayed a swirling data vortex analyzing and verifying information. Phuong Dich's pupils glowed with an unusual color, and the system's voice echoed, confirming the host had been successfully bound. The grand path of cultivation was officially opened. Everything in this world could become material for the system to compile. Strive to collect them to create powerful techniques. Become a top cultivator, and save the world. Time fast-forwarded to the present. Amid the bustling crowd on the street, all screens suddenly cut out to broadcast urgent news. A serious announcer reported an unprecedented crisis in human history, a future where the past was no longer a guide, and only adaptation was the key to survival. Phuong Dich scrolled through his phone, muttering to himself that the system was right, everything could be material. So wherever anomalies appeared, that place was his promised land. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a news headline. Thon University warned students to stay safe and implement emergency sun protection measures. The report clearly stated that ultraviolet intensity on campus had surged to the highest level in a century. Some nearby passers-by read it and burst out laughing, saying famous schools these days love to exaggerate for attention. If the temperature were really that high, people would have been roasted long ago. It was obviously fake news bought to grab views. He quietly looked up at the overcast sky, a feeling of unease creeping into his heart. Checking the screen again, the UV index at his location was 0, deepening his suspicion. Wait a minute, why was the weather so drastically different, just 15 minutes apart by car? Here was the anomaly. The temperature recorded at Thon was 135 degrees Fahrenheit. Yet the comments under the news were full of mockery. With such cloudy skies, where could the ultraviolet rays come from? Personally, I think this photo looks overly edited, and the colors seem very fake. Phuong Dick just smiled softly as he read the ridicule, knowing people tend to ignore the strange and treat it as cheap advertising jokes. Only you, a reincarnated soul, know that your first great destiny has finally appeared. As you casually slip your hands into your pockets and smile mysteriously, less than half an hour later, at the north gate of Chingcheng University, the quietest area. The weather was brutally harsh. The scorching heat made the pavement seem to steam, and a few passing students had to cover themselves up like ninjas. Phuong Dich had just arrived, drenched in sweat as if he had just taken a bath. His face flushed red from the sweltering heat. His eyes scanned the campus, and his instincts honed from surviving an apocalypse warned him that something was seriously wrong here. Within seconds, he spotted the anomaly right where the sunlight hit the hardest. Countless tiny golden specks floated, hazy like mist rising from the earth. Witnessing this surreal sight, Phuong Dich didn't hesitate and immediately crouched down, his eyes shining brightly as if he had found a long-lost treasure. He carefully reached out, gently touching the smallest glowing bubble. The moment his finger made contact, a terrifying mutation erupted instantly. The system rang loudly in his mind with a flood of notifications. Strong positive attribute fluctuations detected, analyzing and unlocking corresponding data. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of blazing golden light enveloped Phuong Dich's entire body. Pure, young spiritual energy flooding in fiercely, as if trying to burn every cell and fiber of his being. The skin-ripping pain forced Phuong Dich to grit his teeth, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. A blinding flash erupted in the middle of the campus, followed by terrified screams from nearby students. Some gasped in shock, wondering if a real-life superhero had appeared, while others thought it looked more like an angel descending or a sci-fi film crew shooting a scene. Amid the soul-melting agony, Phuong Dich weakly gritted his teeth and groaned. When will this be over? God, he felt like he was about to be melted down into ashes. Just then, the system calmly delivered the final notification. The compilation process was complete. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully comprehended your first cultivation technique, Golden Yang Fire Technique. At the same time, at the main gate of Thon University, the atmosphere was completely different. Unusually peaceful. The scene at the main gate was a stark contrast, where the freshman welcome ceremony was in full swing. And amidst the crowd, So Thanlai was the center of attention, the goddess in the hearts of many guys. Beautiful classmate, let us carry your luggage for you. Which building are you heading to? I can show you the way. Or even take you there myself. Charming classmate, here's a flyer for our club recruitment. Take a look. And if you're interested, we can exchange contact info. Countless enthusiastic invitations and flyers were handed to her. But So Thanlai responded coldly. Thanks, but I don't need it. She walked on, her eyes scanning arrogantly. Her gaze suddenly froze when she spotted a couple holding hands and chatting happily. So Thanlai let out a cold snort, clearly showing disdain for those blinded by love. While the couple chatted innocently, luckily, we both got into the same city. Right, just a half-hour drive apart. So we can see each other every day. Just as she felt like she was about to be sick, a deafening explosion echoed from afar, shaking the entire main gate area. The school's PA system immediately warned that an abnormal temperature surge was occurring in the North Gate garden area, urging everyone to stay far away from that zone. So Thanlai frowned, sensing that strange events had been happening more frequently lately. After hesitating for a moment, She decided to go check out what was going on. Meanwhile, at the north gate, the golden light pillar created by Phuong Dick finally dissipated. He stood silently in the courtyard, his body enveloped in a mysterious, faint glow. An invisible pressure radiated from him, making no one dare approach. His eyes were now sharp and bright, his aura completely transformed. A system notification appeared stating that yang energy was condensing at its peak, and the host could seize this opportunity to perform marrow cleansing punishment using the newly acquired cultivation method. This cultivation method was specially compiled by the system for the host, so it could be used directly without training. Awarding 50 editing points, Phuong Dick curiously looked down at his hands. He thought to himself, what exactly is an editing point anyway? Well, better just set that aside for now. Although he didn't know its purpose yet, any item given by the system was definitely no ordinary thing. As Phuong Dick tried to stabilize the chaotic aura, suddenly, the sky darkened, the blazing sun swallowed by thick black clouds, and a cold chill spread everywhere. Phuong Dick remained calm, closing his eyes and focusing on activating the Golden Yang fire absorption technique. Before long, the sky cleared up again, the sunlight shining brightly as if nothing unusual had happened. But the sudden change didn't escape the curious crowd. A group of students nearby gathered, whispering, "Hey, did you see how dark it got just now?" "Yeah." Yevon felt a cool breeze. It was blazing hot before. "Look over there. A big crowd is gathering at the north gate." The crowd quickly moved toward the north gate. But less than a minute later, the principal of Thon Thon University appeared in person, his face flushed red. Sweating profusely, he gasped and shouted, "What are you all gathering here for? The school just sent an urgent notice to stay away from the north gate. If you don't check in on time, your conduct score will be deducted. Don't say I didn't warn you." His threat worked immediately, causing the students to panic and disperse, heads down as if nothing had happened. At that moment, a woman in a black cloak appeared beside the principal, her face hidden under a hood, but her voice was commanding. "Please establish a perimeter immediately and lock down the entire north gate area." The principal nodded promptly. At the same time, Phuong Dick's system announced, "Host has successfully purified the Level A contamination zone at Thon Thon University's north gate." Additional info: the contamination zone formed due to abnormal spiritual energy recovery, usually marked by the Ha Kingdom government as a singularity and classified by danger levels. Phuong Dick was stunned. He hadn't expected the Ha Kingdom government to have quietly marked these singularities beforehand, meaning that besides him, other forces had already noticed the world's changes. Before he could think any further, a rapid warning voice blared out. "Emergency alert. The north gate is about to be completely closed. All students, please evacuate immediately." At the scene, the crowd started buzzing again. "Hey, are those people in uniform the military? Is something really that serious?" Phuong Dick furrowed his brow tightly. He knew this time the commotion he caused was too big, and he couldn't keep hiding anymore. With no other choice, he turned around and made a tactical retreat from the chaotic north gate area. Not long after, the mysterious woman who came with the principal arrived at the epicenter of the anomaly. The woman wore a loose black cloak, her movements extremely mysterious, and she quietly surveyed the scene. Then she slowly bent down and gently placed her hand on the hot ground. She closed her eyes to sense for a moment, then lightly raised a finger to her nose to sniff. This anomaly bore traces of human involvement. Could it be that someone had already learned to contact and control spiritual energy this early? Meanwhile, the principal was still struggling to disperse the students. "Everyone, leave here immediately. This is an order." One student lingered, scrolling through his phone rapidly. "Teacher, wait for me a moment. I just need to post this story on social media first." After overhearing that snippet of conversation, So Thon Lai began to ponder deeply. Spiritual energy. Could that terrifying phenomenon really have been caused by humans? Impossible. The blurry figure I saw earlier was definitely Phuong Dick. After some hesitation and reasoning, she suddenly laughed at her own silliness. Sotani Lipslong? Sotani Lipslong? That troublesome ex-boyfriend with terrible grades. How could he possibly show up at Thon Thon school? A little later, at Phuong Dick's home, our young man had safely returned. He was lying exhausted on the bed, drenched in sweat as if he'd taken a bath, complaining nonstop. "What the hell is going on? This heat is clearly coming from inside my own body. Cold showers or turning on the AC didn't help at all. Looks like it's going to be another sleepless night." Fuang Dik suddenly sprang up like a spring, a bad premonition flashing through his mind. This isn't good. Today, I caused such a big commotion. If someone notices me, it would be really troublesome. I have to check the situation immediately. He hurriedly grabbed his phone and quickly scrolled through news forums. But strangely, everyone was only discussing one name, the Spirit Cultivation Association. Fuang Dik furrowed his brow as memories from his past life flooded back. He seemed to recall a mysterious organization that once appeared online, specializing in posting strange cultivation rules. Back then, everyone thought it was just a joke by some fantasy novel fanatics. But now, after reincarnation and witnessing supernatural phenomena firsthand, Fuang Dik no longer dared to underestimate it. It was very likely that the woman in the black cloak today was a member of that mysterious organization. Without hesitation, he immediately accessed the official website of the association. A clear list of cultivation realms was displayed. First realm, Ghost Mansion, where spirit energy enters the body to refine earthly weapons. Second realm, Spirit Creation, borrowing the power of heaven and earth to open the blood vessels. Third realm, Diamond, strengthening the flesh to the point of indestructible blood vessels. Fourth realm, Divine Moon, breaking limits to birth a divine body. Fifth realm, Sun Absorption, reaching the cosmic peak and manipulating life itself. Finally, the ultimate realm, Transcendence beyond life and death cycles, creating heaven and earth, and holding the heavenly way. At the bottom was a note: spirit energy is recovering at an unprecedented speed. This realm chart was published for practitioners to reference to avoid straying into demonic paths. Fuang Dik finished reading and furrowed his brow slightly. The content was profound and mysterious, but the presentation style was strangely familiar, even bearing a watermark. Such an important announcement should have been issued by the Ha Kingdom government itself. Why was it coming from a spirit cultivation association with an unknown background? In his past life, he was just an ordinary person caught in disasters. Whenever anomalies occurred, he only knew to run for survival. He never had the time or status to investigate mysterious organizations like this. Without reincarnation, he might still be standing in line waiting for relief supplies. He sighed deeply, his gaze turning contemplative. Perhaps this was the signal the government wanted to send to those with fate like him. Well, he might as well try practicing the Golden Yang fire absorption method first. Immediately, Fuang Dik sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and circulated his energy according to the cultivation method's instructions. In just a moment, the spiritual energy within his body began to flow smoothly. His entire body seemed to lift, gently floating in midair, while emitting radiant, dazzling golden light. The first step of the cultivation method was marrow cleansing and meridian punishment, transforming the mortal body into a vessel that could absorb the energy of heaven and earth, thereby cultivating an indestructible body. Fuang Dik gradually sank into a deep, meditative state, his mind merging with the fierce spiritual energy surging inside him. Suddenly, his whole body trembled violently, as if struck by an electric shock. A faint halo of light enveloped him, and his aura erupted fiercely. The system panel announced, "1-star Demon Realm breakthrough successful. The host can now use the editing points earned." Detailed information: the cultivation method data acquired can be forcibly implanted into any object. The current number of editing points owned is 50 points. Fuang Dik was startled, almost forgetting about this. What exactly did it mean? The editing data he received was the Kim Duong fire absorption cultivation method from the Yang system. Right. He reread the system's instructions: use editing points to implant the acquired cultivation method data into any object. Fuang Dik was still confused about what forcibly implanting into any object truly meant. How broad was the concept of any object? Immediately, he reached out toward the nearby cup. The system displayed a prompt. Do you want to spend editing points to infuse Yang attributes into this item? The cup then floated instantly, according to his will. Fuang Dik smiled proudly, thinking, I was right. This implantation is a kind of auxiliary demon enhancement, giving ordinary objects extraordinary power. If I agree, this cup will become a spiritual energy vessel with Yang attributes. What if it were a gun or a sword? Could they become my specialized weapons? By this logic, I could collect many different attribute data. Owning a customized arsenal with extraordinary power will definitely be a huge advantage in the dark future ahead. He glanced at the nearby decorative toy sword, wondering if he should test it out first. If it worked, he could order a real one later. Having been reincarnated once more, To face those grotesque mutated monsters, he needed to be fully prepared and meticulous. Night fell, leaving only a corner of the house glowing with warm yellow light. Fuangdich had no idea that outside the window, a dark entity silently watched his every move. A sinister rustling sound echoed, accompanied by terrifying blood-red eyes lurking in the shadows. The eerie scratching noises kept coming from somewhere nearby. Fuangdich seemed to sense an unusual aura. Cold sweat began to drip down the back of his neck, signaling something ominous. He silently wondered if maybe a rat had sneaked into his house. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped up and stepped off the bed. He quickly used the spiritual energy he had just broken through to scan the surroundings, but found no creatures inside the house. The water pipes were silent too. Maybe the neighbor's pet was in mating season. With his enhanced hearing after breaking through to the ghost realm level, he could easily hear even the faintest sounds from the next apartment. But he quickly realized the terrifying noise wasn't coming from inside the house, it was from the dark hallway outside. Cautiously, he stepped out, his eyes quickly scanning the area and immediately spotting a shadow moving silently at the end of the hall. The faint moonlight was just enough to reveal the horrifyingly deformed shape of the creature. Fuangdich felt a chill down his spine. It was the rabbit, corrupted and mutated by dark spiritual energy. Even though he had been reincarnated once, facing it this close still made him shudder. In his past life, this seemingly harmless beast had caused countless brutal massacres. Meanwhile, not far away in a skyscraper, a woman draped in a black cloak stood on the rooftop edge. Under the moonlight, she murmured softly, "That rabbit still hasn't been caught. It swallowed the Dark Knight spirit fruit. Its speed is truly terrifying." From the walkie-talkie in her ear, a crackling sound echoed. Then another voice reported the situation. After hearing it, she immediately gave orders, telling them to report any new information to her right away, and she would pursue it immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman lightly flexed her legs. Her whole body shot down from the rooftop like a black arrow tearing through the night. But while mid-air, the girl suddenly sensed a dark aura that had just appeared. She hurriedly spoke into the walkie-talkie, saying it had appeared the aura of that mutated beast. The walkie-talkie responded immediately, confirming they had detected the Dark Knight aura. The target was moving into a densely populated area, about 12 miles away. Another voice gave orders, saying they had the coordinates and must pursue with full force to prevent danger to the residents in that area. After the report ended, the girl immediately kicked off the wall of another building. Her body bounced backward, and the final warning echoed, "Everyone, be careful. It recently swallowed a spirit fruit, so its mutation process isn't complete yet. It could become even stronger. So never let your guard down." The figure of the girl in the black cloak glided between buildings. Like a true phantom, she continuously moved from rooftop to rooftop, and an office worker working late happened to look up. He froze, eyes wide in shock. Surely he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly and muttered that working until 2 in the morning made him see someone flying on the 65th floor. Then a loud voice barked from behind, "You damn capitalist. What are you spacing out for? Have you finished your draft yet?" Meanwhile, in Fuangdich's apartment, the confrontation officially erupted. The last mutated rabbit revealed itself and launched an attack, lunging at terrifying speed, with sharp claws aimed straight at its opponent's throat. Fuangdich was momentarily startled but immediately regained his usual calm. The spiritual energy in his body instantly mobilized. He tilted his body perfectly to dodge the strike, thinking to himself that his reflexes had indeed improved dramatically. After breaking through to the ghost mansion realm, Fuangdich clearly felt changes in his body. Not only was his hearing sharper, but his muscles had become much more flexible and resilient. Every movement of the mutated beast before him now seemed slow, like watching a slow-motion replay. However, Fuangdich remained cautious, furrowing his brow in alertness. He hadn't expected such a mutated beast to appear this early. In his past life memories, creatures of this level only showed up after the mutation had spread everywhere. Yet now, this rabbit had absorbed the Dark Knight spirit fruit, driving it mad, with strength and speed far beyond normal. If he didn't deal with it immediately, everyone in this building would become its bloody feast. Quickly, Fuangdich spun around and grabbed its tail tightly. The beast screamed in panic. Its deadly weak point was its tail. He poured all his strength into his arm and hurled it straight through the glass window. In the silent night, only the sound of shattering glass echoed. Without hesitation, Fuangdich jumped out after it. Midair, his eyes gleamed with a terrifying coldness. All his spiritual energy focused into a single punch. Without any flashy moves, he threw a direct punch, a strike aimed straight at the beast's stomach. In an instant, the rabbit's belly was pierced, leaving a large hole. But it wasn't over. In its dying breath, it frantically absorbed yang energy from Phuong Ditch's own body. Phuong Ditch just sneered. A beast daring to dream of pure solar power was just asking for death. A blinding explosion of light erupted immediately after. The light spilled into several rooms, waking sleepers with a start. Muttering about thunder or lightning, a curious man peeked out onto the balcony but saw nothing unusual. As for Phuong Ditch, he landed lightly. While the beast had exploded into pieces, he dusted off his hands coolly. It had been like a hungry demon trying to devour his power. Just as he was about to leave, a round object rolled right in front of his shoe. It was the rabbit's remaining eye, still wide open, glowing with deep red hatred. You didn't say a single word. You simply lifted your foot gently, crushing that eye without a shred of pity. Phuong Ditch frowned slightly and muttered. Clearly, it was a dark attribute beast, but it recklessly absorbed yang attributes, not because it was crazy, but because it was starving. That thought weighed heavily on Phuong Ditch's mood. The mutation was already spreading, and if he remained just an ordinary person and hadn't awakened his power yet, by now, probably everyone here had already become dinner for that monster. His gaze suddenly sharpened more than ever. To face these threats, he still needed to gather much stronger cultivation techniques. At the same time, not far from Phuong Ditch's house, the black-cloaked girl from the guild finally landed at the scene, but her eyes immediately widened in shock when she saw only scattered remnants left behind. It was already dead. She didn't dare delay another second. She hurriedly knelt down, took out a spiritual energy detector, and activated her radio to report the target as dead, the body almost completely destroyed. I'm recovering the remaining Dark Knight spiritual energy. The moment her hand touched the ground, she instantly jerked it back sharply. The aura was scorching hot. It was an extremely pure yang attribute, unusually pristine, exactly like the energy detected at the north gate of Thon Thon University. This absolutely couldn't be a coincidence. She furrowed her brow in thought, then continued to report into her radio. Headquarters. The target has been eliminated, but not by me. It was another cultivator, seemingly a complete newcomer. On the other end, they immediately questioned. Do you mean the entire purification of the mutation at the North Gate and the Dark Knight Rabbit were done by the same person? This person's aura is only at Ghost Mansion 1st star level, but the attribute is extremely pure, identical to the type at Thanthan University. The black-cloaked girl confirmed immediately. Yes, that's correct. The other side began scanning data, confirming there was no information about this person in headquarters records. A pioneer with such innate talent, the guild must seize the opportunity to make contact. I share the same opinion, the girl said before putting the remaining spiritual energy from the rabbit into a special device. A voice over the radio ordered to put her other tasks on hold. The top priority was to find the trail of that pioneer and immediately record it in the file. Ideally, they could persuade that person to join our Spirit Cultivation Association. She still wore the same cold expression as before, looking cool while on duty. But she just couldn't give up her love for lollipops. I understand. But right now I just want to go have a cup of bubble tea. As soon as she finished speaking, the image of Phuong Ditch's back suddenly appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder silently, what kind of god or deity was this guy to cause such earth-shattering events? The headquarters was right. Someone with such formidable strength must be a hidden master. And I absolutely have to make contact with him. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, Phuong Ditch stretched with a refreshing feeling, then looked outside with a satisfied expression, confirming that a new day's plan should definitely start early in the morning. Waking up this early was truly beneficial for his cultivation. Phuong Ditch took off his shirt, revealing a rock-solid six-pack. He calmly sat down on the bed, relaxed his entire mind, and began to activate the Golden Yang Fire Absorption technique. The moment he opened his eyes, he could clearly feel the change after breaking through the Ghost Mansion realm. Every time I activate the Golden Yang Fire Absorption technique, I can feel the aura it generates. It's like golden threads wrapping around my spirit palace. I didn't expect to be so close to breaking through again this fast. He reached out to grab his toy axe and started practicing some basic swings. Cultivation is like chopping wood. There's no secret technique, only persistence and endless practice. He gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands. Phuong Ditch poured all his strength into a mighty chop aimed at the empty space in front of him. Instantly, a ding sound rang out from the system. Congratulations. You have successfully leveled up to Ghost Mansion Realm. Second star. Fuangdich's eyes began to flash with golden rays of light. Every muscle fiber in his body seemed to be rebuilt, becoming more defined. And his sense of power rose to a whole new level. His rapid level-up speed was due to the leftover spiritual energy that had accumulated but wasn't fully used when he broke through to first star before. From now on, he had to upgrade steadily and cautiously. However, the strange phenomena caused by his cultivation were too conspicuous, so he should find a quieter, more secluded place. In the corner of the room, the sword he just bought online still had its sticker intact. At the same time, in the office of a mysterious organization, a middle-aged man was leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea. He slowly scrolled through his phone, his eyes deep and sharp, spotting another solar energy fluctuation again. It was him. Elsewhere, Fuangdich found a small, wild, and deserted pond. He pulled out the new sword, still smelling of fresh paint, and plunged it straight into the ground. When the system popped up, the familiar question, do you want to spend compilation points to merge the Yang attribute into this item? Without hesitation, he immediately selected yes. Fuangdic recalled that he had previously tried using a weapon model, and although he successfully compiled it, it couldn't withstand the power of the Yang attribute. Apparently, not every item could become a powerful weapon. This time, he clearly felt that this blade seemed to share the same source of power as his body, harmonizing in a truly miraculous way. Just then, the familiar notification appeared. Compilation successful. Fuangdic looked extremely pleased. All right, treasure, let me test your power. But after a few basic slashes, he immediately froze. The sword indeed radiated a dazzling, brilliant light. Oh my god. I only swung a few times, and the water in the pond almost completely evaporated. Sweat began pouring down his forehead, his face full of tension. Luckily, it hadn't caused a forest fire, but this commotion was still way too loud. With smoke billowing like this, he was definitely discovered. He had to get out of there fast. Just as he left, the black-cloaked girl from before hurried over, muttering non-stop. Damn it. Damn it. So annoying. I just took a quick break to buy a bubble tea with a discount code, but now I'm a step behind again. Mercury is acting up. It must be because Mercury is moving backward. Wait a minute. Is this a hot spring stream? The nearby Buddha statue was also heavily affected. At this moment, she could only scream helplessly inside. Oh my god. Where do I go to get this repaired? Who do I find to restore it to its original state? Looks like I'm about to get scolded badly by the aftermath handling department again. Ever since that person showed up, nothing has gone smoothly. When she glanced back, her whole body suddenly froze. Wait. No way. Last night, that person's aura was clearly only at Demon Mansion first star level. So why is it already at second star now? Not only that, there's also another extremely strong aura mixed in here. Could it be Spirit Soldier? Spirit Soldier, as the name suggests, is the process of infusing attributes into weapons to help them unleash superior power. However, Spirit Soldier is incredibly rare. Even in her guild, only 2 people possessed it. This technology is still very limited and can't be widely used yet. How could this person possibly have it? I must have been mistaken. Anyway, I'll just focus on cleaning up this mess first, starting by cooling down this hot spring. Elsewhere, Fuangdic was walking while lost in thought. His weapon already had a Yang attribute, but the system hadn't clarified if it could absorb additional attributes. The system had said before that he could compile all kinds of cultivation techniques, so if he gains a new attribute later, could he implant it into this weapon? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. When he opened it, he saw a series of messages from a stranger. Hello. May I ask if you're also a cultivator? Sorry for checking your browsing history, but I noticed you're very interested in recent anomalies and even saved articles about the ranking system. He kept reading. Our group has 3 people. After the anomaly happened, we stuck together. We just hope to find some seniors online to make friends. Fuangdic replied, I'm just a newbie too. The other party responded immediately. That's great. Brother, how far have you cultivated? Have you reached any realm yet? That step back to the Spirit Mansion realm is really tough. The opponent continued. And from what I heard, the top elders in the current official team have only reached the Ghost Mansion realm, so we're not that far behind them. Meanwhile, Fuangdic was silently comparing in his mind, thinking, the official team has only reached the Ghost Mansion realm so far. not letting him think for long. The other person immediately sent another message. Let me tell you a secret. A new polluted zone just appeared. Want to form a team to go together. The more people, the safer it is. And the resources will be shared equally. Phuong Dich was surprised. A new polluted zone. He typed another line. Send me the location. I'll take a look. Less than a second later, a file was sent with a bold title. Comprehensive data on the Dark River lava. Phuong Dich immediately opened the file. The screen displayed illustrative images with detailed notes. The polluted zone called Dark River Lava was once an underground river formed by tectonic water veins, but after a strange natural disaster, the water was replaced by molten lava, turning this place into a natural underground crematorium. After reading, he thought to himself, this place also has a yang attribute like me. Looks like this time I'm definitely going to gain a lot. Without hesitation, he messaged back, I can join your team. The next morning, in an area called Newwood, this place was covered by dense forests, majestic mountains, and thick fog. A group of people gathered in front of a gloomy cave. An impatient man asked, Old Li, when is the friend you mentioned coming? Old Li scratched his head and laughed. Soon. Almost here. Nya. Thanks to your detailed map. We found this place so quickly. The person named Truong Huna smiled modestly. It's nothing. You guys deserve the thanks. Without you all coming along, I wouldn't dare enter here alone. Remember to support each other once we go inside. Hyuna said. She was actually an employee under the culture department of the Spirit Cultivation Association. Though she smiled and joked, inside she sighed deeply, thinking, looks like this time I won't meet any outstanding immortal cultivators. I was even planning to introduce some to the association. Many people didn't know that the association was actually a government agency of Ha Nation, and the requirements to become an official employee were extremely high. The fact that she could join was because she passed every rigorous test round. If I don't get anything this time, I'm definitely going to be forced to work overtime again. Just wait and see. Right then, someone recognized Fang and shouted, Fang is here, yes. Fang smiled warmly and introduced himself again. I'm Fang. Nice to meet you all. Trong Hu Na immediately focused on Fang with great surprise. So young. If I'm not mistaken, he's got the power of a demon realm second star. Strange though. His aura is strong but doesn't feel oppressive. Instead, it feels very warm. Once everyone had gathered, the group started moving inside. Let's go. Fang stepped forward confidently. Let me lead the way. You shine the light for me. Please. Hunya nodded naturally. All right. After walking a bit, someone spoke up. Fang. Slow down a little. Watch out for the loose rocks underfoot. I thought all the water here had turned into lava. Just now, a drop fell and scared me half to death. Don't you guys feel it's not as hot as expected? Probably because we haven't reached the center of the contamination yet. Though Fang stayed silent, he was quietly observing everything. Even though he arrived last, everyone treated him like family, whether because they were naturally approachable or genuinely wanted a trustworthy teammate, but that feeling was truly sincere and warm. At that moment, before the group was a raging lava waterfall, pouring violently in the darkness. Here it is. The Dark River Lava Dragon. Without warning, Fang dashed forward. Seeing this, Truong Hiu Nya shouted in horror. Hey! It's dangerous ahead. Don't act recklessly. What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to live? Pull him back now, before Hiu Nya's scream ended. The ground shook violently. The lava pool roared like a fierce beast awakening. The group instinctively stepped back, their eyes filled with extreme panic. System alert, anomalous natural phenomenon detected. Analyzing deep attribute of Fury Flame. Activating cosmic level calculation ability. Compilation process started. Congratulations. You have comprehended a new martial art, Scarlet Annihilation Blade Technique. Martial art data displayed. Fury Flame has explosive attributes and terrifying destructive power. Scarlet Annihilation Blade Technique requires swordsmanship to unleash. Each slash screams like hellfire. The blade will be engulfed in a blazing layer of fire. When it erupts, it will create a fierce firestorm. The deeper the cultivation, the fiercer the battle spirit burns, and the greater the energy released. Without hesitation, Phuong Dich reached through the scorching lava and firmly grasped the hilt of his blade. At that moment, the blade and the wielder seemed to merge into one. Resonating perfectly, he maintained a calm expression, his eyes unwavering. With just a bit of effort, I'll infuse the Wrath Flame attribute into this great sword right now. In the distance, the group was still stunned. Then someone shouted, "Look, he's completely fine. Not only that, his weapon is absorbing power from the lava." Lao Li sighed in relief. Looks like Fang has stabilized. It was probably just a minor accident during cultivation. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the cave began to stabilize. The air suddenly became unusually fresh and pleasant. Fuangdik spread his arms wide, smiling with satisfaction. "I can absorb spiritual energy smoothly now." Another person cheered happily. "I can feel it too, just a little more. And I can officially start my cultivation path." Hunya smiled gently. "I mainly came here to gather materials. Everyone, keep cultivating without worry. I'll watch the surroundings." The group shouted in unison. "Thank you." Suddenly, a few figures appeared at the cave entrance. Hunya glanced back lightly. More cultivators have arrived. The three burly guys immediately acted arrogantly. "Where did you little shrimp crawl out from? Get lost, this place belongs to us now." While everyone was focused on cultivation, Hunya broke into a cold sweat. Worried. This isn't good. All three are at First Star Ghost Mansion realm. Even if we join forces, we're no match for them. She decided to negotiate as calmly as possible. "Sorry. We arrived here first. My friend has already started cultivating. If you don't mind, could you share the spiritual energy with us?" The leader arrogantly jerked his chin. "Girl, have you reached First Star Ghost Mansion realm? What do you mean by everyone and us? Get lost now if you don't want to die." Hyuna thought to herself, this period of spiritual energy recovery truly follows the rule of the strong overpowering the weak. Weaker cultivators have no right to possess resources, but as a member of the guild, she couldn't let this continue. Unable to tolerate this bullying any longer, Fuangditch stepped in, annoyed, letting out a snort before walking straight up to confront the ringleader. With such a tall and muscular build, is he really just going to bully a girl? While the guy was still standing there confused, not understanding what was happening, Fuangdik drew his blade and slashed once. The terrifying energy from that strike, forcing the whole group to step back. Even those sitting and cultivating nearby felt the tremor, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Fuangditch's eyes grew cold, because too many people worship the rule of the strong crushing the weak. The last life ended in an irreparable tragedy. His power was clearly only at second star level, yet he could emit such a terrifying aura. The ringleader who had been arrogant just moments ago now looked pale. At the very moment, Fuangdish swung his blade down again. An even more horrifying explosion erupted immediately afterward. Knowing they wouldn't survive if they stayed, the three guys ran for their lives, shouting, "Second explosion already. What kind of monster is this?" Run. Witnessing that show of force, the people in the group just stared in awe. Big bro is amazing. That slash was seriously so cool. Fuangditch pretended to be shy, scratching his head. "It's nothing. They just pushed me too far." After everything settled, Hyunya turned to everyone and said, "The polluted area here seems to have no spiritual energy left. Let's go." Then she glanced at Fuangdish. "If you had really swung that second slash, this place would probably be nothing but a few dried up corpses. He's definitely a genius cultivator with a high-level attribute. I have to report this to the organization immediately." At the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Guild office, a female employee was on the phone. "Hyuna, you mean another cultivator with a high-level attribute has appeared?" Hyunya was still confused, asking, "Another one?" Just then, behind the female employee stood a large man who made her turn pale. It's nothing. I've taken notes. Let me know immediately if there's any progress." As soon as he hung up, the female employee turned to the man with excitement. "Master, could it be that we're lucky? 2 cultivators with advanced attributes have appeared in a row." With a serious expression, he replied, "Lucky those with advanced attributes nowadays hold extremely noble statuses and are destined to become powerful figures in the future." It really was a tough situation. Thinking about it made him want to just quit. The sun had fully risen as Fuangdik stepped outside, feeling sluggish and sleepy. The moment he stepped out, he could hear whispers and chatter all around. "Look, that guy cosplaying is so handsome. The sword prop looks so real, and with it strapped to his back, he looks super cool. Truly a man among men." In reality, Fuangditch was pretending to be a cosplayer to hide his identity, but he stood out way too much. He pulled out his phone, and his face immediately grew serious as he read a message, a cultivation novel becoming reality. A dazzling golden light appearing outside a cave, and even an image of a giant fire dragon flying by. According to an anonymous source, a rare beast with ice attributes once appeared there and was driven away by that person. Fuangdish thought to himself, it was all caused by his own fiery wrath attribute. He had been careless, emitting heat up to 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. It would be strange if no strange phenomena appeared. The person revealing his traits probably wasn't those two. Having absorbed so much young attribute spiritual energy, it felt like just one more round of cultivation practice would push him to a breakthrough. He decided to ignore everything and quickly moved behind the mountain. 5 minutes later, in a garden behind the mountain, a girl named Tu Thon Huyen, known as a gardening expert, was carefully trimming plants. She was enthusiastically tilling the soil, then sighed in relief. Finally done. But when she looked up, Tu Thon Huyen was so shocked she almost choked. The aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Was someone inside the mountain? Could this power surge mean someone was about to break through to the third star of the Ghost Mansion realm? Unable to wait any longer, she immediately rushed off. A cultivation level at the Ghost Mansion realm causing such a stir was beyond her understanding. No, I have to see who it is. I will definitely catch you. The terrifying power radiating from Fuangdish formed a massive energy whirlwind. Every hand movement he made was executed perfectly and precisely. The energy within Fuangdish was being unleashed more powerfully than ever, especially when viewed from below. It became fiercer than ever before. Thon Huyen looked up while running, trying to mobilize his divine aura. Surprisingly, he could control the spiritual energy so steadily. Could it be that he had been secretly training for hundreds of years? Painful memories suddenly flooded her mind. She had failed before when breaking through the Ghost Aura Realm third star, pushed back by the pressure of the divine aura, resulting in coughing up blood and bedridden for a whole week. Even with her extraordinary physique, she failed. Where on earth did this demon come from? Witnessing this scene, Thon Huyen had to admit the abundant spiritual energy and precise control down to every detail. Every ray of energy seemed to have been honed thousands of times. Such a person was no longer a demon, but an existence akin to a god incarnate. Most cultivators become impatient when about to break through, but this one was incredibly steady and experienced. Soon after, the power showed a clear transformation. The divine aura began to move. Meanwhile, Fuangdish was still focused on unleashing all of his strength. Immediately after, his entire body radiated a terrifying energy. He had broken through to the Ghost Aura Realm second star. At that moment, Thon Huyen suddenly slammed on the brakes. She struggled to breathe heavily after giving her all while running, but before her eyes, there was no sign of anyone at all. This made her extremely worried. Was it already too late? Only 30 seconds had passed. Actually, Thon Huyen had guessed if she wasn't mistaken. He had discovered she was following him. How could she possibly recruit him like this? At that moment, she seemed to realize something. She called out into the void. "Senior, you haven't left yet, have you?" At the same time, Fuangdish stood high above, observing her, the very girl who had been following him for days. Thon Huyen introduced herself politely. "I'm the squad leader of the Huyen team from the Spirit Cultivation Association of Ha Kingdom. On behalf of the association, I invite you to cooperate with us. I've been observing you for 2 days, only to invite you officially to join. Please don't misunderstand. Though not yet public, our association's rules and documents are fully prepared." Although Thon Huyen boldly spoke up, she couldn't help but feel worried inside. She hoped he wouldn't feel offended and wouldn't think she was bothering him. After a moment, Fuangdish slowly replied from above. "Why?" Thon Huyen's voice suddenly became awkward. It's because... Should she just tell him the truth? But someone like him definitely wouldn't be easily fooled. Empty flattery meant nothing. She took a deep breath and said, "Because Ha Kingdom wants to unify all cultivators, help everyone operate more orderly, and provide an additional layer of protection. Right now, cultivators are developing in a chaotic way." He probed back. "So what if I say no, I still can't fully trust you all right now?" Fuangdish's blunt refusal put Thon Huyen in a very awkward position. Still, she mustered all her courage to introduce herself. "My name is Tu Thon Huyen. Before the spirit energy recovered, I was an athlete." She even showed her ID card to prove it. "This is my identification. Please trust me." Glancing over the information, Fuangdish silently evaluated her, feeling like he had some vague impression of this name. He recalled seeing this girl receive an award on TV. Indeed, those with exceptional innate talent were more likely to become cultivators. No wonder she ran so fast. But still, at this point, Phuong Dik suddenly stopped. In his past life, Ha Kingdom never fulfilled its wish. All humanity was destroyed. Now, having been reborn with a system to assist him, he was sure he would become part of them, but not yet. The time wasn't ripe. Finally, Phuong Dik spoke. I do have an impression of you. But then he added, here's the deal, let me think it over a little longer. Phuong Dik also set a condition, but she had to temporarily keep my whereabouts a secret from the higher-ups. You know, with Tu Thon Huyen's attitude, the association currently wouldn't dare offend cultivators like me. He thought to himself, maybe I can use her to serve my own purposes. Thon Huyen agreed without hesitation. I can cooperate with you, but the anomaly you caused has already been detected by the association. I still have to report it half-truthfully. How about that? Phuong Dik immediately agreed. Just do it that way. Suddenly, Tu Thon Huyen spun around and exclaimed, wait a minute. But before she could see his face, Phuong Dik had already vanished. Frustrated, she spoke into the radio. I lost him again, struggling to handle the traces the elder left behind. I really have bad luck. The voice on the other end comforted her. All right. Actually, it's good that he's out on a mission now. The other person reported urgent news. The mutated species have appeared again recently. Tan Huyen was taken aback. They're back again. Her mood instantly darkened. Those brutal mutated creatures, this grudge. I will never forget it. She still remembered clearly how ruthless they were, feeding off energy in polluted zones. Some mutated into monstrous beasts that devoured humans. Others disguised as natural disasters to kill. If they aren't wiped out completely, they will keep invading the human world. The dim streetlights illuminated the road on a night of pouring rain, accompanied by powerful lightning bolts that seemed ready to tear the night sky apart. A foot stepped into a puddle as an announcement echoed throughout the city. A red alert for thunderstorms, urging residents not to go outside unless necessary. The Jade Emperor scenic area is at risk of flooding and has been completely sealed off. People inside buildings buzzed with chatter. It's been decades since we've seen such a terrifying thunderstorm. Only Phuong Dik maintained a cold expression as he strode through the deserted streets. He silently assessed the storm's attributes: intense fury, both majestic and wild. But where was the center of this thunderstorm? He immediately moved toward a gate. After stepping through, he could clearly see a mountain completely shrouded in thunder and lightning. Having identified his target, Phuong Dik didn't hesitate and jumped straight down. He landed softly and safely, and the system immediately notified him that a polluted area had been detected ahead, closing in on Jade Emperor Peak. It also provided additional details. Jade Emperor Peak, standing at 5,075 feet, is one of the city's key scenic spots, but the current pollution level remains undetermined. Yet, Phuong Dik showed not a hint of fear. He walked straight into the gloomy forest, and at that moment, he noticed something unusual. Suddenly, bolts of lightning condensed into an arrow, and it was hurtling toward Phuong Dik at a terrifying speed. At the association headquarters, measurements showed the danger level at Jade Emperor Peak was rising. Someone spoke up, saying the area must be immediately sealed off and designated as a new pollution zone. The chairman said this was extremely serious and that he had urgently summoned to Thon Huyen back. Thon Huyen, please report. Hearing her name, she stood and reported, saying Jade Emperor Peak was now inaccessible. With lightning attribute, spiritual energy trending toward an explosion, they temporarily rated the area as pollution level A. Based on the current situation, within the next hour, Jade Emperor Peak could be upgraded to level S. So emergency protocols must be activated. However, no cultivators in her area were capable of approaching the site, including herself. Thon Huyen emphasized that even for the Ghost Mansion's 3-stars cultivators, the death rate upon entry was 100%. Another person suggested sealing off the mountain base and assigning patrols around the clock. The chairman agreed, saying yes. Cut off the threat at its root. The newly formed pollution zone's spiritual energy was surging violently. No one was allowed near until the spiritual energy density decreased enough for surveys. Meanwhile, at the mountain peak, thunder and lightning had begun striking the ground. After taking a direct lightning strike, Phuong Dik remained safe. He thought to himself, luckily I have the Golden Yang fire absorption technique protecting me. Not only did he refuse to retreat, but he pressed forward with strength. Still, That wasn't enough. To extract the purest lightning attribute, he had to enter the storm's center, the Jade Emperor Peak itself. Phuong Dik understood better than anyone that in this spiritual energy era, humanity not only benefited very little, but even risked being reversed in the food chain. If we keep standing still, don't even mention the changes in the natural order. Even the smallest creatures can become deadly threats. And with the vision of a reincarnated soul, he is certain that far more terrifying beasts will appear in the future. Although he already has the Golden Yang fire absorption technique and the Scarlet Annihilation blade art, it's still not enough. Phuong Dik pondered that he had previously embedded both attributes into his greatsword, the Yang attribute boosting defense, while the Scarlet Annihilation blade art increased destructive power. But relying too much on his weapon would expose many weaknesses. Only when he truly becomes powerful can he control the game. That's why this overwhelming thunderous power is a perfect opportunity for him to train and strengthen himself once again. He told himself that to keep getting stronger, he must seize every chance amid the upheavals of the world. Otherwise, he'd only be waiting to die in the terrible natural disasters to come. Thinking of that, he gripped his sword even tighter in his hand. Phuong Dik summoned all his strength to strike downward. But the resistance was incredibly strong. Instead of giving up, he gritted his teeth in anger and once again gathered momentum to unleash a devastating slash. Using so much force, Phuong Dik spat out a mouthful of blood. He had to grit his teeth and accept the truth. This extreme thunderous attribute was the brutal power of divine punishment itself. Phuong Dik realized it was constantly applying pressure, punishing him for daring to enter its forbidden zone. It wanted to force him to kneel and surrender, but how could he make it obey and become his own power? In this situation, he could only calm himself down, think carefully, and recall that the system once said he must directly connect with the primal spiritual force. After just a few seconds, he found the right strategy. That's it, the Golden Yang fire absorption technique. Channeling all his energy, while the lightning bolts kept striking relentlessly from the sky, he stubbornly resisted and unleashed all his energy. His power gradually began to overwhelm those painful lightning strikes. Phuong Dik clenched his pain and was determined to succeed no matter what. His fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. He had to hold on and reach the mountain peak, then risk everything to survive. The ground beneath his feet started to crack. He could clearly feel the bone-deep pain. The furious thunder energy was overwhelmingly intense. Just breathing it in made his muscles go numb. It truly wanted him dead right here. Phuong Dik's eyes had completely turned into a blazing golden color. Lightning bolts began to condense and strike directly down onto the mountain peak. At that moment, the system announced it detected an extremely strong lightning attribute and was starting analysis. Elsewhere, people in a room were buzzing with excitement. I've never seen lightning this massive in my life. Could it be some great power undergoing a tribulation? I swear. I saw a shadowy figure in the sky. After a while, the system updated. You have received a new cultivation technique. Divine Thunder Refinement. Channeling heavenly thunder to temper the flesh. The body becomes divine. You've earned 50 compilation points. Now, Phuong Dik had overcome the toughest stage. The Furious Lightning attribute is a high-level offensive type. Unlike the Yang attribute, it can temper the body, turning flesh into thunder. Both offense and defense become incredibly powerful. Before long, Phuong Dik could merge his strength with the thunder. Furious Lightning became both his spearhead and his strongest shield. He could feel that the power of Furious Lightning was not just destructive, it was also purifying and rebirthing. He sensed it forging and strengthening his tendons and bones. Yet without any pain during the process, the system displayed another message. This is pure Furious Lightning Judgment, capable of dealing 300% critical damage. Do you want to spend compilation points? Phuong Dik wondered. So should he merge it into his long sword? He thought it over. While absorbing the Furious Lightning attribute would make it sturdier, it would break the purity of the Yang attribute. Moreover, if he absorbed too many attributes, the long sword might not be able to withstand it. Finally, he made his decision. That's right. He would absorb it into his right arm. The system asked if he wanted to infuse the lightning attribute into this item. Phuong Dik decisively chose yes. Instantly, a new power was absorbed into his body. The next day, atop Jade Emperor Mountain, Tathan Ho Yen reported, Major Han, the situation isn't what we expected. The contaminated area's spiritual energy concentration dropped from peak levels to mild pollution within just 3 hours. However, there's still a large amount of electrical charge lingering in the air. Major Hanley glanced over and confirmed, a cultivator has definitely been here. Thon Huyen hurriedly asked. What another cultivator is that person still alive? Then she placed her hand on the ground to check. I can't sense his attributes anymore. Maybe it's been too long. Plus last night's storm washed away all traces. Han Li interrupted. Probably around 8 last night. That person left safely. Thon Huyen still didn't understand. How are you so sure? Han Li analyzed. The anomaly started at 6 p.m. We sealed off the mountain base at 7. If he hadn't been on the mountain before then, we would have detected him. The lightning storm peaked at 7 p.m. Didn't you use your tools to predict that, after 8 hours, the spiritual energy concentration dropped? Han Li added. Also, I can sense this person likely has the thunder electric attribute, which allowed him to endure those lightning tribulations. This anomaly was a huge opportunity for him. So I speculate not only is he still alive, but the anomaly itself changed because of him. Did he stumble upon this chance by accident? Or did he actively seek out this celestial phenomenon? Getting ahead of us. People like this are the scariest. We don't even know which side they're on. If they harm society, the disaster could rival the anomaly itself. We must find him quickly. In a corner of a room, Fuangditch kept sneezing repeatedly. On this side, Han Li ordered. Next, by any means necessary. Find this person quickly. For now, let's call him. He read the name loudly and clearly Tyrant. Han Li continued. We also hope the association can recruit Tyrant soon. We'll keep the news sealed and speed up the investigation. The person across confirmed. That's obvious. But we also have a high-level cultivator trying to make contact. Han Li immediately instructed. Xiao Tu. Report the situation back to Major Han. Thon Huyen received the order and responded seriously. Yes. Xia. She tried to stay calm while reporting. Here's the situation. It's the cultivator who purified the anomaly at the north gate of Qingcheng University earlier. She couldn't help but worry. This is bad. We almost let it slip. Thon Huyen added. Recently I've been trying to get close to him. But this guy's movements are really mysterious. If I'm not mistaken, he possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I'll try to approach and figure out how he purified that area. She kept worrying. Ancestors. I've done my best. Half-truths are the only things people tend to believe. Han Li's face suddenly turned serious when he heard that Yang Flame attribute. Then he spoke softly. I understand. Xiao Tu. You've worked hard. We need talented young people like you. Those who always move forward and follow in the footsteps of the previous generation, like the flowing waters of the Yangtze River. Thon Huyen was startled but assured him, Major Han, you're too kind. This is my responsibility. Meanwhile, Han Li said, we'll also release some distracting news about natural disasters for now. Actually, I don't fully agree with you posting news about spiritual energy online. It's too easy for bad guys to exploit. The guild leader expressed some concern. This. Thon Huyen silently sighed with relief behind the scenes. Finally, it was over. At that moment, at Fuangditch's house, a heavy rain started to pour. Inside, Fuangditch was using some kind of magic to dry his shirt. In just a blink, the white shirt became clean and dry. Fuangditch immediately put it on. And after being infused with the Thunder Wrath attribute, he could still clearly feel the change. His right arm now seemed transformed into the strongest and toughest part of his body. Not only that, he also felt like he was close to the limit where he could level up again. But what surprised him most was that the once fierce Thunder Wrath attribute had become as gentle as a kitten. Easily controlled. The bone-deep pain from the first time using the Golden Yang fire absorption technique flashed through his mind. The pain was so intense that no one would want to remember a second time. Fuangdish thought, surely after absorbing it, it won't weaken. Right. The system also reminded him that this thunder attribute could increase damage against evil spirits and mutant beasts by 300%. He really couldn't wait to test it out. Just then, his phone screen suddenly lit up. Catching his attention, Fuangditch picked it up to see what was going on. After the last incident, he had set all forums and news to special notification mode to closely monitor every situation. You look at the red warning message on the screen. Right now, the world is in chaos. To protect the safety of the people, the Lower Kingdom Association will always send out danger alerts as soon as possible. You've made up your mind, but these warnings also hide many opportunities. For a cultivator like yourself, it's an irresistible temptation, even if it means risking your life. You're determined to go there once to try your luck. At that moment, something unusual caught your attention. The hottest news right now, a massive explosion occurred at the chemical plant. No casualties have been reported yet, and the cause of the explosion is under investigation. The blast happened right at shift change, so no one was injured. Citizens are urged not to panic. Just reading this, Phuong Dick sensed something suspicious. An event of this scale is hard to believe, has no strange factors behind it. Comments kept flooding in. My house is right nearby. It felt really weird at that time. I can't quite explain it, maybe a gloomy, evil vibe. Yeah, that's exactly it. Are those two above losing their minds? A chemical plant explosion, and you're thinking supernatural stuff. We had a chemical plant explosion here before. At worst, it just smelled bad. Looking at the pictures, it really does look gloomy. This stirred a chilling sense of familiarity deep inside Phuong Ditch. That dark, evil scent, why did it feel so familiar? After a while, he finally remembered it was the terrifying evil that had appeared in his previous life. On that fateful day, the giant bamboo night creature slowly approached, making Phuong Ditch afraid to even breathe hard. With its extremely sensitive nose, it quickly caught the scent of a human. The bamboo knight's face twisted into a fierce snarl, ready to tear its prey apart at any moment. Back in the present, Phuong Ditch guessed, could it really be them? That had become the most horrifying obsession in his memory. Those creatures especially like to appear at the gloomiest moments. At first, they might have been ordinary flora and fauna, but after mutation, they gained intelligence and brutal strength. Their observational skills and pack hunting abilities were enhanced to a terrifying degree. Phuong Dick realized this situation was 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit before. Tonight, he absolutely had to set out to stop them from continuing to multiply and evolve. He seriously prepared for the upcoming battle. It was time to test his ability to increase critical damage by 300%. While the rain outside poured down harder and harder, the entire street was now flooded with a sheet of white rainwater. A military vehicle just crossed the street, leaving a long tire track behind. It was a squad on a mission headquarters. The breakthrough team was tracking a mutant with file number 7, named Truk Da, but they had temporarily lost its trail. Truk Da's ability was to blend into darkness and conceal its form. The team leader ordered that when it got close, it would make faint hissing sounds and had a taste for human flesh. So they urgently requested backup. He said that with weather like this, it was definitely about to start hunting. The team leader sternly warned, "We absolutely cannot let that happen." The tech department responded, "Understood. Supplemental data for file number 7 has been sent. The order to surround and eliminate has been raised to priority B and is expected to be handled within the next 12 hours. Headquarters instructed, breakthrough team, please continue the pursuit mission and prioritize safety above all else." The entire team acknowledged the order and immediately sprang into action. Roger. The team leader was extremely serious. 12 hours wasn't fast, but it was the best support headquarters could offer. Ha Nation was vast and populous, with anomalies happening everywhere. Headquarters was overwhelmed. Just then, someone updated. "Wait. The area you're approaching currently has staff from our Spirit Cultivation Association stationed there." That person said. "The squad leader, Tu Than Hoyen, is currently on an observation mission. We can send a message to have her temporarily assist you." Hearing this, the whole team felt like they'd found a lifeline. "All right. Thank you very much. Please get her here quickly. I've heard a lot about her combat achievements." As the other person finished, a sudden voice rang out. "Huh, since when did I become so famous?" The team leader and others looked up in confusion. Than Huyen, wearing a raincoat, spoke coldly. "Did you call me here to work overtime?" The captain immediately questioned. To Than Huyen, "This time we're dealing with the Truk Da mutant that preys on humans. This isn't about working overtime." She showed displeasure. "Is this how you ask for help from others?" Then she decisively turned away. It seemed the Fahu team was truly formidable and didn't need anyone's help. "Then the Huyen squad will excuse ourselves from this matter." The two girls beside her sneered. "Boss, what if someone really gets eaten? Then that's their problem." The captain quickly stopped them. "Please wait a moment." Now he had to humble himself. "Sorry, I was a bit impatient earlier. I hope you can still support us. Everyone must know how dangerous the Trukta is. Without your tracking skills, not only us but the entire city's population wouldn't survive." Hearing this, Than Hoyen coldly replied, "All right, no more jokes. We never said we wouldn't help you. The Fa Hu team finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at her. Thon Huyen continued to reassure. This species is very cunning, prefers to operate in the shadows, and makes no sound, so it's hard to catch. But once it starts eating humans, it becomes uncontrollable. We'll do our best to help you capture this Trukta. Elsewhere, Phuong Dick stood deep in thought under the heavy rain, wearing a cloak that covered his head. His voice lowered. I smell it now. This is the scent. Not far from where Phuong Dick stood, a dense dark energy was rising. He couldn't help but worry. This isn't an ordinary creature. Has it really evolved this far? Finally, both teams cooperated to carry out the mission. Thon Huyen took only a few minutes to scout and found it. There. It's over here, she said, releasing a small burst of power in that direction. File number 7, Trukta, preferences darkness, dampness, and human flesh. It's gnawing on something inside the cave. The captain quickly shouted. Copy that. Fa Yu team. Begin the operation. The whole group simultaneously leapt from their positions, immediately drawing the Trukta's attention. The captain reminded, the target has spotted us. Fa Yu team. Quickly form the battle formation. The Trukta slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark on the ground. The breakthrough team immediately took up an ambush position. The 4 of them surrounded it from all sides, shouting in unison, fully encircling it. Not only that, but right above the bamboo knight, another person was diving down. His hand was already gathering force for a devastating strike. The captain swung a powerful slash, but the bamboo knight stood firm, turning to look at him with a pair of blood-red eyes full of hatred. The red veins on its flesh began to bulge grotesquely. It screamed wildly and charged forward with terrifying speed. From above, Thon Huyen watched and quickly warned, watch out for the sonic wave. Dodge immediately. The bamboo knight's roar echoed through the space, even blowing away those nearby. A team member quickly asked, Captain, are you okay? The captain painfully accepted the truth. This bamboo knight was really strong. If they hadn't retreated in time, they'd probably be shredded to pieces by now. Its destructive power was terrifying, and it had dark attributes. If it stayed in the city, it would definitely cause an unpredictable disaster. Not only was the bamboo knight unharmed, but it was now even stronger. It took a deep breath and spat out a pile of slimy green goo. Then, it took advantage of the moment to corrode the ground with its own jaws. Thon Huyen grew anxious seeing this. It was trying to dig into the earth to escape. The girl beside him quickly stopped him. Captain 2. This is a dark attribute with corrosive properties. Just touching it can instantly destroy the structure of objects. We don't have high-level attributes to counter it. Below, the breakthrough team was also discussing, although it could corrode the ground, it couldn't create an escape route immediately. So, don't break the formation. We should still prioritize gathering information and adjusting tactics. Everyone, be careful. Suddenly, one team member's face turned pale. Right before him were the bamboo knight's fierce, blood-red eyes. It violently charged forward and easily threw the person in front of it aside. The other members refused to give up. Don't let it escape chase after it, wherever the bamboo knight went. Its slimy goo trailed behind. From her position, Thon Huyen could see clearly. Wait. The abnormal spiritual energy concentration here seems to be rising suddenly. You two wait outside. I'll follow them inside. The 2 girls responded in unison. Got it. The members of the breakthrough team were confused. Is this inside the abandoned factory? Thon Huyen said. Let me check the spiritual energy concentration here first. The captain looked at the device she was wearing on her wrist and wondered, is this the new support device developed by the Research Council? She confirmed. Yes, it is. The watch showed that the threshold of spiritual energy a squad can handle is 50, and the concentration of the bamboo knight creature earlier was 48. At that moment, the watch turned bright red. Wait. The threshold has surpassed 80 and is still rising. There might be more than one anomaly here. Everyone nervously looked up into the thick black mist. The rustling noises were getting closer and closer. The captain panicked. This is bad. There really is another anomaly. That bamboo knight must have deliberately lured us here. Thon Huyen realized the problem and shouted, retreat quickly, let's head toward the exit. If it tries to block us, it will surely reveal its position. With our numbers, we can work together to reopen the door. This way. Suddenly, her entire body stiffened. Immediately, she collapsed to the ground. No. My senses and body are being invaded by poison." She tried to ask, "Is everyone okay?" but no one answered. As if she were alone in the abandoned factory. But they were definitely still nearby, she just couldn't sense them. She suppressed the pain to reason. "The Bamboo Knight led us here. But this place is actually the territory of another anomaly. It's very likely a giant python." Following that thought, she analyzed. Unlike the Bamboo Knight's darkness attribute, this black mist is poisonous. We've been poisoned since we stepped in. But now her body was gradually weakening. This poison could paralyze our senses and accelerate spiritual energy depletion. Using spiritual energy to attack would only exhaust ourselves faster. In the end, her spiritual power was nearly depleted, without spiritual energy protecting her. It wouldn't be long before she became a soulless corpse. She helplessly collapsed to the ground, wondering what kind of mutant this was possessing both combat intelligence and such overwhelming anti-heavenly power. Could it really end like this? At that moment, a faint light shone down from a crack in the roof. She struggled to lift her heavy eyelids just enough to see ahead. The silhouette of someone was rushing down from the rooftop, but now she had no strength left to recognize who it was. And her eyes closed tightly. That person was none other than Fuang Dich. He landed incredibly softly, without making a sound. Right behind him, a giant black serpent was slithering forward, so it was a mutant with darkness attributes. Its huge mouth wide open, ready to attack him, but Fuang Dich quickly dodged with ease. Just when it seemed over, another Bamboo Knight mutant suddenly charged out to attack, yet he remained calm. So there were two mutants here though. The Bamboo Knight bit his arm. He coolly assessed the situation. One was bait. The other was the hunter. Pretty clever. No wonder the spiritual energy here was unusually dense. Fuang Dich immediately unleashed a new power from within. Then, slowly savor the taste of thunder and lightning. With just one strike, the black serpent was severely wounded. Next, he aimed straight at the Bamboo Knight. "Your turn now, afraid of fire." The black serpent, filled with hatred, charged again to attack. Fuang Dich just flipped once and easily dodged. Not only that, he instantly turned the tables. Look at this. While the black serpent was still stunned, he swung his arm in a devastating slash. It immediately caused the serpent intense pain, forcing it to spit out all the venom in its throat. On the other side, Fuang Dich stood still, waiting to see what would happen next. The black serpent's mucus gave off a disgusting stench, but then it recovered as before. Fuang Dich had already predicted this. It was clearly hiding a trick. Lightning began to run along its face. It screamed wildly, its body reacting as fast as lightning. For that, he just slightly curled his lips, calmly standing and observing. Luckily, he had already sensed that the dark aura of this snake was even denser than Truk Da's. Fuang Dich prepared a new move. Just now, when wielding the greatsword and unleashing the fury flame power, he had controlled and concentrated all the raging strength in his hands into the snake's body. He had burned the black serpent in a sea of fire. As a mutant with dark power, Truk Da was bizarre but relatively weak, far from evolving. However, this snake was different. Only now did he notice the sharp pain in his shoulder, snake scales. This time, Fuang Dich was truly caught off guard. It was indeed a mutant species, with intelligence far higher, and this shadow arrow was really hard to defend against. Then he healed his own wound. The toxin also had a paralyzing effect, capable of silently taking a person's life without anyone noticing. The wound was gradually closing, but he could still feel the sharp pain. Probably thanks to the effect of the Golden Yang fire absorption technique, he realized that the Yang flame attribute could dissolve toxins. The Golden Yang fire absorption technique could heal, and the Fury power could purify. When reacting with toxins, these two could cause pain, reminding him of the enemy's attack. He looked back at the situation. Like other unlucky ones, even with some protective power, it was probably hopeless. This snake's ability to silently grow so large was definitely related to its surprising hunting method. Fuang Dich analyzed further. Combined with Truk Da, it was truly a perfect method to trap cultivators, and it must have devoured quite a few already. He concluded that no matter how cruel and cunning it was, it could only turn to dust in the end. This firepower was truly pure, but the triple critical fury power still stood out. His combat skills now could be considered quite good among cultivators. He unconsciously stood still, watching the black serpent burn to ashes. Then he slowly approached it. Just as he was about to touch it, he realized someone else was there, and immediately went into high alert. To Thon, Hu Yen was gradually waking up, coughing a few times due to the thick smoke. She looked extremely haggard. Barely able to stand, Fuang Dich still recognized her. It was that girl from the guild. Named to something, he said in a low voice. Hey, no need to pretend anymore. Your fake death act was a bit weak. Caught off guard. She blushed deeply. Oh my, how ironic, it really was him just now. She wanted to explain, saying, I woke up because of the scent, not because I was faking death. Fuang Dich commented, she's got pretty solid strength. Her teammates had all used up their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, but she managed to keep a bit of protective aura. Without that willpower, she wouldn't have been able to smell the stench of blood and burning. She replied, thanks for the compliment. She couldn't help but wonder she really retained some protective spiritual energy, and he already noticed that, but she had no idea how he defeated those two monsters. Now, Thon Huyen was so embarrassed she didn't dare open her eyes. Seeing this, he reminded her, you don't need to close your eyes, just make sure to keep my identity a secret. He honestly thought her attitude seemed much friendlier than before. Then he turned and left, saying it was no longer early, and since she and her teammates were no longer in mortal danger, he'd be going ahead. Hearing that, Thon Huyen hurriedly called out, hey, wait a minute, but Fuang Dich was decisive. No need. It's hard to talk with a crowd. Please handle this place for me. After leaving, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she didn't see him trying to touch it to collect the dark attribute. Fuang Dich didn't want to recall that disgusting, cold, and eerie feeling at all. He guessed it was probably because the dark spiritual energy had been dispersed by him, plus the body's resistance. So it didn't work. The system didn't react either. Oh well. He'd deal with it after getting home. Meanwhile, Thon Huyen was still sitting dazed in the warehouse. Too bad. She hadn't even gotten a clear look at his face. Looks like he still couldn't fully let down his guard against the guild. Then she went to wake the captain, saying, wake up. It's all over now, thanks to the physical stimulus. He gradually opened his eyes. The captain groggily realized, we were ambushed. Weren't we? The whole group started paying attention to the remnants Fuang Dich left behind. The captain was confused. What? What's going on? Where is this pure yang attribute energy coming from? Thon Huyen explained. As you can see, another cultivator has come to help us. She hesitated, recalling that perhaps the target in my mission, my original task, was to identify a cultivator with a high-level pure attribute, specifically this yang attribute. The captain spoke up. So that guy, Thon Huyen cut in. I haven't finished my mission yet. His identity is still a mystery. Actually, he's been monitoring me instead. He knows what I'm doing. But this time he was the one who protected us. One team member was thrilled he single-handedly took down both monsters. Who knew such a powerful being existed? The captain said in shock. Where's the body of the bamboo knight? We should secure the scene first. Then he used magic to clean up the debris, but just by accidentally stepping on a piece of the black serpent's corpse, the captain was stunned by an electric shock that numbed his foot. He gasped. What kind of energy is this? So fierce and violent. The whole team couldn't believe their eyes. Captain 2. You said he had a yang attribute. Right, but this residual electric charge is way too strong. Thon Huyen stepped closer to examine. Is this the bamboo knight's body? The purity of the attribute is indeed very strong. And it's a high-level attribute too. That made the captain very curious. Could it be that two high-level cultivators appeared here at the same time? The truth only Thon Huyen knew. No. That's not it. Actually, only he appeared here. One person carrying two types of high-level pure attributes simultaneously. Just one of those alone would make him a supreme genius. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, with only Thon Huyen's thoughts breaking the quiet. A cultivator with dual high-level attributes, this is truly a one-of-a-kind existence in the world. And she knew those two techniques well. One was the Yang Flame Walker, and the other couldn't be more familiar, the Thunderstorm Tyrant. Even Thon Huyen had to wonder, what kind of freak is this guy? Really? In the dark? Two trucks were waiting. Luckily, I had arranged for teammates to wait outside the factory. If we stayed inside too long, they'd immediately report to the guild. Initially, it was just so they could come clean up the bodies for us. A girl rushed over, grabbed Thon Huyen's leg, and cried out, Boss, thank God you're alive. I thought we lost the captain. The person beside her kept sobbing. If you had died, I don't know what I would have done. The people in protective gear were investigating the remaining traces, But now the main focus had shifted to scanning spiritual energy and reconstructing the entire battle. An officer reported that, based on the analysis of the traces at the scene, both the attack habits and the method of killing indicated that the person who killed these two mutants was the same. Hearing this, the expression of the leader of the breakthrough team turned serious, while Thon Huyen remained calm. Almost 99% sure it was the same person. He believed it was truly a cultivator with advanced dual attributes. Before, he thought we were mistaken, but it made sense. Just one of these two mutants alone could have wiped out our entire team, Thon Huyen announced over the radio. The target I'm tracking just appeared. The data has been updated, and I need to report this to the higher-ups. Her calm voice rose. The surveillance results showed that both the tyrant and the person at the north gate of Qingcheng University were the same individual. The president, sipping hot tea, responded, "I understand the situation. Xiao Tu, your mission is temporarily suspended. The other party saved you and even eliminated the mutant, which shows he has no hostility toward the association. For your safety and to leave a good impression on the association, avoid contact with him for now." She immediately replied, "Understood. But I have a suspicion related to what happened behind the mountain when the tyrant leveled up." The president's eyes narrowed, and he asked urgently, "What is it?" To Thon Huyen hurriedly explained, "I once sensed an extremely strong aura in the area where he operated. At that time, I suspected he owned a spirit beast, but it seemed unlikely. However, if he truly possesses advanced dual attributes," the president frowned deeply, sweat of worry forming on his brow. Does he really have a spirit beast? But less than 3 seconds later, he dismissed the idea. Impossible. No matter how talented, one cannot possess a spirit beast without any resources or support. Besides, the investigation team found no traces of any third type of energy at the scene. Tan Hoyen's serious face revealed. "When I made contact, the spiritual energy I sensed had a yang attribute." Hearing that, the guild leader's tone deepened with regret. "So that's how it was. If the attribute of that spirit beast originally came from the yang attribute of the boy himself." He imagined the scene of Fuang Dich leaping up from the puddles, surrounded by a massive surge of power. If he were a cultivator at the spirit creation realm, theoretically, he could do that on his own. Suddenly, Than Huyen's eyes widened, and she thought to herself, "Spirit creation realm right now in this world. Cultivators who reach this level are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Fewer than 10 in total." A glowing figure stood out among the others, appearing through the guild leader's story. But if this person truly possessed spirit power of a third attribute, it would change the entire current situation and shake the entire cultivation world. His brows furrowed as he spoke calmly. "Research shows that spirit powers of different attributes repel one another, making coexistence nearly impossible. No cultivator has ever possessed multiple attributes." Meanwhile, under the shower, Fuang Dich remained lost in thought, unaware of the spreading rumors. If he truly has a spirit beast, someone mused, "Perhaps it's good we haven't found his third attribute yet. Let's just hope they don't turn against humanity one day." He dried his hair and stepped outside, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Less than a year remained until the official restoration of spiritual energy, but now the heavens and earth were shifting. Strange phenomena were appearing everywhere, and anomalies had begun to act violently. Fuang Dich raised his hand and used his own power to dry his hair. He suddenly recalled the cultivators he had met. Many like him had willingly chosen this path. After opening the connection between their bodies and the spiritual world, they could sense changes in heaven and earth more keenly than ordinary people. Like the group he had met earlier, though not officially recognized by the government, they had already reached the first star level of the Ghost Mansion realm. He casually grabbed the shirt on the chair and put it on. Currently, Ha Kingdom was showing goodwill toward free cultivators like himself, indicating that both official and free cultivators were in a relatively stable phase of mutual exploration, and the anomalies were still under government control. He gently closed his eyes and put on his shirt. But even though the Spirit Cultivation Association had been established, the government still had no intention of making this organization public. At the Spirit Cultivation Association, the sky was pitch black, surrounded by red alarm systems. Now, everywhere you could hear people discussing the unpredictable mutations occurring. It was clear the government was trying to both protect humanity and issue early warnings about potential threats. But the problem lay right there. The tall building in front of him was gradually being burned down, the scene of destruction chilling to the bone. He spoke up, Sensing that the government lacked the confidence to usher in a full-fledged era of cultivation, the first thing that would happen if everything were made public would be the collapse of order, Internauchaos, and large-scale casualties. Looking at the current situation, even the recognized cultivators weren't strong enough to maintain stability amid major upheavals. Internal strife and external invasion happening simultaneously would only accelerate the collapse. He reminded himself that the government's cautious stance wasn't wrong after all. Human hearts were far more terrifying than demons or gods. Images of mutated creatures flickered through his mind, but what truly unsettled him was how their growth rate had surpassed his expectations. His gaze fixed on the system interface. The creature he encountered today was proof of mutation, one belonging to the Dark Shadow attribute, a natural nemesis of cultivators, and an element not yet collectible. In his mind, Phuong Dich analyzed for a long time. These mutants had intelligence far beyond normal mutated beasts. They not only liked to eat humans, but cultivators' bodies were a delicacy to them. They even coordinated to set traps and kill cultivators. He lowered his head, knowing that although they were dangerous, they still couldn't compare to the shadow attribute mutants he had faced in his previous life. The mutated beast was ravenous, clamping its jaws tightly around a girl. If he hadn't followed through today, the small team, and even the person who tried to recruit him, would likely have died here. Phuong Dich stood between two forces, one crimson, one sacred, each radiating immense power. Even a fragment of the dark energy was terrifying. Yet he believed once ready, the system would let him absorb it. Rising into the air, flames engulfed him as he wielded the Golden Yang fire absorption, Divine Thunder 100 refinements, and Scarlet Annihilation blade art. His Ghost Domain triple star strength, unmatched by most cultivators, blue electricity ran along Phuong Dich's body, his eyes lighting up. But even that wasn't enough. Scene change. The phone on the table suddenly rang. As someone called, he picked up the phone, unable to hide his surprise. It was his aunt calling, cheerfully asking, "Xiaojik, have you been well lately? Your cousin is coming to study with you for a while. I'm worried about her staying alone in a hotel. Can she stay with you for a few days?" He replied with a puzzled tone. Your cousin. In his mind, he thought, the only impression he had of her was a bookworm obsessed with studying. He barely even remembered what she looked like. Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. Yes, she can come over. We have a spare room. His aunt quickly dismissed it. No need. I'll send her the address so she can come by herself. The small hand of someone sitting nearby was typing, "Tell her to bring some local specialties for you." Phuong Dich politely responded, "Thank you. I won't be formal then." His aunt continued, "Your cousin will probably arrive tomorrow afternoon. Sorry to trouble you." He replied, "No trouble at all. Aunt, I have some work to do, so I'll hang up now." On the girl's computer screen appeared an anonymous message, "Spiritual energy restored. Martial path rising. I'll arrive this afternoon. Meeting in person. No meeting. I'll stay at my cousin's place. Need to prepare a bit. We'll talk later. I'm logging off now." His aunt replied, "Then focus on your work. Remember to visit me next time." The girl moved the mouse and clicked on something. A news article popped up with the headline, "Leaked News. The famous online town renamed to Death Town. 3 more people dead." The girl's voice sounded both strange and curious. "Yang Firetown. Who?" Phuong Dich's aunt opened the door and cheerfully asked if the girl had finished packing, which startled her a bit. The girl turned and replied, "Yes, I'm done. But honestly, I don't want to bother my cousin. The hotel was fine." Her aunt quickly reassured her. "No way. It's much safer at your cousin's place than out there. Your cousin's mom trusts him a lot, even though she was pushed away by her daughter. She still reminded me to tell you not to cause any trouble while you're at their house. Help out as much as you can." "Got it." The girl didn't seem too concerned and said, "Don't worry. I know." She slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Her glasses gleamed brightly, and her eyes revealed a calculating look. She pushed her hat down and silently thought, "Just get through each door one by one. Compared to those strange phenomena, whatever my cousin says isn't nearly as scary." Scene change outside under a clear blue sky. A young girl was slowly pulling a suitcase and walking down the street. She pulled out her phone, and Google Maps announced, "You have arrived at your destination." Lam Wai looked up and muttered, "So this is the place." Phuong Dich slowly walked down the stairs. The girl looked surprised and called out, "Cousin, His eyes widened in confusion. "You're Lam Wai. You've changed so much, I didn't recognize you." The girl just stood frozen, silent without saying anything more. They went inside and sat down. He awkwardly asked, "So you're here for summer camp?" "Right," the girl simply replied. "Yes. If you need anything, just call me." "Okay. Thanks. Cousin." He handed her a spare key and said, "Here's a backup key. I'm going to my room now. Yours is right across the hall." She took it politely and responded, "Thank you. Sorry for bothering you these days." She watched Fwangdich's retreating figure and thought, "Looks like my cousin is pretty approachable and doesn't pry too much into my personal business." Fwangdich paused, a suspicion stirring inside him. Was it just his imagination? Or was she hiding something deeply? Earlier, when they sat on the sofa, he had sensed a strange spiritual energy, flickering in and out. Could it be that she had already become a cultivator? A blue glow radiated around Lam Wai. His thoughts trailed off. So she said she came here for summer camp. But could it be because of... The girl quietly pulled out her phone and texted someone. Her anonymous account popped up. Her cousin seemed decent and probably wouldn't interfere with her activities. When should she make a move? Not too soon, better to stay low-key. Lately, this area has been pretty chaotic. She heard that last time, in the underground river. There was a super powerful master who swung his sword with sunlight shining through, forcing his opponent to retreat. It must have been a top-tier Yang attribute skill. Lam Wai decided to brush it off. Well, since it's her first time here, it's best to focus on training first. If her cousin found out, it would be hard to explain. 3 days later, the girl had just finished bathing and stepped out to find Fwangdish sitting silently. Living with her cousin had caused quite a few disruptions to his cultivation progress. His meditation and breath control were constantly interrupted. He sat on the bed, radiating a strong glow. Practicing the golden yang fire absorption technique was visible to others. Training while worried like this, shining so brightly, would he get caught? The scariest thing was Lam Wai going into the kitchen to prepare a delicious meal. "Cousin, dinner's ready. Tonight we're having tomato braised beef with cucumber salad." He slowly walked to the table and sat down. "All right. You're too polite. Just leave the dishes for me to wash." The girl quickly replied, "It's no problem. Since I'm staying here temporarily, I should do these things." She was overly polite and thorough, treating housework like a cleanliness obsession mixed with compulsive disorder. As he thought this, he picked up a beautifully glazed piece of braised pork and placed it into his rice bowl. But still, the two of them sat facing each other in silence. He didn't stop her because he wanted her to truly let down her guard around him. Only then could he uncover her secrets. Lam Wai didn't think much about it. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated. Seeing this, he wondered, "What's up? Is a friend coming to see you?" A flicker of fear crossed the girl's face as she hesitated. Unable to respond, Fwangdich immediately stood up and left. "You two keep talking. I'll head back to my room." The girl wanted to stop him but was too stunned to speak. She opened her phone and quietly looked up. Watching his retreating figure, the girl spoke on the phone. "What did you say? The great upheaval of heaven and earth will happen again tomorrow. At what time? 3 in the afternoon, don't worry. I'll definitely be there." She immediately agreed with the person on the other end of the line, unaware that Fwangdish had already flown up and was standing outside the window eavesdropping. "All right. Then let's meet at Yanghuo Town." He wondered silently. Yanghuo Town. Isn't that a famous town on the outskirts? Indeed. His cousin is also a cultivator during the spiritual energy restoration period. He glanced secretly and saw Lam Wai sitting upright, practicing her cultivation. Luckily, with her current strength, she definitely couldn't detect him. A strong energy aura radiated around the girl. Fwangdich guessed silently that although she was still a high school student, she had already reached the 2nd star of the Ghost Mansion realm, and was showing signs of leveling up soon. Could it be that her unusually quirky personality was due to her exceptionally high talent? As dusk gradually fell, he thought, so his cousin's participation in the summer camp was just a pretense, and the great cosmic upheaval was the real deal. She must have learned about this from somewhere, and made up an excuse to come here. Every cosmic upheaval is both an opportunity and a chance to acquire a new magic technique to strengthen oneself. He smiled quietly to himself, wondering what attribute would appear this time in Yanghuo Town. After that, Fwangdich gave up and immediately left. Lam Wai suddenly opened her eyes wide and sensed something strange. She looked out the wide-open window, wondering if she was hallucinating. Just now, it seemed like someone was watching her. Scene shifts to Yanghuo Town. Here, rolling hills surrounded tightly packed houses. Outside the city gate, a voice called out loudly, Yi Wumao ran over, slinging his arm around the girl's shoulder and squinting as he asked, have you been staying at your cousin's place these past few days? How's it going? Any handsome guys? Her anonymous online name was scammed for $5. Lam Wai raised her hand to her chin and replied coldly, It's been good. As for looks, just average. After all, it's not the type of handsome guy I like. Hearing this, Wu Mao sighed in disappointment. A bit let down. Suddenly, number 81 approached, crossing his arms with a faint smile. His voice turned sharp as he said, Don't forget, Yi Yi once rated herself as an ordinary person among millions. The woman who had been sitting far away, 81 years old, declared, All right, everyone's here now, so let's get down to business. Lam Wai suddenly remembered and wondered, That's right. That person isn't coming this time either. He said, This time there are still 6 of us. She won't be coming. Number 81 hurriedly urged. She's always been mysterious like that. We're used to it by now. Let's go. From above, Fuangdik sat watching the group walking below, his face unchanged as he thought, It seems my cousin's team has enough strength to operate discreetly. He immediately assessed each person's power. Even the weakest was at the stable stage of the Demon Mansion Realm's 2nd star, and the man who just spoke had reached the Demon Mansion Realm 3rd star. They said there was someone even stronger on the team but often absent. His eyes narrowed as he sat silently for a long time on a mountain in this famous town. His sharp gaze showed deep thought as he looked into the distance. When suddenly a vine dangled from the sky, like the beanstalk from fairy tales. The vine was very tall. When it touched the ground, its roots covered a wide area. It appeared randomly and unpredictably, and completely different from anything cultivators had known. Clearly a great change in heaven and earth. But it wasn't related to weather, nor was it the collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surface. It was a strange object emerging from nowhere, silently moving without causing any damage. The 6 of them slowly entered the mist near the mountain range. Number 81 was startled. Oh my god. That's it. They stood very close to the vine, which emitted a tremendous power. It was hard to believe without seeing it firsthand. Suddenly, Wu Mao suggested, Wait, we shouldn't move forward any further. Lam Wai found it strange and asked, Why? Wu Mao's whole body trembled, gripping her backpack tightly, eyes wide with fear. Only when she saw it did she feel something was wrong. Her entire body turned icy cold. She spoke up. Has everyone heard the rumors on the internal forum? Actually, I have a friend on that team. When the vine appeared before, they tried to approach it. They were all cultivators much stronger than me. She recounted that after arriving there, all of them disappeared without a trace. The more she spoke, the more Wu Mao's voice trembled, her face visibly pale. I have a feeling we'll end up the same way. Still, the 6 of them resolutely stepped inside. Only the warning from Wu Mao echoed. Deadly danger. She stood trembling, her face pale and terrified, tears streaming as she kept lamenting. At first, she thought she could easily accept the risks of a cultivator's path, either glorious victory or total destruction. But seeing this, she instinctively felt fear. She bit her lip tightly, tears falling uncontrollably. I'm not ready to bury everything here yet. I want to retreat. Number 81 froze, speechless and unsure what to say. Lam Yi, worried, agreed. Yeah, you're right. Actually, we all feel it. The girl looked up at the vine and spoke seriously. This vine carries a wood attribute, but there's a wild, desolate aura in it. I can't quite describe it. It feels like sinking into the flow of time, where all things perish and life force drains away. That's why it makes us feel so uneasy and uncomfortable, like it wants to swallow our very lives. Suddenly, Lam Yi grabbed Wu Mao's hand and emphasized, but. The girl clenched her fist and shouted, This is the path of martial cultivation. Fuangdich observed from above, thinking silently. This death aura is far too gloomy. Having seen many natural phenomena, aside from the abnormal yin attribute, this vine is the most disturbing thing here. His gaze darkened as he stared at the group below. They've decided to cultivate here truly courageous and commendable. The massive vine before Fuangdich was stained with blood, with bodies hanging from it. He thought, this plant symbolizes vibrant life, yet it exudes a deeply sinister feeling, like a dead thing disguised as a living organism. completely devoid of spiritual energy. Lam Yi stood high and urged, "Everyone, we don't have much time to think. Because of the danger, we'll feel it right here." The girl stood on a branch and advised, "Everyone, stay within sight. Don't wander too far." The others sat down, focused, and replied, "Got it." Lam Yi scanned the area and felt reassured. This way, it should be a bit safer. Then, she immediately sat down on the branch and began to concentrate on her cultivation. Surrounded by a vast energy field, Fuang Dik stood with his arms crossed, watching closely. Not bad. He was alert, sensing the power to train from a safe distance, truly worthy of being an outstanding student. He had calculated the position to maximize benefits, neither rushing nor retreating. Lamwi's power orb shot out in an instant. He stood silently, watching the light beam down into the forest, wondering silently, is he about to level up so fast? Already reaching the 3-star threshold. This cousin really has an extraordinary talent. Seeing Lamwi's energy orb growing stronger, Wu Mao shouted loudly, 3-star ghost mansion number, Oitanta, Yung kept praising nonstop. Yi Yi is amazing. The roots of the vines began to glow and writhe continuously. The uncle, sensing something strange, reflexively turned to look. He shouted in fear to warn everyone. "Not good, the vine is rushing toward us," number 81 worriedly asked. How can it detect us from so far away?" 2 people in their group were quickly ensnared by the vines, desperately crying out for help. "Help me," Wu Mao hurriedly ran away. Run fast. If you don't run, you'll definitely die here." Everyone panicked and shouted. But only Lam Wai sat quietly inside his energy orb. Yi Yi's breakthrough had caused too much commotion. They absolutely could not get caught by those vines. Once entangled, the wild energy would immediately envelop the body, and they'd dissolve in an instant. The vines struck the power orb hard, causing several cracks to appear. Number 81 grabbed Wu Mao's hand and firmly said, "No, we can't leave yet. Yi Yi will be in trouble." Wu Mao's face darkened as he asked hurriedly, "What do you want me to do?" Use spiritual energy to protect her. She chose to train here, ignoring the risks. Is she trying to risk her life to get stronger? Unexpectedly, the uncle coldly told number 81, "Calm down. Life and death are fate. Wealth is from heaven. If we don't leave now, we'll all be buried here with her. You're too young to let emotions control you. We're just strangers who happen to meet on the road." He was immediately slapped hard across the face by her. Number 81 shouted angrily and chased them away. "Then get lost. I will never abandon my comrades." Fuang Dik stood high above, observing and silently thinking that maybe his cousin still didn't realize her own predicament. He worried and wondered. After all, she was just a student, and the power of those vines was terrifying. He wasn't sure if his current strength could save her. But time was running out. The energy orb protecting Lam Wai was slowly being overtaken by those vines. Fuang Dich was about to draw his sword and muttered to himself that he had promised to take good care of her. A promise couldn't be broken. So number 81 leapt up and decided to fight the vines alone. Suddenly, she slipped and was grabbed tightly by one of the vines wrapping around her body. The vine was still trying to pierce through Lam Wai's tough energy barrier. Fuang Dich, along with his weapon, sprang forward and jumped over. Number 81 called out anxiously, "Yi Yi," while Wu Mao cried and turned away. A fiery blast of power shot straight down at the vine with an immense destructive force. A foot slowly touched down on the ground. Fuang Dich radiated a brilliant aura and flew up amid the chaos. Uncle and Wu Mao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The vines, they're retreating. They've stopped attacking. The flames were gradually burning away all the vines. At this moment, Fuang Dich's entire body emitted a tremendous energy, overpowering every strike from the vines. The dazzling light forced Uncle to shield his eyes, wondering silently if this was also a cultivator. Number 81 also questioned if this was the extreme yang attribute, and if he was a cultivator as well. Only a cultivator with an advanced attribute can repel this wild vine. The uncle gritted his teeth, thinking, what does he rely on? He claimed to have exceptional talent, reaching the 3rd star of the Ghost Mansion realm in a short time. Across the entire country, cultivators who progress this fast can be counted on one hand. He looked up with eyes full of envy and defiance. Ignoring that mysterious fiend, Lamwai's talent was only on par with his own. But still, Fuang Dik swung his sword aside, while the uncle stood below, lost in countless thoughts. If there are cultivators like that among us, then what are we? Just stars to highlight the bright moon. He crushed me. No. He crushed all of us cultivators. Fuang Ditch's cold face and sharp gaze flickered within the surge of power. What kind of existence is this? Really? The system board chimed an alert. Extreme wood attribute detected. Automatically recording data. Recording successful. He rose amid the vines, which kept multiplying. They could instantly absorb all surrounding vitality and quickly heal wounds. This wood attribute cultivation method is too powerful. As long as there's life energy nearby, it's like a self-recharging perpetual machine. The vine branches continuously emitted light and stretched out, extracting attributes. He gently closed his eyes as the vines slowly wrapped around him. The system announced wild attribute successfully extracted. It can instantly stir wild energy and corrode all life energy around it. Suddenly, Fuang Ditch's eyes snapped open, glowing with a green light. No wonder this vine only grows in such treacherous terrain. If it grew elsewhere, it would drain all life energy within dozens of miles. He glanced back at the vines, retracting with a cold glare. Stealing. Killing below the wild attribute is ridiculously powerful, forcibly seizing all others' life energy. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, startling Fuang Ditch and drawing his attention. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. Number 81, though his whole body was injured, still tried to use the last bit of his strength to move closer and say, "Thank you. If it weren't for you earlier, we definitely would have all died. What can we do to repay you?" Fuang Ditch quickly waved his hand and walked away, saying, "No need. See you later." In his heart, he thought, "It's because I followed their news that I could come here and gain this abundant and wild vitality attribute. Honestly, I've already benefited from this." Uncle and Wu Mao didn't say a word but just stared intently at his retreating back. As for the conflict earlier, they should definitely pay more attention to the movements of those two brothers from now on. He firmly gripped the shining sword and leapt up swiftly. When people face danger, their true nature is most easily revealed. A scattered team can never be safe when a major crisis hits. Wu Mao's eyes widened as he looked up. He's moving too fast. What do we do now? Uncle asked coldly, regretting not saving him earlier. He turned to Lam Wai, who was still sitting inside the energy orb. The threat is gone now, and YY has reached 3rd star. Our best choice now is to try to stay in this team. The little girl slowly opened her eyes, her gaze extremely vague and unfocused. Lam Wai suddenly stood up, making number 81 call out anxiously. Why? Why? You're awake, Uncle thought to himself. Now we have to see if she's rational enough not to let this break our bond. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to think about that mysterious person. She anxiously looked toward the people lying motionless on the ground and wondered, what happened? What about them next to her? The vine was still smoldering. The residue of the yang attribute was too strong. Even from this distance, I can feel its overwhelming and blazing heat. Uncle stepped closer and quietly suggested, "Let me tell you what happened. Here's the story." Lam Wai slowly walked toward Fuang Ditch's house, her heart in turmoil, wondering, could there really be someone that strong uncle had already planted the idea in her head that such a person was nothing less than a monster? He recounted the image of Fuang Ditch single-handedly, using his immense power to stop those vines. The vines we tried so hard to cut couldn't be severed. But he slashed once and forced them to retreat. See, that vine gradually retracted into the sky, and the uncle sadly confessed that now the vine had completely retreated upwards, shrinking back and no longer daring to come near us at all. She quietly opened the door, still hearing the uncle's words echoing in her ear. This was the overwhelming power of that person. Even though he had left, the vine obediently behaved like a chicken, completely losing the wild, screaming look it had earlier. As soon as the girl stepped inside, Fuang Ditch was already sitting there, quickly asking, "You're back. You don't look so good." She shyly lied, saying, "I'm just a little tired from extra classes. That's all." Then she hurried back to her room despite his constant reminders. "You're doing great. Get some rest. Tonight we'll order takeout." The girl responded indifferently. "Okay." Once inside her room, Lam Wai leaned against the door, gasping for breath. This breakthrough had drained so much of her energy. Every time she controlled her spirit power to activate the divine veil, she had to focus intensely. It was even more exhausting than staying up all night for a whole month. She collapsed onto the bed and pulled out her phone, relieved she was no longer an ordinary person. Staying up for days wouldn't kill her now. While Lam Wai was still tangled in her thoughts, Fuang Dich quietly left the house. Living a normal life like her cousin now seemed impossible. Suddenly, something on her phone made her eyes widen in surprise. The phone screen displayed a message, Gia Lam. If there's any trace of that powerful fighter, notify me immediately. She realized this was the first time Gia Lam had spoken in this group chat. The message continued. If there's any trace of that powerful fighter, let me know. Also, I have a question. Does anyone think the person who saved us might be the famous master who once appeared in Amha Dung Long? If it really is that great expert, why would he save us? Online, countless hot discussions about Fuang Dich's power began to spread. Breaking news, the supreme Yang attribute god has returned to the world. That sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun. I've seen it in the polluted area of Amha Dung Long, the light accompanied by a fiery explosion. We were forced to leave the cave immediately. Later, he appeared in the disaster zone. Everyone, be careful and keep your distance. As night fell, a person stopped their bike by the roadside. Fuang Dich got on his bike and silently decided, all right, now Lam Y will probably lower her guard around me, and she won't suspect that I'm following her when we're outside anymore. He quickly pedaled away, thinking it was time to find a way to absorb the wild attribute, which is closer to plant-type traits. As he rode, he recalled the white skeletons left on the vine's trunk. But after all, this attribute is somewhat sinister in nature, essentially corrosive. If he applied it to himself, it might cause a bad reaction. A wave of worry rose inside him, especially since it might conflict with the Thunder Wrath attribute he already possessed. Fuang Dich thought to himself that the best approach was to find something similar to that strange demonic tree. The vine hanging from the sky sensed the dense revival, spiritual energy, which led it to evolve and gain the wild power attribute. He smiled with satisfaction and murmured, I know where to go now. Fuang Dich gradually made his way up a series of rolling hills under a bright, golden, moonlit night. He parked his bike right in front of the city's forest park gate. Fuang Dich slowly approached a patch of wildflowers growing in the grass. He needed to choose a plant that could resonate maximally with his spiritual energy to serve as a conduit. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to sense something. A wave of power enveloped him as Fuang Dich stretched his arms out in midair and began releasing his spiritual energy. That spiritual energy gradually caused the small flower branches around him to tremble. This must be the plant's reaction to spiritual energy. He thought silently. The reaction is strong, but still not enough. I need more power. He spoke aloud to control the energy. I need to be stronger. Fuang Dich opened his eyes wide as he sensed something. A small flower gently swayed. He stared at it for a long moment and wondered, is it this one? He stepped closer, and just as he was about to reach out, the petals actively clung tightly to his finger and started sucking. After being fully nourished, the flower became incredibly vibrant and full of life. He smiled gently. This is very promising. This wildflower is clearly an ordinary plant, but when it encounters spiritual energy, it acts like a greedy little puppy, sucking it all up and even rubbing against my finger afterward. He gently stroked the flower, and it stretched out, nuzzling into his palm. In this entire forest, only you reacted most strongly to my spiritual energy, making you perfect to be imbued with the wild attribute. So, I choose you. Are you ready? Then he extended his hand, keeping a certain distance, as a surge of power flared up, enveloping both him and the flower. The flower quickly floated into his palm, and the system prompted a question. Do you want to imbue this item with the wild attribute? He immediately replied. Yes. The power of Fuang Dich burst forth fiercely, shooting straight up as if tearing through the night sky. Suddenly, he noticed something strange right before his eyes. The flower had now fully bloomed and no longer had just 5 petals like before. That white flower radiated an incredibly mysterious beauty, shining brightly in the dark forest. Dazzling, as if it contained some miraculous power, Fuang Dich stood silently, observing the energy radiating from the flower. He looked up at the desolate and ruined surroundings and thought to himself, this wild power is terrifying, like the hand of a demon. In just 3 seconds, it nearly drained the life force from the entire forest, and it's still wildly spreading across the vast forest. Only the spot where Fuang Dich stood emitted a massive wave of power. The flower trembled softly and began to grow rapidly. Without further thought, he casually picked the flower and took it with him. Whatever. Continuing like this will only attract the spiritual energy association's people here. Before leaving, he glanced back once more. After all, this was the city's central area. so the association would definitely notice this place. Since the spiritual energy had recovered, these plants could become dangerous. After entering the garden, he had also spotted many surveillance cameras around. He gripped the flower tightly, holding it oddly. Still absorbing, it has no roots but can still survive. He gently touched the petals and smiled softly. Compared to the carefree absorption earlier, it was much gentler now. Though uprooted, its spiritual nature hadn't diminished at all. Before choosing it, it was just an ordinary wildflower. He couldn't help but wonder if, after being imbued with the attribute, this plant species had begun evolving. Suddenly, a red light flashed along with a warning voice. Abnormal value threshold exceeded. Warning threshold exceeded. He panicked and quickly ran away, thinking, "This is bad. The monitoring system has been triggered again. Let's get out of here." The system kept blaring loudly inside the plant research department, and everyone shouted in alarm. "The abnormal value is spiking suddenly. What is going on?" A voice ordered. "Everyone put on your wristbands immediately. Enter the park. Quarantine the entire area. And forbid outsiders from entering." The clock screen showed the number 30 and beeped sharply. A team member exclaimed, "This is terrifying." Previously, at the north gate of Thon Thon University, it only fluctuated between 8 and 10, and Amha Dung Long was 25. Others nearby agreed. That's right. Any abnormal spiritual energy concentration over 10 is immediately taken over by the military. This park's concentration was initially less than half of that. A team member pulled out a device to check. He turned and said, "This is strange. Everyone look at this air humidity. Surface moisture. Temperature, all normal. Solar radiation is fine too. But the plants here look like their life force was completely drained in just a few seconds." Another person suddenly stood up and wondered aloud, "I wonder what attribute of spiritual power caused this. I think we need to move further ahead. That's where the center is." Suddenly, from behind, a researcher shouted, "Don't go any closer," he said sternly. "Absolutely do not touch it. This is the wild attribute." A puzzled team member echoed, "The wild attribute?" The researcher questioned, "Do you guys know about those vines hanging in the air over there?" Two team members gasped in shock. "Are you saying that the vine-like demon plant has been classified as an A-level mutation?" He lowered his head and slowly explained, "Yes, because it's extremely dangerous. It's classified as A-level. The reason it's so brutal and has caused many people to be torn apart is that it possesses the wild attribute, a powerful trait that can drain all life energy from surrounding creatures and seize everything for itself." Hearing this, a member of the Fa Hu team bit his lip in fear, sweat streaming down his face. Another member spoke up. "Sir, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have died the moment I stepped in?" The researcher nodded in response, explaining that the awakened plants possess a wild attribute, creating a dead zone around them where anyone who enters is completely drained of life energy. He said, "I once read about another wild attribute plant in the Lower Kingdom, an ancient forbidden tree in Commerce City. It decayed and poisoned an entire forest, making it deadly to all who approached." Stroking his chin thoughtfully, his calm, mysterious voice continued, "With the world shifting so drastically, plant mutations can't be ignored. Now, besides that ancient tree and the vine, a new wild force has emerged." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "I've already heard the whole situation." Hanla placed his hand on the researcher's shoulder, startling him. "Lieutenant An?" He immediately ordered, "All researchers here, quickly change into protective gear and follow us into the contaminated zone." Everyone quickly followed the instructions. In the darkness, silent footsteps moved across the barren ground. The lead member reported, "We haven't found the source of the wild yet. Didn't we say only that Vine could move around? Could the wild aura be weakening? We've only been inside 5 minutes. But the concentration has dropped to 25. Hanley turned with a serious expression and requested, "Let us scout ahead a bit." Thon Hyen immediately agreed. All right. The two crouched down and prepared to use their powers. In the blink of an eye, they had moved far away from the others. Thon Huyen's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of fear flashing through them. "Wait. This is Han." Li also looked shocked, sweat pouring down like a shower. He confirmed, "The source has already been dug up and taken away." The researcher stammered in shock. Digging already gone. How Hanla bowed his head. Grief-stricken. If someone had extracted the origin from the Forbidden Zone, their identity demanded scrutiny. Thang Huyen interjected. Captain Han. There was no trace of that being's power. Unfazed. He opened his tablet. Big data analysis matched this person's movements with the last two anomalies. She picked it up, looked at the screen, and muttered the name. Fuangdi. Hanla said coldly, I will transfer his entire file to you. This person is very likely the one you've encountered before. The rest will be handled by your association. Tuthan Hyen stood silently for a while before replying. Understood. 2 hours later, at Fuangdich's house. He smiled and gently stroked each petal. It's my first time growing flowers. How could I not even have a flower pot? You can't cling to my hand anymore. This little white flower, after gaining the wild attribute, will keep cultivating non-stop. It's like a powerful ally I nurtured myself. The white flower pot still emitted a blue glow. He admired it while thinking. This wild attribute is quite special. It can help a lot in battle. If Lam Wai happens to see it, she'd find it hard to suspect anything. In combat, a normal appearance is the best disguise. Suddenly, his face grew serious. In real combat, strength is only part of it. More importantly, it's about who has more tricks up their sleeve. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The screen showed a call from Old Wang. The neighbor. Fuangdich picked it up and wondered. Old Wang. Isn't he my childhood best friend? He's been in the military for 3 years and we haven't met. He recalled that Old Wang's full name was Wang Liang. His neighbor and desk mate from elementary through high school. They should have stayed close in high school. But that kid patted his shoulder and said he wanted to join the army. Fuangdich answered the call and asked, Kid, you're back. Vuong Luong immediately replied. That's right. How about we grab a drink? Let's meet at the usual spot. You suddenly asked. Why so sudden? He scratched his head shyly and continued. That's right. I have an important secret to tell you. When you hear it, don't faint from shock. Okay, then. He immediately placed his phone down on the table. Sitting across from him were Tuthan Huyen and Kalam. He spoke up. Reporting to the chief officer. I've followed your instructions. But I'd like to ask if he's not the person we're looking for. Can we guarantee his safety? Kalam slammed her hand on the table, crossed her arms, and said sternly, just do your job well. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he's not the one, just treat him like a friend and give him some advice. Fuangdich and Vuong Luong clinked their glasses together and finished their drinks. Yu cautiously took a small sip of beer, silently thinking. Judging by Vuong Luong's demeanor, military life must have been tough. That goofy guy has definitely grown up a lot. He drained his beer and sighed deeply. These past 3 years, I've felt a lot. How about you? You smiled softly and replied. Not bad. I got into college. So it's okay. Hearing that, he just let out an oh. You glanced at your beer and smiled quietly to yourself. You recalled the chaotic war from your past life, the ruined, devastated scenes. Back then, you never got a chance to meet Vuong Luong again. In times of chaos, forget about news. As a soldier, he probably died in some nameless battle. This time, could you change the fate of your old friend? Suddenly, Vuong Luong anxiously asked. I want to ask, have you encountered anything strange lately? Like in the movies, zombies or monsters or something, a suspicion arose in your mind. This guy's right. It's not surprising the military knows about the restoration of spiritual energy. Are these questions just a way to probe me? You coldly and bluntly asked back. What exactly are you trying to say? Vuong Luong looked worried and carefully warned. Good if nothing's happened. Actually, I came today to tell you something. In the near future, maybe in a few months, maybe a year, the degrees and assets we value now will become worthless scraps of paper. Everything will be rearranged from scratch. Hearing that, Fuangdich froze, left speechless and unable to say another word. A sudden thought struck him. Ordinary soldiers must have been ordered to keep the awakening of spiritual energy secret. That meant he was already on the military suspect list. Under surveillance, his childhood friend Wang Liang had been sent to test him. Raising a hand calmly, he said, Don't worry. As long as you keep this to yourself, nothing will happen. Yet, seeing his feigned ignorance, Wang Liang still warned him kindly to stay cautious of the changes. Suddenly, the phone beside him vibrated repeatedly. Grabbing his attention, a voice on the other end shouted urgently, Wang Liang, assemble at the target location within 10 minutes. No questions asked. He immediately responded. Understood. Then, he left him sitting there and quickly ran off. Sorry. Brother. It's an emergency mission. No other way. You should head back first. He stood up abruptly and suggested, Is this about the spiritual energy restoration? Let me come with you. Hearing that, Wang Liang immediately froze. He hurried forward, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. Take me with you. You came to see me this time because you got orders from above. Right, he asked worriedly. Why do you want to come? He quickly reassured. Don't worry. Although I'm not sure what your superiors told you, I know you wouldn't harm me. As night fell, he stood solemnly observing everything in the forest, silently analyzing. Besides, I want to know what the military is dealing with. It must be related to the changes in heaven and earth. He and Wang Liang entered the military's spiritual energy restricted zone number 19. The sky was pitch black, the clouds thick and gray. But since the Spiritual Energy Association was handling anomalies, so what exactly is the military responsible for? Now I want to investigate the truth a bit. The spiritual energy here is really dense. At this concentration, it's even beyond the polluted zones. The two of them approached a squad of soldiers standing neatly in formation. Wang Liang shouted to announce, Wang Liang reporting for assembly. Fang Yi strolled inside, when suddenly a huge explosion erupted in front of them, startling everyone and forcing them to step back. A formidable troop gathered their strength together to restrain the aberrant beast. The monster spewed out a red energy blast with an incredibly destructive force. It knocked several soldiers flying. Fuang Dish froze, eyes wide, wondering if this was a fusion attribute. Ka Lam stood beside him and replied coldly, That's right. The abnormal fusion between the dark and flame attributes has made this dog especially ferocious and brutal. Several of our soldiers have already been seriously injured. Ka Lam, a military officer at the Ghost Mansion 3rd star level, finished speaking and then called out loudly, Vuong Luong. He slapped his chest and shouted back, Yes. She scolded him. You brought someone unrelated into the restricted area without my permission. He stammered, trying to explain. No, it's not like that. She angrily brushed him off. Forget it. This is urgent. You're the last one we need. Come here quickly and set up a combat formation. He shouted. Understood. She pressed her lips tightly and glanced back, thinking, Is that really Fuang Ditch? He looks nothing special. Just a little spiritual energy stirring around him. Could he not be the one? But now's not the time to overthink. She reminded in a low voice, If you're Vuong Luong's friend, I won't say much. This is a restricted zone. Once you're in, you're on your own for life or death. Everything you see here must be kept secret. He responded immediately. I understand. She grabbed her weapon and called out loudly, Truong Mak. Li Ngok. The mutated beast emitted an ever-growing power. Kalam raised his gun and aimed straight ahead to shoot. A burst of flame flared above the beast's head, causing it to howl in agonizing pain. It opened its terrifying mouth wide, eyes blazing red, roaring thunderously. Someone shouted, Its mutation level is getting even worse. That person warned as the beast swung its claws, aiming to attack Li Nok. Lai Ngok stood still and raised his hand to block. Kalam ordered sternly, Don't underestimate it. Keep a safe distance. We have to take it down before it fully evolves. Li Ngok replied, Understood. Watching from afar, Fuang Ditch smiled slightly with sharp eyes. This was a highly trained team. Teammates trusted each other. Discipline and coordination were excellent. Each person was indispensable. And together, they could unleash power far beyond their individual abilities. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he noticed something. He shouted, Run. You're no match for it. The mutated beast emitted a powerful aura, destroying everything nearby. Kalam quickly gave orders, raising the alert level and increasing the mutation grade of the restricted zone. No one was allowed to retreat. Vuong Luong immediately ran forward to obey, but the massive mutated beast standing tall before him forced him to step back. Attention! The Hellhound has fully merged with dark attributes and completely mutated now. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a terrifying and dreadful light. He froze, fear clearly visible in his eyes. Ka Lam anxiously shouted, while Fuang Ditch thought silently, This is bad. The mutated beast slammed its paw into the ground. But luckily Vuong Luong managed to dodge just in time. She clenched her fists and shouted, Everyone listen up. Restricted Zone 0 on a 9. Mutated Hellhound Grade C has fully mutated and evolved. Now upgraded to Grade B. The combat plan has been updated. Phuong Dich stood silently beside her, expression stern. Suddenly, Vuong Luong coughed up blood. She rushed over and asked if he was okay. He forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine. It's just that using spiritual energy on the collar binding it caused some backlash." Using his remaining strength, he tried to reassure, "You don't need to worry. All soldiers in Restricted Zone 19. Phuong Dich's gaze darkened with a flicker of sadness, and Ka Lam slammed his gun into the ground. She ordered, "Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods you use, everyone stood up together to face the giant mutated beast, even if it costs our lives. We absolutely cannot let this Grade B mutation leave the restricted zone." Phuong Dich said nothing but silently leapt forward, surprising Ka Lam. Just as he gathered power in his hands to strike, she urgently asked, "What are you trying to do?" He jumped up, carrying a whirlwind of power, eyes shining and a savage smile on his face, his tone full of arrogant challenge. The mutated beast also leapt up to confront him head-on, its eyes blazing red and bearing terrifying fangs. He soared high above the beast's head and unleashed his attack, shouting, "Then let this thunder god smash his power down hard on its head." It caught him off guard, and he fell face first onto the ground. The electric fire lightning surged powerfully, raising its strength as if it wanted to tear everything apart. The ground exploded and shook violently, and the others seemed unable to stand firm. Zhang Mo couldn't believe his eyes and shouted loudly, "I'm not mistaken. Right, this is a B-rank anomaly that even Chief Officer Ka Lam can't handle on his own." Wang Liang's eyes widened, and he stammered, "Chief Officer, could it be that my brother—" "He really is," Ka Lam frowned, nodded, and replied, "We're not mistaken." She emphasized clearly, "He is definitely the tyrant." Phuong Dich stood before the flames gradually burning the massive mutated beast. His gaze sharpened, and his cold voice rang out, "Still not dead, then I have no choice." He said, "Chief Officer, Old King, both of you step back quickly." Ka Lam and his troops stepped forward, and she thought to herself, "We need to form a formation, coordinate, and be ready to sacrifice ourselves to deal with this B-rank anomaly." Can he really do this alone? Her brows furrowed deeply, revealing wrinkles, as countless thoughts raced through her mind. What kind of power is this? Really? Just as Phuong Dich raised his hand, a surge of thunderous power enveloped him. Witnessing this, Ka Lam silently admitted, "I have to admit, this is the ultimate thunder attribute. Even in Ha Nation today, this is a top-tier existence. If the spiritual energy fully recovers..." She focused on the power he summoned and frowned, wondering, how much more terrifying will he evolve? A massive tornado formed in the sky, lightning bolts connecting and striking straight down. She stood frozen at the sight. Phuong Dich walked with majestic authority and power. He forcefully slammed his hand down, shattering the ground with that power. Truly worthy of the title Tyrant. His eyes flashed a deadly blue light. Lin Gok frowned and complained, "Just watching this gives me chills down my spine and makes my head spin." Zhang Mo stood beside her, trembling all over, stammering, "Why does this thunder attribute feel 10,000 times scarier than the darkness attribute? I can handle corrosion, but lightning strikes, I just can't take that." Phuong Dich calmly stepped out and announced, "Old King, it's all done." He hurried over and lightly scolded, "You, kid, you scared me to death." He casually smacked the kid on the head and joked, "Didn't expect my big brother to be this skilled." The kid smirked and replied, repaying hate with gratitude, I hit the dog. And you hit me." Vuong Luong scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry about that. Actually, I already knew you might be a cultivator. Military orders are like mountains. They pulled you into this." He lightly tapped his chest to comfort him. "What's this? 3 years apart and you act like a stranger." "I'm not a stranger to you." From afar, Ka Lam approached, catching Phuong Dich's attention, and he subtly turned his head. She extended her hand, smiling with satisfaction, and took the initiative to speak. "Phuong Dich, thank you for your help." Hearing that, he smiled softly, his eyes growing much gentler. He shook her hand and kindly said, "It's nothing. Just consider it me saving a friend." She seriously continued, "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ka Lam, in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved the entire Forbidden Zone 019. I hope you can leave your contact info. I need to report this as honestly as possible." Hearing this, He immediately agreed. No problem. Witnessing this, Wang Luang couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Seeing the chief officer respectfully salute his childhood friend was quite an experience. Ka Lam praised. Fuang Dich, your strength far surpasses many cultivators, specially recruited by the military. So I really want to invite you to join the Ha Kingdom's army. But an invitation from a chief officer just guarding a forbidden zone like me probably isn't enough. Her eyes briefly darkened as she thought to herself. What's even more astonishing is that his realm is also the Ghost Mansion realm. 3rd star. But he has already reached No. Surpassed the level of a cultivator in the spirit creation realm. He immediately asked, Chief Ka, do you mean you don't think you're qualified to invite me? She didn't hesitate and replied immediately. That's right. I think there's nothing to deny or be ashamed of. She softened her tone and confessed. This time we're following orders from above and want to learn more about you. We have no intention of dragging you into this anomaly. I think they will personally come to invite you. He gave a faint smile and spoke up. It's not that bad. Actually, I have great respect for you all. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves for others. I've never witnessed soldiers fighting up close before. What you just said stirred something in me. She paused for a moment before replying. Thank you. He placed his hand on his chest and sincerely said, So, if any trouble comes up later, you can call on me to help, just like you all have done for us ordinary people during peaceful times. Of course, there's one condition. You must not interfere with my personal cultivation or restrict me in any way. Ka Lam's instincts sensed a bit of surprise, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Then he waved goodbye and left. It was getting late, and he thought he should have asked permission to leave earlier. She agreed immediately. All right. Wang Liang and I still have to deal with the mutated dog's corpse. We'll send someone to escort you back. Fuang Dich walked away with pride, silently thinking, now I finally understand the army's role. The troops behind him kept watching his retreating figure. The fortress was stationed deep in the mountains, surrounded by forests where spiritual energy gathered. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. The army was deployed in dangerous areas, rich in spiritual energy. Partly so, soldiers could cultivate in a place abundant with it, ensuring the army's combat strength. On the other hand, they also created a boundary to warn and separate the normal world from the realm of the abnormal. Just as he turned his back, Ka Lam said, Wang Liang, your friend, can no longer be described as simple. What happened today is only a tiny glimpse of his true power. However, that alone is enough to show that we can't keep up with a cultivator who has reached this level so quickly. It also proves he possesses things others don't: destiny, courage, and ability. Missing any one of those three is impossible. He turned and suggested, Chief Officer, if that's the case, can we really not offer better treatment? If you feel you're not suited to recruit him, then let me, his childhood friend, do it. She turned and playfully pushed his head down, teasing, All right, kid, come with me to clean up the scene. Wang Liang reluctantly agreed. Understood. Change. Night fell. The entire building had turned off its lights, except for Fuang Dich's house, which was still brightly lit. He sat in his room, focusing on his training. Although his identity had been exposed this time, he hadn't revealed any power beyond his lightning attribute. Moreover, judging by their attitude, this might not even be a bad thing. Fuang Dich recalled today's experience. At least he now knew that the lightning attribute was incredibly rare, almost unique, and could even counter the dark attribute, making it something the military desperately craved. Then he lowered his head, sighed wearily, and thought, to attract me, they not only refrained from threatening or suppressing me, but also gave me a voice, a path to grow stronger quickly, and access to the most advanced information channels. Besides, I now clearly understand the functional distinction between the military and the Spirit Energy Association. Ka Lam and Tathan Huyen stood back to back on different teams, while he silently calculated that the military was the silent assassin, the sword in the shadows, the nation's steadfast shield. They did their best to ensure the peaceful lives of the citizens. The government, on one hand, used restricted zones to protect ordinary people, while on the other, it sent out signals that spirit energy was about to recover, two paths advancing simultaneously. Along with his thoughts, down on the street, the winter night market bustled with people. The government, on one hand, used restricted zones to protect civilians, and on the other, broadcast signals that spirit energy was about to recover. These dual efforts aimed to buy ordinary people more time so they wouldn't be overwhelmed by anomalies rushing in and causing destruction and displacement. A swirl of golden light spiraled deeply into a circle right in Fuangdich's abdomen. He raised his hand and grasped the orb of power. Indeed, it was a restricted zone, brimming with spirit energy. Taming wild power hadn't yet made him feel on the verge of a breakthrough, but just being in the restricted zone for a while made him feel the spirit energy flooding his body. That power flared brightly and forcefully, and his eyes turned golden. This was a sign that a breakthrough was imminent. Lam Wai carried her bag down the street. Wondering if her cousin had come home yet, the girl walked quietly alone along the street. If not, she could let him try her cooking skills to see if she had improved. Suddenly, right in front of the girl, a surge of power erupted and pierced upward. Tearing through the sky, she froze in place. Eyes wide open, mouth stammering. This is, in Lam Wai's eyes at this moment, there was only the silhouette of that power. The oscillations caused by advancing to the Ghost Mansion realm. It flared up fiercely, even radiating an aura that enveloped the entire city. No, that's not right. This terrifying aura. In an instant, that power went wild and formed a massive cloud ring in the sky. Lam Wai wondered, could it be that someone ahead was about to break through to the spirit creation realm? She stood frozen, witnessing a colossal power that seemed like it could tear the sky apart. It was moving now. Wait, this isn't the Ghost Mansion realm. This immense power is the spirit creation realm. The girl's eyes widened as she stared in disbelief, repeatedly questioning herself. Could such a powerful cultivator really be right beside her? The system panel inside the office emitted a warning sound. Warning. Warning. Abnormal index has reached 99. Abnormal index has reached 99. The magnetic field oscillation of spiritual energy is located 5 kilometers southeast of the city. Hanley shouted over the radio. What's going on, everyone? Urgently move into the target area. Thon Huyin's eyes widened in worry. Such a strong, abnormal phenomenon. How was it never detected before? This index alone could destroy an entire city. The soldiers around observed the massive light power model exploding in the city's sky. Is there a cultivator at the spirit creation realm? In other words, this place is about to face a catastrophic disaster. Han Lei anxiously ordered immediate reinforcements from headquarters, requesting all advanced equipment and resources except for large-scale destructive weapons. Someone ran in panic and reported, Major Han, the alarm has been lifted. The abnormality has been eliminated. It was just a cultivator leveling up. Scene change. Fuangdic sat in his room, sighing deeply. He scratched his head and murmured calmly, Spirit Creation Realm First Star. Didn't expect the breakthrough to be so easy. Besides feeling lighter, there didn't seem to be much difference. Fuangdic opened his phone and saw a message notification from someone. Inside, Vuong Luong felt uneasy. Suddenly, a chat window popped up, then a huge fire erupted at Thon Thon University's gym. Guys, look. Sources say it's another anomaly from the polluted zone. Second one, after the Northgate incident. Wait. You knew I thought a cultivator had purified that area. Apparently, the anomaly's back. I'll find your leader right now. Hey, hero of Luong Sun. Listen, your power's gotten too strong. Even my superiors can't control you now. I can't protect you anymore. So be careful when you go out. Reading this, Fuangdic realized Vuong Luong was right. That's why he stayed wary of the military and the Spirit Association. Keeping his Yang Flame power and Red Fire sword technique secret, he replied with a reassuring message. Don't worry. I'll be careful. I'm still hiding my trump card. Just then, Lam Wai quietly opened the door and announced, I'm back. The girl gently asked, Cousin, have you eaten yet? I brought some food for you. All right, he said gratefully. Just leave it there. I'll eat it later. A slight frown flickered across Lam Wai's face as she sighed silently. Her cousin was a good person with no bad habits, but the only problem was he was a bit lazy. Lam Wai stared at Fuangdic's back. He just liked lounging around at home and didn't even bother going to college. Every day, he clung to his phone. Cultivators like us are always busy running around seeking opportunities and pretending to hide our identities from ordinary people. Yet my cousin's life was so carefree and easygoing. Before going fully into her room, the girl didn't forget to turn her head and look at him one more time. Then she collapsed onto the bed to rest, right in the same area where a revered figure had appeared in the spirit creation realm. causing a massive stir. Those cultivators who sensed this disturbance would surely spread the news soon. Forget it. When that time comes, I'll protect my cousin as a way to repay the kindness of being allowed to stay here, he thought to himself. The trees and flower beds around the exercise yard had all been burned to ashes, and now the area was sealed off. People were commenting, "Dumb. Such a huge fire, did someone in the dorm cook hot pot and blow the circuit?" Even special forces had arrived. But was this really their jurisdiction? Phuong Dik's face showed some worry as she silently wondered. This video clip was too short and cut off abruptly. It looked even more serious than the situation at the North Gate earlier. She wondered what differences the Yang attribute would bring this time. She wanted to go there herself, but decided she had to contact her first. The next day, a large crowd gathered outside the school gate, phones raised, hoping to catch something on camera. Rumors spread that the university was really on fire. Is anyone hurt? Why is there no news coverage of such a big event? Amid the noisy chatter, a lone foot quietly stepped forward. When Ka Lam and Phuong Dich entered, everyone was amazed, wondering who these two were to look so confident and bold. They even questioned why they were held outside while these two had just arrived and were already inside. Standing there with such commanding presence, she asked curiously, "A fire this intense, is this the heavenly fire?" he replied. "Heavenly fire," she explained. "That's what the government named it." At night, the flames blaze and spread across roads and mountains with no warning. The fire erupts suddenly and can't be extinguished. All you can do is wait for it to consume everything at once. Ka Lam turned to ask, "Phuong Dich, I'm heading to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me?" She quickly replied. "You go ahead. I'll stay here." She reminded him, "Be careful. We'll meet again soon." Phuong Dich took a walk around, observing everything around her. He bent down to examine the soil. This scorched land had already gone cold. Could it be that not a trace of the celestial fire's spiritual energy remained? If so, then of course, there was nothing to gather. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. "Phuong Dich." He turned around, equally surprised. It was Sothon Lai, who asked curiously, "Is that really you? Why are you here?" Her friend chimed in. "Phuong Dich. Right. Is he the ex-boyfriend you mentioned? The one who only got into community college?" She just quietly nodded. Her friend slapped her shoulder and sneered. "Man, I know you might still have some feelings for Thon Lai, but the reality between you two is crystal clear. Just give it up." Phuong Dich showed no change in expression and coldly asked, "Feelings for her?" The people around started whispering. "Isn't that so? Thon Lai, who's that guy with her? No idea. Probably some poor suitor trying to woo the school beauty. Never seen him before. He's not from our school. What kind of security is this? Didn't they say they'd tighten supervision? How can outsiders just stroll in like that?" Thon Li's friend stepped forward and criticized. "Thon Li is the school's queen bee now. I suggest you think twice. Do you know how many better guys are chasing her? You don't stand a chance. Just go back. This isn't a place for you. Also, our school is under lockdown. How did you get in? If you don't explain, I'll call the cops." Thon Li said nothing, shyly turning away, feeling conflicted inside. Didn't he say before that after breaking up, he wouldn't regret it? So why was he here now? Just then, Ka Lam suddenly appeared and questioned. "Phuong Dich, is this your friend?" He replied coldly, "Just a high school classmate. Not really a close friend." She added, "So, just a classmate." She even smirked triumphantly at Sothon Lai. She and her friend recoiled in fear, stunned by the woman's powerful aura. Who was she? And how did she know Phuong Dich? Ka Lam said calmly, "I just spoke with the principal. This fire is far more serious than we thought, and I can't explain everything yet. The principal will lead us to the origin point. As the military advisor, you must come too." Phuong Dich nodded without hesitation. "No problem." The principal appeared with a group of bodyguards beside him and shouted orders loudly. "Everyone, disperse quickly. The gym yard is under lockdown, and no one is allowed near the area." Thon Lai was so shocked she gaped and stammered. "Principal. See ya." She glanced at the principal's stern expression and thought to herself, the principal is usually swamped with 100 different tasks, and so busy no one ever sees him. I heard even the vice principal struggles to get a meeting with him, and there's a rumor that no one in this school has ever seen him smile. Is he here because of this woman and Phuong Dich? Her friend shyly crossed his arms politely. The principal actually showed up. Could it be he brought people to arrest these two intruders? The principal stood facing Fuang Dich and Ka Lam. He shook hands warmly and smiled as he spoke to him. "Hello. You must be Advisor Fuang," the one Chief Ka introduced. "Right, lately. I've been tangled up with all the strange incidents at school. I'm afraid students might get hurt because of this fire. It's great that you came to help resolve this." He even bowed his head slightly and asked for his help. "We really need your assistance with the situation at the gym." Seeing this, Thonli couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. The bodyguards shouted loudly and ordered everyone not involved. "Step back, no crowding around to watch. Move back now." Some students couldn't believe their eyes and whispered excitedly, "Am I seeing this right? The principal is so old. Yet he treats that teenage boy like that." Amid the noisy crowd, they guessed he must have some special status. No wonder he got into our school. Just look at his demeanor and how he's treated. Only Thonli still hadn't recovered, and they even turned to mock her, making her blush and lower her head in embarrassment. Who said earlier that he was her pursuer or ex-boyfriend? Her eyes gradually blurred until she could no longer see clearly. How could this be? Even if she tried to chase after him, there was no guarantee she could catch up to him. She stood alone, isolated amid the whispers and pointed accusations, unaware that throughout the entire time, the young man hadn't paid the beauty queen the slightest bit of attention. Outside, in the northern district of Qingqing University, the principal was leading a group. After the golden light at the north gate faded, I thought the situation was nearly over. But then, a few nights ago, a stadium suddenly caught fire, and even the fire trucks couldn't put it out. Luckily, it happened at night, so no students were around, and we managed to secure the scene in time. He confessed through gritted teeth, filled with frustration. But then Stadiums 2 and 3 caught fire. We could explain those, but the continuous strange phenomena I've seen: fire falling from the sky, bright red flames hovering in midair with no apparent cause at all. He froze, looking up and lowering his voice. Fortunately, the fires at the other stadiums have been extinguished. Only this one remains. Fuang Dich also looked on, sniffing the air and silently judging the pungent smell of smoke, staring at the basketball hoop engulfed in flames. He wondered if that hoop was the origin point of the fire. The principal didn't hesitate and confirmed, "Yes, only the fire here can't be put out." Ka Lam raised a watch displaying the number 11. Fuang Dich couldn't help but wonder, "What is that?" She explained softly, "You can think of it as a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. If the level exceeds 10, the area must be sealed off for ordinary people, whose lives are extremely fragile. An abnormality over 10 means a disaster they can hardly escape." The device vibrated and climbed to 60. Ka Lam's voice trembled as she said, "So high? Really that high?" She shouted, "This is bad. The threshold is way too high now. If we leave it like this, not only Qingjing University, but the entire city could be affected. We have to immediately dispatch 3 generals from the Ghost Mansion 3rd Star and 7 generals from the Ghost Mansion 2nd Star to form a battle line here. They must be the ones with the purest spiritual energy and the strongest ranks." Hearing that, in a split second, Fuang Dich risked jumping inside despite others calling out to him, "Advisor Fuang," and even a sign outside forbidding entry. Without hesitation, he plunged into the sea of flames, the clock screen beeping continuously, the number soaring up to 110. Ka Lam shouted loudly, announcing the fire was still raging fiercely, increasing again. This 110 threshold could be classified as an S-rank anomaly. "He's already inside. What do we do next?" She hesitated, standing before the massive blaze, wondering how he could dare to risk going in alone. Even the strongest warlord in the Forbidden Zone wouldn't dare. Fuang Dich's tall and imposing figure stood firm, barely visible within the sea of flames. He slowly advanced, inspecting everything. Last time, the Yang attribute helped him resist lightning, so this heavenly fire should naturally be stoppable too. But while protecting himself, he couldn't touch the primal flames or activate his cultivation technique's power. The heavenly fire stood right before him, surrounding the basketball pole, so he had to get as close as possible to the primal flames. Then, the heavenly fire opened its huge mouth wide and lunged upward, ready to attack. Fuang Dich remained unshaken, his face stern as he reached out to block it. The two confronted each other head on. The golden Yang body shield activated again. The heavenly fire opened its massive mouth, and he struggled to stay firm against its overwhelming power. He gritted his teeth, brow furrowed, sweat pouring down like a shower. The system panel announced a detection of extremely strong heavenly fire attribute fluctuations. He thought silently and smirked bitterly. No wonder it's called heavenly fire. Capricious and even stronger than the wild power of death itself. But I will definitely absorb you. Even though wounds appeared on his face, he kept on enduring. The system panel announced, you have acquired the cultivation technique 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal Art. 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire. Exorcising evil and demons. Sealing all malevolent spirits. Fuangdik reached out and sent the heavenly fire soaring into the sky. The system announced, the cultivation technique you compiled is unlocked without needing to learn it. Extracting attributes now. The heavenly fire begins to diversify further. His eyes lit up as if he had just unlocked a new power. His eyes remained tightly shut, but traces of power began to appear on his face. He had acquired the heavenly fire attribute. Fuangdik clasped his hands together, opened a pair of glowing red eyes, and shouted, 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Seal Technique. His entire body emitted a mysterious red light. What was once just heavenly fire now included chains wrapping around him. Both the principal and Ka Lam were shocked to see this growing. Vast power, it was a sealing aura. I've seen high-level cultivators in the military seal forbidden zones before. Their technique differs from Fuangdik's. But the sealing aura is strikingly similar. He raised his hand and shouted, commanding the chains. Go. They gradually advanced and wrapped around his body. The flames and chains quickly shrank. And Fuangdik took the bundle of chains. The seal was complete. He lifted them into the air as he stepped outside. The principal smiled with relief and said, I'll temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. Don't lift the stadium seal for now. And no one is allowed near. This way, at least the heavenly fire won't spread any further. Rest assured, the stadium won't be unsealed. After all, the school has more than just this one stadium. Ka Lam stood silently, furrowing her brows in obvious discomfort. Fuangdik praised. Thonbok is really generous. With 7 or 8 stadiums, the principal said loudly. This matter, advisor. You're quite funny. If you need, before he could finish, Ka Lam interrupted. Principal, I have some matters to discuss with Advisor Fuang. He scratched his head, laughed, and continued. No problem. No problem. Please. Go ahead. Fuangdik pressed. What's going on? Ka Lam stepped closer and spoke cryptically. Fuangdik, you've been hiding a lot. He calmly replied. It's nothing special. This heavenly fire is pretty fierce and hard to deal with. Her gaze sharpened, and her words became firm. Stop pretending to be clueless. You know I'm talking about you hiding your talent and your level. Fuangdik listened calmly to her words and smiled indifferently. Well, a cultivator with secrets is normal, especially someone as strong as you. Although I have no right to ask you to do anything. I hope you'll listen to what I say next. Outside, the city lay in ruins. Smoke and fire billowing everywhere. At this critical moment of great change in the world, Kingdom desperately needs top-tier geniuses like you. Let me put it this way, when the spiritual energy fully recovers, you'll be like a nuclear deterrent in today's world. Fuangdik stood silently, facing Ka Lam's arguments. Whether it's the military's restricted zones or the Spiritual Energy Association, they'll all compete fiercely to have you. There's even a chance that high-level forces from other countries will come to recruit you with extremely generous offers. She closed her eyes and spoke softly. Of course, I don't deny I have my own considerations. If you join the military's restricted zone, it's like gaining a friend. Another path. So I suggest you start thinking about it now. So when the time comes, you won't hesitate. Hearing this, he was silent for a moment before asking, I'm curious, why do you and Vuong Luong both not want to pull me into your restricted zones? You even seem to think I'm unworthy. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Ka Lam's face, and she quickly replied, Of course, it's because of that legendary restricted military zone. They're so formidable, it's almost twisted. So I think you'd be more interested in them. He asked skeptically. The 4th phase level, she quickly affirmed. Absolutely, but I haven't met them much. I heard they've been very busy lately. He thought to himself, the top military of Ha Kingdom has been so busy recently that even officers in other districts have caught wind of it. Ka Lam waved her hand, signaling to move on. Enough talk. Let's go. The principal said he wants to treat us to a meal at Thanthan University's cafeteria. Following her, he wondered silently. They must be facing some serious troubles too. Countless cultivators appeared where the city was in danger, indicating that some extremely terrifying anomalies had emerged. Their power far exceeded that of the current cultivators. Judging by Ka Lam's tone, these cultivators definitely possess the spirit creation realm like me. Or even stronger. Fuang Dich frowned, sweat pouring down his face. Clearly worried. He thought to himself that the day the spiritual energy fully recovers is really approaching, and it feels like our preparations still aren't enough. He slowly stepped out of the massive flames, wondering how to make the most of the heavenly fire attribute he just absorbed in the stadium. The heavenly fire spreads wildly without pattern, burning everything in its path like an endless wild blaze, perfect for dealing with the countless anomalies spreading over a wide area. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes widened and lit up. Got it, he thought to himself. Isn't this a perfect match for my red flame blade technique? Adding demonic power is like embroidery on brocade. The more, the better. One quiet morning in the mountains, with endless mountain ranges stretching out. This is the back mountain. He gripped his weapon tightly and stepped forward, standing before a sign, warning that the mountain was dangerous and forbidding climbing. He couldn't help but wonder why this mountain was already sealed off, without any anomalies appearing. However, military news surely wouldn't arrive this fast. Knowing he was going to train and experiment in the back mountain, only the Spirit Energy Association knew his habits. Fuang Dich unconsciously raised his hand to his chin and smiled confidently. Could this land have been gifted to me as a testing ground? If so, obedience is better than reverence. Suddenly, something made him feel strange and caused him to pause for a long moment. He stood still and scanned the surroundings, his expression darkening. Wait. Could there be rogue mutants sneaking into the back mountain? This aura was exactly like what I encountered at the factory before. But les intense. From a high branch behind him, a beast's tail and paw dangled down. The mutant beast hung on the branch, staring straight ahead with cold, sharp eyes. Fuang Dich rubbed the sword in his hand and smiled, thinking, it already has intelligence, weighing the enemy's strength to decide whether to attack or not. If so, let's take a closer look. The system panel chimed a notification. Heavenly Fire, also known as Supreme Flame, has a powerful light attribute specialized in eradicating evil. Do you want to attach the Heavenly Fire attribute to your great sword? He raised the sword, emitting immense energy, and replied, yes. From within the sword, a blazing golden flame erupted with tremendous power. The Heavenly Fire burned eternally, never extinguishing. His eyes glowed with golden fire as he smirked confidently. This undying heavenly fire, combined with my red flame sword technique, what kind of effect will it ultimately produce? He swung the sword forcefully toward the ground, and two heavenly fire dragons burst forth, shouting loudly. He challenged, let's test the blade. Seeing this, the mutant beast recoiled in panic, gritting its teeth with fear shining in its eyes. The flames roared like a fierce tornado, chasing the mutant beast relentlessly, scaring it so much that it fled in haste. As the flames gradually died down, Fuang Dich stepped closer, smiling with satisfaction, and praised, well done. The energy of this flame is not just higher than the original red flame sword technique, it's actually double. Moreover, this energy has no adverse effect on me whatsoever. He lightly touched the glowing blade with 2 fingers, his gaze darkening as he muttered coldly, then let's see how that mongrel runs. Scene change inside the same forest. A phone was live streaming, and a voice called out, hey everyone, I really am not a scammer. Do you know what it feels like to be super lucky since childhood? The female streamer cheerfully raised 2 fingers and struck a cute pose to attract viewers. Although this is my first day live streaming, the content just finds me. People with all kinds of online nicknames started commenting, "Fishing, stop bragging. If you're brave, go straight to the north gate of Thon Thon University and film that heat. Right now, the hottest thing is the heavenly fire at Thon Thon University Stadium." Suddenly, the female streamer's eyes widened as she noticed something strange right in front of her. From behind, the mutant beast lunged and pinned her to the ground, causing the phone in her hand to slip away. The phone slammed hard onto the ground, cracking the screen. The scene of the streamer groaning in pain as the mutant beast strangled her and slammed her to the ground was recorded, giving everyone another hot topic to discuss. What's wrong with the streamer? Did she encounter a ghost? Damn. This acting just got way too sudden. The effects are so fake. Tears streamed down her face unconsciously, her eyes filled with despair as she whimpered. But the mutant beast refused to let go. It opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of gleaming white fangs. Suddenly, from behind, a phoenix of celestial fire swooped in and rescued her. Watching the screen and seeing the mutant beast retreat, Everyone couldn't believe their eyes and commented, "Whoa, what is that? A fire dragon? This is amazing. The effects are top-notch." A notification popped up on the screen, showing the viewer count had reached 13,154. The girl sat up quickly, her voice trembling as she hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" She quickly reached out with her hand and grabbed the phone. The female streamer screamed hoarsely and hurriedly raised her phone to record the blazing power of the fire ahead. "I got it, someone's there. Someone standing inside the flames." The phone screen showed an image of Phuong Dich peeking out from the bright golden flames. Surely, he was a celestial being, a god who had come to save her. His image was already featured on news sites, sparking endless discussion. One slash shattered the blue sky. A celestial being descended to save the world. The mysterious man with the celestial fire sword. The views had soared to 13,596,254. Thon Lee's friend sat in front of the computer, excitedly calling out, "Thang Ypsilon. Come check this out. A celestial being descended to save someone. There really are cultivators out there. And celestial fire is real too." Thon Lai crossed her arms and dismissively waved it off. "Don't believe that stuff. Everything online is just acting and special effects." Suddenly, she became focused on something. She immediately leaned closer to the screen and stammered, "This is..." Her friend smiled and continued, "See, I told you it's real. So cool." Right, Thanli's face darkened. Her teeth clenched tightly, sweat pouring down as she seemed unable to believe her eyes. She insisted the video was definitely fake. Just special effects. In her heart, she thought, "No way. That's definitely not him. It just looks a little like him." Shane Change. Number 81 pulls out his phone and shows it to Lam Wai. "Yi. Does this person look familiar? He looks a lot like the cultivator who saved us from the vines earlier." The girl immediately replies, "I think so too. Besides, I recently learned that a great deity broke through to the spirit creation realm and lives near my house. Could these two actually be the same person?" At the same time, in the forest, Hyunya also takes out his phone and turns to Lao Li. "Lao Ypsilon, check if this guy is Fang. His power feels much stronger now." Lao Li smiles and says, "Oh man, that sword swing posture is exactly the same. We really did latch onto a big ally before." Shane Change. Outside a tall building under a clear blue sky. The city's crisis is steadily approaching. While our cultivators aren't strong enough to respond, the association leader quickly speaks up during the meeting. "I heard the military had a deep exchange with Phuong Dich already." Xiao Suo. Thon Huyen firmly confirms without hesitation. "I believe he'll help us." Scene shifts to another meeting room. Ha Lam speaks up. "He leveled up to the spirit creation realm in such a short time. What kind of monster is this? Even the anomalies tremble when they see him. Also, how many advanced attributes does he have on him?" Hanla replies in a low voice. 3. Or maybe more than 3. With such strong potential, our influence is like a joke. Recruiting him is the only way." She wonders, "Did you say the higher-ups have decided to go themselves?" He closes his eyes and slowly explains, "It's decided. But it seems the top ranks aren't ready to lower themselves and contact Phuong Dich. After all, the top cultivators have all joined the military already." Hanley lowered his head and said, "Find out what Phuong Dich still needs: new weapons, equipment in development, good training sites, gift them to him, and handle the live stream and uploaded footage right away." Than Huyen looked up, worried. All of Ha Nation's spiritual energy is centered on that kid now. Ka Lam lowered his head, closed his eyes, and smirked faintly. "He really makes you look forward to what's next." The heart rate monitor beeps in a quiet space. A gentle voice whispers, "Master, it seems Ha Nation has a new hope now." Elder Lam sat beside the sickbed, feeling sad and reflective. With someone of such strength appearing, the chance for him to wake up had slightly increased. One day later, outside a building surrounded by forest, the early sunlight filtered through. Phuong Dich quietly sat in the kitchen having breakfast, overwhelmed by countless thoughts. Yesterday's rumors were so wild, who would have guessed a female streamer sneaked into the mountain to livestream to gain fame? They really took a big risk. He bit lightly into a piece of bread while thinking, but now that video was nowhere to be found online. And the livestream room had been locked down. It was probably handled by the military or the Spirit Energy Association. Phuong Dich opened his eyes and noticed something. He looked toward Lam Wai's room door, worried, and wondered. Wait a minute. Lam Wai hasn't come home all night. and hasn't messaged me at all. What happened, even if she was on a mission? He hurriedly grabbed his phone and called, feeling uneasy. This girl wouldn't be so unreliable. Right, but all he got was the operator's voice saying, "Hello. The number you have dialed is currently out of service area." His face couldn't hide his fear. He told himself, "This isn't good. I have to go find her." Lam Wai and number 81 walked through a foggy forest. She whispered, "How long have we been stuck here? Can you roughly calculate?" Number 81, exhausted, forced himself to answer, "About 10 hours. I don't remember clearly. Sorry. It's my fault you got involved. At first, I thought it was just a normal ghost shadow." She cried out in pain. The girl continued, "All right. No more apologies. After all, it's because I'm not strong enough yet. Remember, always stay alert and conserve your strength." Her eyes seemed thoughtful as she looked ahead, silently wishing she could be like that great power. Behind them, a giant demon with blazing red eyes appeared in the cold night, completely unnoticed by them. As she turned around, the girl caught sight of a black claw lunging toward her. Only about a foot away, Lam Wai shouted, "Watch out." A spiral of spirit light surged up, shielding her teammate. She gathered all her strength and launched a blue beam straight into the descending claw. A shadowy figure darted past. She knocked down the swarm of dark shadows. Number 81 spoke up. "Are these the people who got trapped and died here?" the girl said. "Now they've become abnormal zombies, playing with us, trying to assimilate us too." Number 81 added, "Our attacks don't affect this black mist at all, and our spiritual energy is draining rapidly. Plus, we have no idea where that abnormality is." She continued, "It's like it's waiting for us to completely run out of spiritual energy. Then it treats us like mosquitoes to drain. Here. It seems to be unbeatable." Number 81 frowned, staring ahead silently as if deep in thought. She screamed in horror when a red circle like an eye opened in the middle of the black mist. Why? The red orb pulsed as if sucking in. A droplet formed at the lower edge, then cracked. Tiny red circles separated from the body, floating in a black vortex. She hesitated briefly, gathering all her strength in her hands to block a slicing attack flying through. Number 81 shouted, "Get lost." "You damn thing," Lam Wai spoke up. "That thing is starting to lose patience. Don't be careless." A cold sharpness flickered in her eyes. Her eyelid trembled slightly before quickly calming down. Behind the gleaming sword, a red light pierced through the smoke. The girl leaned aside and dodged hastily. Many eyes surrounded Lam Wai. She thought silently, "Am I about to die? I can't hear Number 81 anymore. That makes sense. We've all been swallowed by darkness." She held her breath deep in her lungs, blinking slowly to shake off the trembling. Lam Wai thought, "Sorry. I shouldn't have acted on my own, or been so confident, thinking just the two of us could finish this mission. Yes, the path of cultivation is full of dangers, and I once thought I'd disappear in some nameless corner one day." She reached out as if trying to grasp something. But what would the world be like then? What role would the cultivators hiding underground play now? The majestic waves after spiritual energy has recovered, maybe I'll never see them again. Her eyelid twitched once. A tear slipped from her lashes. She was surprised to see something ahead. Lam Wai reached out toward a fiercely blazing blue aura, its radiant branches lighting up the entire space. Fuangdich dashed straight into the blue light beam, his hand pressing tightly against the fiery core. His blue eyes gleamed like a cold blade as he exclaimed, "Almost too late." Lam Wai teared up seeing Fuangdich, and she called out loudly, "Cousin." He formed a blue aura that exploded into a wave of water, flinging the girl's body away from the core of the light. Fuangdich stood upright in the dark space, his hand gripping a still trembling blue aura, thinking to himself, "So it really is my cousin. But he's not an ordinary person at all." She screamed in terror, "Be careful. The abnormal entity is behind us on the right." He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, which emitted a brilliant glow. Fuangdich thought, "Perfect. Let me see how heavenly fire affects the dark attribute." He spun around, his fist bursting with orange flames as he swept it across. Behind him, a red monster roared, and he shouted, "Scarlet Fire Blade Technique." A stream of blazing red fire shot straight at the beast. Lam Wai looked ahead silently, as if pondering something, while number 81 spoke up. Why? Are we about to die?" She continued, "Dumb. What kind of sea of fire is this? Are we going to hell with the abnormal entity? Then she reassured herself. Calm down. Look carefully. We're still alive. Number 81 said in surprise. We're still alive. Wait. He spoke up. It's all settled. And I haven't even had breakfast yet. Both girls looked at him. Lam Wai smiled and glanced at him. Number 81 stared at Fuang Dich. Her eyes widening as if she suddenly remembered something. She stepped closer and said, It's really you. Isn't it back in Yangfire Town? At that deadly vine spot. You saved us, he shyly replied. Was I really that easy to recognize? Lam Wai asked. Wait, she said. The fire system powerhouse who saved us before is my cousin. Number 81 excitedly said, Oh my god. The superboss is actually your cousin. Didn't you say your cousin was just an ordinary guy? Fuang Dich scratched her head, smiling softly as she said, This is our lifesaver. 1/ wiped out a wasteland. Shattered the Demon Mansion's 3rd-star frontline, and even drew Sister Jia Lam's attention. She mused. So my cousin's that high-level fire user, but he just used lightning pure and powerful. Dual advanced systems. Could the spirit creation realm prodigy be my cousin? His hand glowed and stood upright. A surge of energy gathering at his fingertip. Fuang Dich spoke up. All right. It's you. You still have something to ask us. Right. You know that dark system anomalies can't be handled like ordinary ones. So why did only the two of you come? Where are your teammates? Number 81 explained. Nu Mao's seriously ill. He kept it hidden during missions. Now that he's grounded, he can't come. The great uncle's on a tougher task, and the others aren't around. Lam Wai scratched his head and said awkwardly, It's my fault. I thought after reaching the Demon Mansion 3rd-star realm, nothing could go wrong. He fell silent, watching the two girls, lost in thought. He thought to himself, Looks like these teammates all have their own thoughts. Seems like this team won't last much longer. Well then, you guys can leave. I will never abandon my teammates. Number 81, who had previously shown dissatisfaction with the team, now stood up to defend their honor in front of outsiders. Truly a person who values loyalty. As for my cousin, being smart, she probably sensed this early on. He spoke. Cousin. Actually, I think since and even your friend already know my identity. And I trust you both. Why not? Fuang Dich continued. Let's form a team. How about it? But you two must not reveal this to anyone outside. Lam Wai was silent, thinking it over, while number 81 was very excited. Really, boss? That's great. That's just awesome. My lips are sealed. Wow. I really am lucky to have YY's favor. The little girl wiped her tears and thought to herself, That's right. A powerful cultivator like my cousin must have realized long ago that he is also a cultivator. And quietly protected me too. It turns out that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a trustworthy family member who wholeheartedly helps and accompanies you is such a happiness. Lam Yi was moved and bit her lip tightly, tears continuing to fall from her eyes. The little girl smiled and said, All right then. Thank you, cousin. Tonight, I'll fry you 2 eggs. At the park, Lam Yi said while looking at her phone. Sister Jia Lam just issued a new mission. The little girl focused on the phone screen and read the message from Jia Lam, announcing a mission to the extreme Yin land, to collect mission items related to the dark element. Think carefully before signing up. Fuang Dich spoke up. So it's the dark element. Huh. Do you know anything about extreme Yin land? The girl replied. Extreme Yin land is located at the border and belongs to the dark element, which Ha Kingdom strictly forbids. Inside, the dark element is extremely strong, so cultivators avoid this area during missions and take detours. Lam Yi continued. Moreover, most of the abnormalities in the city nowadays have leaked out from that area. The authorities have never explored deeply into this forbidden zone. I heard there were some serious accidents inside. He spoke up. Really? Then we have to give it a try. Let me ask what exactly the mission entails. Did she reply? Number 81 answered. No. Sister Jia Lam is very mysterious. Never saying more than a few words, he thought to himself, Extreme Yin land is a forbidden zone, strictly managed by Ha Kingdom, where many casualties have occurred. Yet Jia Lam can still issue missions related to this land to cultivators. She's not a reckless troublemaker defying the government. Her identity must be unusual. Either she's a high-ranking military officer or part of the council. I lean more toward the latter. The computer screen displayed a message, Sister Gia Lam. I want to register. Specifically, what do we have to do? The mission content this time is to collect rotten 7 flowers. A little reminder, the rewards for this mission are much more generous than usual. But all dangers in extreme Yinland belong to the dark element. The level of danger from abnormalities is also higher than anything encountered before. Therefore, everyone needs to form a team before signing up. Number 81 said in surprise. Oh my god. What's going on? How does Sister Gia Lam know so many details? Lam Y held her phone in her hand, deep in thought, and continued texting. Gia Lam. This mission might involve an S-rank anomaly, and the mortality rate is very high. Everyone should think carefully before acting. If a strong and reliable cultivator forms a team, it's not too late to register afterward. She replied as she walked. All right, let's just wait and see if that person agrees or not. Fuang, Di spoke up. Who? If there's a strong and reliable cultivator, Lam Y thought to herself. This is way too straightforward. Just missing the line. I know you. I know a cultivator like you would be interested. Do you dare to come? She continued. Cousin, looks like this is aimed at you. In the middle of the swamp, a black shape stood upright. A white streak, like a fang, flickered slightly. Fuangdich said, Interesting. This extremely yin land. I really want to visit it. The computer screen displayed messages between Lam Y and Gia Lam. Someone spoke up. Sister Lam. Their squad is over here, she said. It's okay. If he's a cultivator worthy of Ha Kingdom's trust, he will come. The other person continued. But if he doesn't come, won't this batch of cultivators? Gia Lam interrupted. If he doesn't come, it just means fate hasn't arrived yet, she said. Do you two think the mission to collect the rotten 7 flower is deliberately sending strong cultivators to their deaths? The other stammered. Sister Lam. She placed a bouquet on the table and said, a life or death mission like picking rotten 7 flowers actually has a core purpose that's completely opposite to its appearance. She continued, this is the inevitable path to accumulate power for Ha Kingdom. Only by picking the rotten 7 flowers can we save more cultivators. After all, they are the core force of Ha Kingdom's future. On a quiet train car, a boy was pointing to his mother, directing her gaze toward Fuang Dish, who was leaning against a pillar carrying a long weapon. 3 girls stood before Master Gia Lam's sickbed. One spoke up, saying the elite frontline fighters had fallen one after another, their fate unknown. She grasped his hand tightly and said, no matter what, we must gather more 7 decay flowers. Master, as the only cultivator in Ha Kingdom to reach the Diamond Realm, you must use these flowers to heal and awaken him. The existence of a Diamond Realm powerhouse, once spiritual energy is restored, is as valuable as a modern-day nuclear weapon. The old man closed his eyes tightly, red veins bulging beneath his breathing mask, golden lightning bolts intertwined into a halo. The shadow of a person lying face down on a stool. The other person spoke, saying the mission was important, but his health was just as crucial. She fell silent, her expression hardening with deadly resolve. Gia Lam bit his lip and said, my health is important. She shouted angrily. Yes. It really is, because this life of mine was brought back by my comrades. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she fell silent, her eyes growing pensive. She spoke regretfully. Sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you all. The other said, Sister Lam, did your headaches flare up again? She replied. It's okay. It's not time for medicine yet. Thinking of her comrades, she added, I just wanted to, but it's all in the past now. She recalled the life or death battles alongside everyone. Sword Bearer Squad. Please retreat immediately. The extreme dark zone is truly terrifying. The mission to gather 7 decay flowers, we can only entrust to you for the Master, for Ha Kingdom, and for everyone. She shouted. No, I'm not leaving. The captain used his last strength to protect her, saying, these are our attributes. I hope you can make use of them. You must survive and return. She said sadly. They transferred their spiritual energy to me. But they didn't know that if the blood contaminates, or the flowers aren't fully gathered, the 7 decay flowers become useless. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, on a cold gray grassland, 3 people walked before a barren mountain range stretching to the horizon. Number 81 asked wearily, How many more miles do we have to go? She spoke up. Hey. I'm saying. Boss. Yi. Everyone's already this strong. Can we fly a bit? Lam Yi replied. When spiritual energy isn't abundant enough for the human body to freely fly, even cultivators can't do that. Fong Dishret. Sharp eyes showed he was vigilantly observing the surroundings. He said, so ahead is the extreme dark zone. He thought to himself. This place is already shrouded in dark attributes. And even with layers of barriers, you can still sense an unpleasant, disturbing aura here. Number 81 spoke up. This awful stench is 100 times worse than the abnormal creature we faced last night. No, it's more like 1,000 times worse. The girl continued. Calm down. We're here now. Fuangdish said. Not bad. Look ahead. Surprisingly, there are quite a few cultivators here too. On a clearing, a few people stood talking, while an armored figure sat cross-legged on a vehicle roof. Watching, Lam Yi said. That's right. I think it's not just because of the generous rewards, but also like what number 81 and I experienced. The dark attribute is tough to deal with. Bloodthirsty and hostile to humans, the girl continued. But now there have been multiple unusual dark attribute riots inside the city. He said, that's right. I've faced 2 dark attribute abnormalities head-on before. One was a mutant rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it looked more like a giant rodent, Fuangdich added. There was also a large snake lurking in the factory at night. They have much higher intelligence than that mutant rabbit. They can cooperate and set traps to ambush, nearly wiping out the Spiritual Energy Association's people, just like Yi said. These abnormalities are extremely cunning, seemingly deliberately avoiding the city border army's defenses, though we don't know how they do it. It continued. So we definitely have to make a trip there. The steel station was right next to an energy gate. The crowd fell silent, waiting for the supervisor's wave to give the signal. Than Huyen stared ahead intently, as if she had just discovered something. Suddenly falling silent as if deep in thought, she exclaimed when she saw Fuang Dish. What the hell is this? He's here too, and he even brought along those 2 girls. Little Than stood beside her and softly called out, Boss. Boss. Than Huyen clasped her hands and silently prayed. Amitabha Buddha. Great Buddha. Please don't let him notice me. He seemed to have recognized something and asked, Hey, is that Captain 2 over there? Than Huyen looked at Fuang Dik and said, Oh, it's you. You came to the extreme dark zone too, that's great. She scratched her head and added, The military has long synchronized data about Fuang Dich. Number 81 asked, Who's this girl? Could she be Yi's sister-in-law? The girl was equally surprised. Who? Cousin. She waved her hand and explained, Oh no, that's a huge misunderstanding. He spoke up. Of course not. She just does odd jobs for me. Captain 2 of the Spirit Association. She said, Why do I feel even more annoyed now? Suddenly, a voice came from behind, and the whole group turned around together. A bunch of kids bragging shamelessly. Old Dang spoke up. These cultivators nowadays, the younger ones come after the older ones, but they have no manners at all. If you don't greet your elders, fine, but this noisy attitude, they don't even care where they are. I hope that later in the extreme dark zone, you all can trust each other like this. Number 81 was furious. My temper's flaring up again. Do you even know who these people are? Lam Y reached out to stop him. Number 81 glanced over and saw Fuang Dik shaking his head slightly. So she gave up. She pointed at him and said, Sir, you should worry about yourself first. Later, who knows who might get scared to death. Old Dang narrowed one eye and looked into the distance, then fell silent. He looked at her and said, The car's here. Let's go check it out. As the car door opened, Jia Lam stepped out, astonishing many people. Someone said, Isn't that Sister Jia Lam? She appeared with a face as cold as ice. Another person said, That's definitely her. She strode forward wearing a fluttering cloak and a cold gaze, exuding an overwhelming aura. Number 81 looked at her and exclaimed, What exactly is her status? She's truly impressive. Fuangdish spoke up. Maybe she's just the one who opened the door for us. She turned around, her blue eyes flashing as she gathered lightning right behind her back. Jia Lam stood before a wall of electricity, opening a power conduit from within a deep blue abyss. She gripped the glowing blue seal tightly, spiritual energy surging between her fingers. Her gaze icy cold as she raised her arm and unleashed a swirling blue vortex that swallowed the entire space. She released the seal and said, "Everyone has arrived." A blazing red space tore open right in front of them, and the gate was opened. Gia Lam turned back with a dignified posture and said, "We can enter now. But a special reminder, the 7 flowers of drunkenness collected must be intact and free of human bloodstains, otherwise, no rewards will be given. If there are no other issues, we can begin." Fuang Dich and the group stood silently, focusing ahead. The group entered one by one. Old Dang spoke up, saying he wouldn't go himself but forced us to risk our lives. And there's no compensation after death. What kind of attitude is that? A young man said. Old Dang, you better hold your tongue. If we they'll just report us as missing. If the government suddenly pays your family a large sum without reason, wouldn't that prove they killed you? The old man fell silent. Looking thoughtful, Thon Huyen noted that the middle-aged man was likely a first-star spirit creator. Like him, some silent ones seemed to hide their auras, making their power hard to gauge. But most others were Ghost Mansion's second or third-star cultivators. Each team's strength appeared evenly matched. He mused that the mission would be tough. So many elite teams gathered and recalled that earlier. Another spirit creator's energy had felt quite weak. The secretary spoke up. Sister Lam has finished tallying the characters in the Extreme Darkness area, this time 37 at Ghost Mansion's second star, 12 at third star, and 3 at first star spirit creator. The difficulty level of anomalies in this mission ranges from B to S rank. She replied, Those who arrive first, head to the monitoring equipment. I've completed all preparations. So just relax. Sunlight poured down into the valley. The trees stripped bare, their twisted black branches reaching out over the cracked earth. The group entered the wasteland, a wave of dark energy swirling around them like an invisible barrier. Suddenly, number 81 let out a harsh scream. Fuang Dich turned back and said, "Stay close. The darkness here will cloud our vision. If we don't stick together and act as one, we'll get lost in no time. It's easy to lose your way." She sat down on the rocky ground and said, "Sorry, I can't hold back the nausea anymore." Thon Huyen placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's okay. This smell is a mix of rotting corpses and brain matter. You're not the only one feeling sick. This is completely normal." She looked ahead and said, "Look, the group up front, with the same level as you are throwing up too." She continued, "The dark attribute naturally suppresses cultivators. You can think of it like pollution. The presence of anomalies in this extreme darkness zone is incredibly complex." Fuang Dich spoke up. Based on what everyone knows about anomalies, a B-rank anomaly is similar to the Ghost Realm level for cultivators, and its damage radius is manageable. He went on, "An A-rank anomaly is like the Spirit Creation Realm, where violent spiritual energy or concentrated areas are common. Like this extreme darkness zone, an S-rank anomaly is on par with the Diamond Realm or even higher, almost like a catastrophic disaster level. In the extreme darkness zone, dark attribute, anomalies grow stronger. A B-rank one could rise at least a tier." Number 81 was surprised, asking if they were affected. The girl questioned, "Aren't you contaminated?" Thon Huyen calmly replied that his team was used to such anomalies and their stench. He added that, due to mission needs, he'd recently advanced from handling water to ice attribute anomalies. Number 81 spoke up. "Our ranks are the same. Captain 2, I wonder if you feel the same as I do. As soon as I entered this thick fog, my spiritual power started to drop drastically." Thon Huyen replied, Many experts have died here before, including elite soldiers from the Spirit Creation, Realm, First Star, and above, so we have to be extra careful. Let's move quickly. The mission is the most important thing right now." Lam, he continued. I can't see anyone ahead anymore. Let's get a little closer. From now on, I'll speak less to conserve my breath. Everyone, focus your spiritual power. Don't let this fog catch us off guard." He realized his body felt less uncomfortable than expected. Perhaps the strengthened Yang and Thunder attributes effectively countered the Dark attribute, or his Spirit Creation Realm power had simply grown. Nearby, a young man leaped up, blade glowing, and slashed at a ghostly figure, remarking, "So this is what the anomalies in the ultra-dark zone are like." Old Dang laughed and said, "Brothers, the drunken flower will definitely be collected by us. Show those young folks what real strength looks like." The other man said, "You did well. Brother, charge ahead." After number 81, it was Lam Y's turn to grimace and cough softly. She pressed her lips tightly to hold back the churning in her stomach and worriedly called out, "Yi yi." Fuang Dich turned to look at the girl and thought to himself, after all, she's still a child. He touched her glowing back, instantly easing Lam Y's discomfort. The girl was surprised and said, "Cousin." Her whole body emitted a brilliant light. Lam Y said, "The nausea and the corrosive gloom have completely disappeared. It feels warm, like basking in winter sunlight." Thon Huyen said, "No wonder this is the power of the spirit creation realm." The girl said, "The warm fire attribute is truly comforting. No wonder it's a rare and advanced attribute. Since leveling up to the Ghost Mansion Realm 3rd star, I've been able to connect more deeply with attributes. My wood attribute specializes in absorbing spiritual mist from plants between earth and sky. And Captain 2's water attribute, transforming into ice, is also very rare." Fuangde spoke up, saying it's not the fire attribute, but the yang attribute. He hadn't explained it clearly before. He was the one handling the fire incidents at the North Gate and the training ground at Thon Thon University. It continued, "But these two anomalies are different. The yang attribute and the celestial fire attribute have some distinctions." Thon Huyen asked again, You just admit that. So that means you actually have 3 rare advanced attributes now." Fuang Dik thought to himself, "Actually, I also have the wilderness attribute, but tall trees are easily knocked down by the wind, so I keep it just in case." It continued, "Something like that. So where's number 81? She spoke nervously. "Oh, I haven't broken through to the Ghost Mansion Realm 3rd star yet, so I can't clearly sense the attribute, but roughly it follows the path of the metal attribute." "Cousin, great one. I promise after I leave here I won't bother you anymore. Your young attribute warms me up a bit." Fuang Dich looked at number 81 and smiled. He said, "All right, I'll warm you up for one more day." Then he patted her back hard to transfer spiritual energy. She grimaced and shouted. Xiao Tun asked, "What are you guys patting each other for?" She didn't answer, just closed her eyes as if enjoying it. "Phew, so warm." Fuang Dich looked at Thon Huyen and asked, "Captain 2, or should your team also try it once?" She smiled and replied, "It doesn't feel bad at all." Xiao Thun said excitedly, "Then what are we waiting for?" Her teammates also spoke up, inviting the Great One. The 3 of them were enjoying the warmth from his spiritual energy together and feeling very comfortable. The foot of a monster, its long claws stepped heavily, echoing on the cold ground. He lowered his head and glanced sideways. His red pupils flashed, as if sensing an anomaly. He said, "Watch out. An anomaly is coming." She released a beam of blue light straight ahead and asked, "What the heck is that, Captain?" Tu shouted. 81. Right in front of you." Number 81 was startled and terrified. She looked up at the giant demon shadow falling like a mountain and exclaimed, "Holy crap, a black beast radiating fiery punishment, blood-red eyes, bearing fangs and growling." Thickening the air, a voice said, "Be careful. It's an A-rank anomaly." Thon Huyen focused all her strength in her hands. Blue light exploded like a spear tearing through the night. She shouted, "Let me handle this." She fired blue beams straight at the red-eyed beast emerging. She gathered the blue crystals into small pieces and said, "This level of difficulty," Lam Y exclaimed in surprise. "Has it already disappeared?" The zombies closed in very near behind him, his eyes blazing red as if sensing something, surrounded by the dead. The group stood back to back, their gazes fixed on the ground as dark energy crept closer. Fuang Dich warned, "Watch your step." He reached out and drew his glowing sword, shouting loudly, "Mauvais acide." Now, Fuang Dich's eyes flared with a golden light, showing the murderous intent and power about to be unleashed. He bent down and unleashed an intense wave that ignited a fierce blaze, engulfing an entire corner of the sky. Standing amid the roaring flames, he radiated overwhelming dominance over all enemies. A scream came from within. "Hot. Hot. Don't burn me." He rested the sword on his shoulder and said, "We're safe for now. These anomalies have all been wiped out." It looked like there were many eyes, but in reality, there were only 2 creatures. Turning to Thon Huyen, he said, "I didn't expect the anomalies here to have evolved enough to mimic human language." She smiled and replied, "Maybe because they've eaten so many people. They learned it." It continued, Even the weakest of these anomalies have been nurtured to A rank by this extremely dark area. If it weren't for the spirit creation realm, we wouldn't be able to fight them head-on. Jia Lam appeared, channeling purple energy into her palm as she stood amid a sea of flames rolling across the ground. She thought to herself, just one strike and 2 A-rank illusion beasts were destroyed. Even I would have needed several rounds to take them down. Lam Wai spoke up. If what Captain 2 said is true, then we must unite even more. Otherwise, I believe the anomalies will disguise themselves and blend in with us. But when we let our guard down to attack, number 81 just sat silently. Looking up, suddenly, Fuangdish said, Ba Shi, get up quickly. She looked at him, thinking, this oppressive aura is terrifying. Even more dangerous than the Demon Yao and the Jiangxi. Just a slight touch could burn me instantly. Is this the pressure of the realm I feel like I'm about to suffocate? He suddenly turned around. As if he had noticed something unusual, Lam Wai stepped closer and said, everyone, listen up. Is that the sound of ocean waves ahead? He remained silent, his eyes growing deep in thought. Everyone was startled at once when they realized something unusual was happening right before their eyes. Suddenly, 2 people panicked and ran away. Realizing the situation was out of control, one shouted, run fast. Stop fighting, this thing is full of dark magic, the other cried out. Help me, we've encountered a demon. Fuangdish and his team stared intently ahead, his gaze cold as ice. Focused on thinking, everyone fled in panic. One person asked, is this the kind of thing that even legendary armies suffer heavy losses against? Lao Dang replied, it's the dark tide. Lao Dang's group ran while shouting for their lives. He created a blue barrier for defense and confidently declared, this so-called dark tide, if a regular army can't beat it, does that mean I can't either? Foolish. They'll all end up as trophies in my pocket. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lao Dang turned back and charged directly to confront the dark tide. But once the darkness wrapped around him, he panicked and realized something was wrong. Blackened hands appeared in all shapes, as if trying to swallow Lao Dang whole. His voice weakened. It's not just an A rank, nor an S rank. It's beyond that. I can't let it catch me. He was pulled into a magical trap amid echoing screams in the air. Everyone fled in terror. Someone asked, the dark aura is so thick. Are they beyond saving? Can we still run? Fuangdish asked. Captain 2, what exactly is the dark tide? She replied, it's the ultimate form of dark attribute. A decay that can consume everything, including any abnormalities inside it. Clearly, this plan was supposed to avoid the tide day. But oh my god. Have those people ahead really all died? He remained silent, his eyes fixed intently ahead. Lam Wai was shocked. Is this really the dark tide? I've only heard it can wipe out a city, cousin. Can we escape? He cried. His cousin silently summoned hidden power, releasing spiritual energy that wrapped around the group. Don't panic, he shouted. This barrier suppresses dark energy. When needed, we'll combine our strength to maintain it and shield everyone from the tide's shockwave. Than Huyen spoke up. What are you planning to do? The dark tide is a condensed form of dark energy. With our strength, we can't possibly resist it. That uncle in the spirit creation realm was swallowed instantly. He summoned the dual powers of ice and fire, then said, so what if it's condensed? I'm going to destroy it. The little girl called out anxiously as she saw him dart into the sky. Than Huyen looked up and said, did I hear that right? What is he planning? Destroy the entire dark tide. After summoning ice and fire, he charged straight into the tide with an overwhelming offensive stance. Holding his sword, he shot forward like an arrow of light, his whole body erupting in a dazzling golden aura. Strange fireballs hovered in the air as Fuangdish calmly confirmed the situation. So it really is like that. Standing amid the monsters, his entire body radiated brilliant light as he said, these abnormalities might as well be called a fused, upgraded version. He thought silently. SSS rank isn't too far off. No wonder it could easily swallow cultivators from the spirit creation realm, who are humanity's elite. Suddenly, he formed an ice sphere in his hand. Fuangdish launched the ice sphere straight ahead, tearing the monster's body apart in an instant. The monster opened its mouth and roared fiercely, unleashing a terrifying pressure that enveloped the surrounding space. He charged forward with blazing red eyes, his gaze sharp as if trying to pierce through his opponent. His eyes blazed with a brilliant golden light as he unleashed his power. Flames erupted wildly, engulfing everything. He thought to himself, The power of the spirit creation realm, combined with the enhanced weapon, was supposed to be enough to fight a rank B fake bamboo serpent. Now, I can easily destroy an A-rank fused abnormality within the dark tide. His eyes lit up with astonishment as he suddenly discovered something. He looked ahead and thought to himself, "This looks familiar. Isn't this the person from earlier, hey? Is he still alive or not?" The man was engulfed in a demonic red smoke, his body convulsing violently, letting out faint, desperate groans as he was about to be swallowed whole. He kept thinking, there's still a reaction. It shows this person's spiritual power hasn't been completely consumed by the dark attribute. Even though his spiritual foundation at the spirit creation realm isn't as solid as mine, he's still truly at the spirit creation realm. There's still a glimmer of hope. His hand rose high amid a blazing space, blue lightning gathering as he summoned the Thunder God. Thunder roared down from the sky, the Thunder God's punishment tearing the ground apart, shaking the space with a dazzling blue-white light. He shouted loudly, tempered, while Lao Dang despaired as his body was swallowed by darkness. Unable to resist anymore, he held the sword before him and said, "There really is still a bit of hope to salvage this." But not much. He stood silently holding the fiery sword. Deep in thought, as if pondering something, he radiated a golden aura surrounding himself and said, "Infinite growth." Could this be the special trait of abnormalities ranked S and above? He spoke. Then said, "Well, let's try this out." Amid a furious red rage, he was the only golden light still holding his ground. The system announced, detecting an extremely strong dark attribute. The power of this attribute is very unique and cannot be extracted for. Now, he thought to himself, even though I've reached the spirit creation realm, I still can't extract the dark attribute indeed. This dark attribute is a bit more special than others. He smiled smugly as if he'd found a solution to overcome it. Fuangdik stood before the abnormalities and thought silently, since I can't completely destroy it or directly absorb it, then I have no choice but to try another method. He radiated a golden light and shot it straight at the beast, thinking, it's a pity I didn't bring my little white flower along. Otherwise, I could have used wild power to compete against this dark attribute. Is there anything else? A flame flared close to his eyelids, his red eyes calm, cold, and sharp like stars. He thought, I already know. Isn't it already prepared? While Than Huyen was creating the barrier, number 81 asked, Captain 2, have you ever encountered a situation like this before? Than Huyen replied, my knowledge is limited. I've never faced a case like this before. Everyone stood still inside the barrier. Looking ahead, someone spoke up. Can the dark tide really stand still like that? Lam Wai trembled and said, what is this shield? It's really strange. Before, when facing demons, I never felt this uneasy. But in such a bizarre environment, I'm worried. My cousin has been inside for so long. What if something happens? Than Huyen held the girl's hand gently. His shield's just torn, not gone. We can combine our spiritual power to repair it, and if someone of his strength were to fall, we'd all be doomed anyway. The girl replied, someone with multiple spirit creation attributes honestly. I think he's already at the 3rd star. We, as mere 3rd star Ghost Mansion novices, can't possibly save him. The two girls fell silent. Lam Wai chuckled and said, Captain 2, you really have a sense of humor. She then asked, so, how about it? My teammate said the same thing. Are you feeling better now? Streams of red-black energy shot wildly, swept by a streak of golden light that made the space tremble violently. The whole group was shocked and amazed, not yet understanding what had happened. Fuangdich unleashed the 9-dragon heavenly fire seal technique, a golden flame swirling like a raging flood, engulfing the entire area. He shouted loudly as 2 energies exploded simultaneously, a pillar of golden fire and a stream of blue energy shot straight upward. Number 81 excitedly cheered. Yi. That's your cousin. The girl's eyes widened as she said, that move is so cool. He channeled firepower, summoning a roaring fire dragon that coiled and then slammed down onto the pitch-black ground. Jia Lam spoke up. Attribute heavenly fire. Seal. She looked ahead and thought silently. Has he sealed the dark tide already? He clenched his fist tightly. The blue earth shattered around his arm, and his body shot forward like a lightning bolt. He merged the earth blue with the golden fire, creating a blazing vortex that swept away all the dark energy. Shouting loudly, 9 dragon command. A surge of earth blue rose like a wave, blocking a block of golden fire pressing down. He yelled, "Wind!" forming a seal beneath his feet. A swirling fire energy swallowed the white lightning bolts and gathered into a golden storm. He concentrated all his strength, the fiery strands intertwined, forming a blazing golden sphere, which he controlled to lower down. The afterglow of the fire waves spread out and swept clean the entire ground. He spoke. "It's safe for now." An unexpected gain. Having caught someone. "What should we do with him?" Lamwai happily approached him and said, "Cousin, you're okay." "That's great." Than Huyen spoke up. "Just leave that person to my team members." The elder woman looked at him and asked, "You've sealed the advanced dark attribute, so why don't you look happy?" Fuangdich crossed his arms. Deep in thought, "We aimed to destroy the dark tide, and somehow, we did. That guy's incredible," he said, "but this seal won't last long. The dark energy here is too dense. We must move fast and gather the falling flower nectar while it holds." Than Huyen nodded. "Understood. We'll bring this man back to the Spirit Alliance for treatment." She hesitated, then asked, "What about those ahead? Did no one make it out?" Fuangdich answered, "Not a piece of clothing or bone remains. These people were probably all swallowed by the dark attribute." Number 81 said, "They were alive just a moment ago, and now they're all gone. Maybe I'm too cold-blooded. But my current thought is that it's lucky I didn't witness their deaths firsthand." Everyone fell silent again. He turned and said, "Yi. Number 81. You two and Captain, to go ahead. The most dangerous thing now is actually this black pond. It's better if I cover the rear." The girl replied, "Yes." Fuangdich stood firm on a rocky outcrop, gripping the sword hilt tightly, eyes fixed ahead. The system announced, beginning to scan for intense dark attribute waves from the black cliff. He swung his hand, releasing a purple dark light swirling around his feet. The system announced, "Scan completed successfully." He hovered in the night sky, arms stretched wide, as columns of dark purple energy rose up and surrounded him. The system alerted him that the ultimate calculation of power was initializing and compiling. He closed his eyes to calm himself, purple runes crawling across his skin, and his aura surged like a rising tide. The compilation was successful. He opened his eyes, a purple flame burning along his eyelids, his cold gaze slicing through the darkness. The system continued to notify him that he had acquired a dark attribute cultivation technique, Infinite Dark Realm. Its effect was the ability to condense a sealed misty space, where within, spiritual energy would be corroded by the dark attribute and significantly weakened. Streams of dark purple energy branched out like electrical currents. He extended his hand, and a radiant magic array sphere gathered in the center. He asked aloud, "Dark Realm, a special domain." Then he continued, "So, whenever I unleash Infinite Dark Realm against an enemy, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute will erode their spiritual power, gradually diminishing their energy. If I combine this with my other cultivation techniques that carry different attributes, won't the weakening effect stack even stronger? That way, no matter how bizarre or demonic the enemy is, even if it's an abnormality stronger than the dark tide, I can still level up and defeat it." Than Huyen said, "Elder, don't you feel like this mist?" She widened her eyes in surprise, thinking to herself, "Is he breaking through again? There wasn't any change in the environment just now." Than Huyen looked at him and continued thinking, "No. Could it be that he absorbed the power of the dark tide, which the government rates as an S rank? But that's just too absurd." She kept pondering. During the spiritual energy recovery phase, all cultivators knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying. It was a power born from the deepest negative emotions of living beings and latent malice. That's why absorbing the dark attribute was strictly forbidden by the government. Than Huyen thought silently. The government once tried to research ways to purify and refine the dark attribute, but suspicion arose, and it came at a tragic cost. That's why abnormalities with the dark attribute are listed separately. Although their ranks range from D to S, even a D rank is enough to make a cultivator newly entering the Ghost Mansion realm suffer immensely, not to mention an S rank abnormality like the dark tide. She continued to ponder. Back when the dark attribute was still not banned, some cultivators tried to absorb the power of the dark attribute. However, even a third-star demon realm like him only absorbed a trace of the dark attribute from a leftover C-rank dark anomaly, and he was violently repelled, his skin rotting and mind going insane. He's still in a mental hospital to this day. He stood there, lost in thought for a long moment. Fuangdich opened his eyes and spoke. Come here. You've been watching us for a long time. Jia Lam spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, you were the one who sealed the dark tide. Right. Thon Huyen blushed and said, Jia Lam. She stepped closer to him and asked, and also, what were you doing earlier, absorbing the dark attribute? He replied, that's right. Thon Huyen thought to herself. He admitted it. Jia Lam fell silent, slowly reaching into his pants pocket as if to pull something out. She pointed her gun straight at him, raising it steadily without flinching. Number 81 screamed in terror. Sister Jia Lam. What are you doing? Lam's face turned pale, her lips trembling slightly as tension rose. Jia Lam continued. If I remember correctly, Phuong Dish is the highest priority target. Your army wants to recruit. Right, back then, when our spirit hero wanted someone, you guys snatched them away. What's your intention here? He placed a hand on her shoulder and asked. That's strange. Isn't our mission to find the fallen flower, miss? You clearly seem eager to complete the mission. But now it looks like you're upset we're still alive here. She stared coldly, aiming the gun barrel at him silently without saying a word. Number 81 spoke up. Sister Jia Lam, we've always trusted you, but you showed up and didn't act earlier. If it weren't for Elder Phuong Dich, we would have been wiped out. I don't care about myself, but Yi Yi is still just a kid, yet you just stood there with your arms crossed. And now you want to make things harder for the Elder. Jia Lam smiled and said, just kidding. Looks like you've earned your teammates' affection. Congratulations on passing the test. Number 80, Yuno continued. Affection. What affection? Phuong Dich looked at Jia Lam and asked, so your purpose in coming here was to test me? She replied in a similar way, saying that because he had such talent and strength, she didn't want to read those cold, dry documents but just wanted to see for herself what kind of person he really was. She continued speaking. And to answer why I hadn't acted earlier, Number 81 looked at her silently with wide, terrified eyes. She went on, explaining that a cultivator can only follow the rules of a cultivator in the world where spiritual power is restored. We're all the same. This is fate, life and death, fortune and disaster. The rapid changes a cultivator faces. Jia Lam spoke up again, saying they were actually quite lucky to have someone trustworthy and strong enough to protect them. Her voice echoed as she added, haven't you noticed? No anomalies have attacked you so far because they're terrified of the dark tide seal created by Phuong Dich's power. She turned to look at him and continued, saying the dark tide seal is just like that, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Let me lead everyone to find the withered flower. I know this place better than anyone else. He thought to himself, why does this person seem a bit mentally unstable? Thon Huyen whispered that her team had encountered the dark tide seal before, but in the end, only she survived and escaped. Phuong Dich thought it over and realized that because of her status, she absolutely obeyed and was indifferent to the mission and rules. And some kind of belief was helping her persevere until she saw him seal the dark tide seal. And then she couldn't hold back anymore. Phuong Dich said, all right then. Ba shi yi. Xiao tu. Let's cut some slack for this wounded patient. She asked. Is she injured? He replied. Her spiritual power shield is severely lacking. I guess she has the ability of spirit creation realm. 2nd star. But her spiritual shield has dropped 2 levels. He added. That proves she's been seriously injured. Jia Lam nudged her shoe forward and stepped onto the cold floor. She spoke up, thanking him, but said her wound was fine, considering the extremely dark area. The graveyard. A cold wasteland where jagged tombstones stood amidst the mist and broken skulls. The group moved forward through the cold gray wasteland. Phuong Dich walking shoulder to shoulder with her teammates, her sword hanging at her side. His red eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had just sensed something ominous. This is, he exclaimed, when he saw a set of old bones and tattered clothes. Jia Lam spoke up. We've arrived. This place is the graveyard. Someone shouted. Look, that's the 7-flower drunken herb right there. Phuong Dich focused intently on Jia Lam. She just bowed her head silently, and the atmosphere grew heavy and tense. Jia Lam stepped closer to the 7-flower drunken herb, surrounded by red-edged ghostly shadows. She raised her hand and said, Finally, I have met you again. He frowned, his cold red gaze sharpening as he noticed something unusual. Thinking silently, this isn't right. Hey, he said, opening his palm as a swirling flame gathered there. Stay alert, he warned, hurling a fireball toward her. The force of the attack shocked Jia. It was incredibly strong. A rare Yang attribute. She reacted swiftly, immediately blocking the attack. But Fuangdish only needed a gentle move to completely extinguish her flame, making her doubt if her preparation was still incomplete. Lam Yi stepped forward and asked, "Sister Jia Lam, are you alright?" Tan Huyen reminded them. "We're already affected by the dark attribute. We should stay together here." The girl entrusted all responsibility to Fuangdish, saying, "Seven flower drunken herb. Just let him handle it." To avoid wasting time, he immediately moved to search, and right before him was a glowing flower. In just a moment, it sank back into the ground. Then it transformed into a giant jar demon. It opened its mouth wide, growling, "Zo hungry. Zo hungry." But he remained calm and then unleashed his power, divine thunder. He decisively controlled the power and directed it into the jar demon, yet it opened its mouth wide and absorbed all that power. Fuangdish wondered just how many abnormalities this half-demon had swallowed to become like this. And it was another S-rank one at that, so he switched to another move. Needing to take it down quickly, he had to pick the 7 sorrow flowers and get back soon. The seal on the dark tide wouldn't last much longer. He decided to use this as a test of his skill, unleashing a super move, Infinite Dark Realm. Finger strike. The half-demon was instantly trapped inside a magical sphere. Not only that, but several cords wrapped tightly around it as well. It screamed loudly. And at the same time, the system announced that due to the special dark attribute in the Infinite Dark Realm, the S-rank half-demon fox had been downgraded to B rank. He assessed that dropping 2 ranks at once meant even the foundation of an S-rank abnormality in this ultra-dark region wasn't very solid after all. Right then, he pulled out a sword blazing with red flames. He swung it as if trying to burn the entire space, signaling the end. Meanwhile, Tan Huyen was drawn by a strange power catching her attention. What was this? The dark energy was definitely a dark attribute, but it felt different. Jia Lam agreed, saying she no longer sensed that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and disgusting aura. She realized this was Fuangdish's domain. He had mastered the dark attribute and self-trained to become proficient, allowing him to create his own unique domain. She knew well that using spiritual power to create a domain was extremely difficult. Previously, the only person who could create a personal domain using spiritual attributes was her teacher. Besides him, at most 3 people worldwide possessed this ability. The other 2 were unknown but were believed to be in the Misty Country. She recalled that back then, when the capital city was predicted to face a massive disaster, her teacher deployed his domain to suppress it. But now, Fuangdish was already outside. Moving. "He's out already," the girl exclaimed, surprised at how fast it happened. He smiled brightly as if nothing had happened. "All right. The graveyard behind probably won't cause any more trouble." The glowing flower from before bloomed once again. This time, Fuangdish finally managed to touch it, so there probably won't be any more problems. Only after plucking the flower and placing it in his palm did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Jia Lam had been standing motionless there the entire time. She was stunned as she took the flower. Was this the 7 nectar flower? Such a tiny bloom, Fuangdish quickly reminded her. The mission was complete, and they had to retreat immediately. The dark tide wasn't like ordinary dark attribute anomalies. It could cause trouble at any moment. He immediately thought about the tough situation right in front of them. Besides, they had an extra burden now. Jia Lam didn't forget to express her gratitude. "All right. Thank you. Without you turning the tide, this mission wouldn't have succeeded. Thanks to everyone too. Let's get out of here." Then, they all moved away together. Jia Lam spoke once more. "Fuangdish, I really appreciate you." She explained that Ngo Lao, a lone venerable at the Diamond Realm from Korea, was in grave danger. The 7 nectar flower was his only life-saving medicine, and it was Fuangdish who saved him. He unconsciously repeated the name in his mind, Diamond Realm. Seeing an escape route, number 81 couldn't hide his joy. "Finally, we see the light. We survived and made it back." Lam Wai was just as excited. "Yeah, finally, we get to see the sun again." Those outside saw them and shouted in unison. "The 7 nectar flower. They really picked the 7 nectar flower. Sister Lam Bao got the 7 nectar flower. We can't believe our eyes." Everyone wondered. So, who exactly picked the 7 nectar flower number 81? Was shocked by the crowd outside. Why are so many people waiting here? Something caught Lam Wai's attention. She realized this wasn't a vehicle from the Spirit War Zone, the absolute strategy, legendary reputation, known all over Korea. Number 81 was impressed by a fan. So, Sister Gia Lam is a senior manager of the Spirit War Zone. Oh my god. I even argued with her earlier. The Spirit Battle Zone is the top combat zone among the 19 major zones of the Lower Kingdom during this era of peaceful development. It's the strongest elite force, renowned nationwide, gathering the best powers and intellectual talents. After the spiritual energy was restored, they gained a heavenly favor, not only securing abundant resources, but also guarding a forbidden zone that serves as a sacred place for cultivation, something you can only encounter. Never ask for. The seven-flower nectar was carefully placed inside a glass vial. Han Lei solemnly accepted the precious item, and he and his teammates didn't forget to express their gratitude with a formal bow. He assured, "I will immediately take the seven-flower nectar to the hospital. Please rest assured." She continued, "I will come along as well." As soon as she finished speaking, they quickly got into the car and left the place. Fuangdich was curious. "Are you from the Spirit Battle Zone?" Gia Lam replied. "Your strength and performance have probably already spread throughout our entire zone. Soon, you'll become famous. Mark my words." She praised him wholeheartedly. "I must admit, your power alone could overwhelm the strongest squad in the zone. Plus, your potential is huge. You haven't even reached your limit yet." Then Gia Lam offered, "If you're interested, would you like to join us? You'd get access to the best cultivation resources. Oh, and by the way, for this mission, you, your teammates, and Lin Heap's squad will all receive double rewards." But Fuangdich declined. "Thanks in advance for the offer. Although I know you are the strongest in the Lower Kingdom, I have my own methods and pace for cultivation, so I'll pass on joining." At this point, Gia Lam seriously warned, "Fuangdich, the world has changed. What the nation fears and values most now are anomalies with dark attributes. Their numbers are rapidly increasing. And in the future, the situation will only get worse." She emphasized the severity. "Their influence will continue to expand like malignant tumors, capable of causing catastrophic consequences at any moment. That's why we must spare no effort to build forbidden zones to block them. Lin Heap also strictly oversees every area. I'm telling you this not to bind you with obligations or morality, but because an outstanding cultivator like you now deserves to know the reality of this situation. You can be sure, I understand. If I ever encounter any abnormalities, even from strangers, I won't just stand by and watch. You can rest assured about that." Hearing these words, Gia Lam finally smiled with relief. "Happy to have met you. Fuangdich," she handed you an item. "This command token, she hopes you'll take it. With this token, you can freely enter any restricted zone to train. The Spirit Battle Zone will also open its doors to you anytime. There's one more thing, do you want to visit Olden Go?" Fuangdich asked skeptically for confirmation. She meant, since he's a venerable of the Diamond Realm, and Gia Lam is asking your opinion, he's my master. I think you should meet him. I don't know if you agree, but that's just my personal thought. I want to be friends with you. You hadn't responded yet, but you slipped the command token into your pocket. Finally, you agreed. All right. Gaining a friend means gaining a new path. I'll go with you on this trip. So consider this a gift between friends. Seeing the power radiating from the other person, she couldn't help but wonder what it was. Fuangdich thought, "I believe I can purge the lingering poison caused by the dark attribute contaminating her body." As the power entered her body, she felt it clearly. Lightning attribute has healing effects too. Now, I just feel numb all over. The cold, painful spot has warmed up, and the discomfort has vanished. Part of her body was healing. The wounds corrupted by black mist were closing. Her damaged organs seemed restored to health, and the blood vessels inside were being reorganized and purified. She was truly surprised. All the toxins in my body were completely eliminated thanks to this rare lightning attribute. It's incredible. Like being reborn. Afterward, you asked how she felt now. She said, "Very well. All the remaining dark attribute in my body has been completely removed. No, more like shattered." Meanwhile, the doctors were treating Old Dang. He was only a first-layer spirit creation realm cultivator, but was already so severely injured. Is there still hope for him? Than Huyen stepped forward and started a conversation. "You two still haven't left. Wait a moment. Why do I feel Jia Lam's wound?" She confirmed on her own. "That's right. The pure thunder attribute has completely eliminated the remaining dark attribute in my body." She got excited and teased. "So this is the thunder tyrant attribute. Huh. It can both destroy enemies and save people. Fuangditch instinctively raised his hand to shield his body. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Then she waved her hand excitedly, calling out, "Everyone, come over here quickly." She put on a puppy face. "I want to ask you something. Can we cooperate with you a bit?" Fuangditch was still unsure. "What do you mean?" Thon Huyen explained. "Combining your spiritual power with medical equipment could save more cultivators disturbed by the dark attribute." She bent down deeply. "Please, show it to us one more time." He agreed and began to channel his energy. "Is this good enough?" A doctor couldn't help but be surprised. "It seems like it really works. Such a pure advanced thunder attribute can actually break apart the dark attribute." Jia Lam said, "Fuangdik just transmitted energy to me and broke the dark attribute in my body. So, he can heal other injured cultivators too." "Right." Thon Hoyen shook her head. "No. Not every spirit creation realm cultivator can endure that power." The doctor added, "Chief Jia Lam, your injury is serious but lighter than the others. Healing him would require 10 times more thunder spiritual power." He added about Mondung's condition. "Moreover, saving one life, allowing him to wake up, is already very good. Full recovery is impossible." Fuangditch wanted to know. "Oh right. So it's like a blood transfusion." "Right, then how do I transfer spiritual power to everyone?" The doctor solemnly instructed. "Everyone will store it for later use. Please come this way." Then, he guided him, saying, "Put your hand here. Then release your spiritual energy. And that's it." He responded, "Okay." Lam Yi was really happy, never expecting that Sister Jia Lam was a high-ranking officer in the Spirit War Zone, and her cousin could even get the Spirit War Zone to reluctantly offer special privileges and benefits. The little girl witnessed everything. Sister Jia Lam was so cold yet took the initiative to connect with her cousin. Just now, she even saw her hand over her own token to him. Fuangditch clearly felt the little girl's gaze and instinctively turned around. He asked how the two of them were doing. The little girl said, "Cousin, we've arranged everything." She planned to say, "Next, number 81. And I want to train a bit more and take on some missions. We can't always rely on our cousin, or else we'll never improve." She reminded herself that she couldn't afford to fall behind anymore and had to quickly catch up to her cousin's pace. He smiled and reminded her, "All right, remember to stay safe." He felt a bit happy. His cousin had grown up. After finishing everything, Thon Huyen waved goodbye, saying, "Well, we'll go ahead now." The two of them would meet again if fate allowed on future missions. Jialam quickly left, saying, "Let's go visit Mr. No." Inside the car, someone teased in frustration, "Now cold. Now not showing up at the scene." Thon Huyen got out very upset, saying, "Now it's over. The person was taken away by the Spirit War Zone, and all her hard work over the past few days was wasted." The girl behind her tried to calm her down, saying, "Captain 2, please calm down." Thon Huyen knew very well that the Lin Heap organization was still too chaotic, both at headquarters and branches. Many managers were even more fake than the high-ranking military officers. Not only that, this incident had other issues. Top elite teams like the Phantoms, whether they were willing to humble themselves and befriend Fuangditch, was another matter. Some stubborn ones who didn't come here to cause trouble were already lucky. In the most advanced hospital room of a medical base in the Spirit War Zone, he spoke. "Is this Mr. No?" Jia Lam had to admit, it was pretty strange. "Right. A powerful fighter at the Diamond Realm. But an old, skinny man." She added that before, his complexion was much worse, looking like a zombie. He had even used the flower of drunkenness technique but still hadn't woken up. Fuangditch wanted to understand more deeply what exactly had happened to him. So Jia Lam explained everything clearly. A disaster with dark attributes had struck the capital city. The celestial phenomena were abnormal, and the sky had been torn apart by darkness. To stop this dark anomaly from affecting the capital city, the master had used his own body alone to try to seal off the remaining part. She said that at that moment, all of us used a special method to transfer spiritual energy to the master first. Jia Lam grew despondent when recalling the truth. "We assessed that this unusual disaster exceeded an S rank, although the dark waves we had encountered were already a terrifying S level. The damage from this disaster was many times stronger than those dark waves." The more she thought, the more uneasy she felt. That thing could destroy the entire capital city, and nearby cities would be consumed as well. The capital's fall would throw the whole nation into chaos. Their master had sealed the S-rank disaster with his domain. Yet it still took all of them to suppress it. The catastrophe was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. She clearly remembered the scene when the master was swallowed back by the dark attribute. If he hadn't been a revered cultivator at the Diamond Realm, he would have turned to ashes right then and there, even becoming nourishment for the dark anomaly itself. He honestly remarked, stopping the capital city from being destroyed. Then he truly was a great cultivator. Situations like that were nothing new to him. Many cultivators had stood in front of him like that before, allowing him to survive until the end. Perhaps in his previous life, at this very moment, he had already sacrificed himself. Seeing his actions, she suddenly shouted, "What are you trying to do to the master?" He reassured her, "Don't be tense. It seems the falling flower elixir has taken effect, but I still want to try to remove some of the stubborn and unruly dark attributes from his body. Only then can he wake up quickly." Gia Lam wanted to emphasize again, "What, this is an S-rank disaster?" The image of Fuang Dik taking the falling flower elixir flashed through her mind, as if giving her renewed hope. She agreed. "All right then, you go ahead and try." She really hoped that he might be the miracle, but he had to be careful. This dark attribute was even more terrifying than the dark waves. Otherwise, after using the 7-flower elixir, the master wouldn't have recovered so slowly. He lowered his voice and affirmed, "I know. I can feel just how strong the darkness here is." Then he shared that even though the purifying power of the 7-flower elixir had suppressed and weakened it, it still brought a massive sense of pressure to anyone. At that moment, Gia Lam's face darkened completely. She quickly shouted, "Fuang Dik, be careful and focus. It's already starting to affect you." He unleashed his power and calmed himself down to regain control. He opened a pair of eyes filled with energy, revealing a scene more familiar to Fuang Dik than ever before. That terrifying dark energy immediately dragged Fuang Dik's consciousness, throwing him into a chaotic memory from the past. A giant grotesque demon appeared in the sky, uttering a powerful question that made everything tremble. "Who are you?" Fuang Dik thought to himself. "Just a little contact with the dark attribute of Olden Go has already corrupted my mind and created this illusion." He coldly replied, "That doesn't matter. I'm simply here to send you on your way." The monster suddenly launched a lightning-fast attack. Fuang Dik barely managed to exclaim, "What the hell is this?" His pupils contracted, showing intense focus. Its speed was truly terrifying, but Fuang Dik still dodged the strike by a hair's breadth. He assessed that the demon's lightning was no weaker than the divine thunder he had absorbed on Jade Emperor Peak. Not only that, he also noticed countless strange insect-like creatures with dark attributes lurking all around. Unbelievably, even though it was just an illusion, each one was as strong as the anomalies in the dark tide. He thought silently, and there are tens of thousands of them here. A destructive flame began to gather on his arm. Fuang Dik clenched the sword in his hand and spoke coldly. "Then there's only one way to exterminate these pests." His eyes glowed bright red as a roar echoed, while the flaming sword traced a horizontal slash through the air. A blazing red energy burst forth, tearing through the dark night. Fuang Dik silently analyzed that although this was a collection of S-rank anomalies, it had likely weakened significantly due to the influence of the 7 Flowers elixir. A colossal power spreading across the battlefield. He stared at the bizarre demon in astonishment, thinking its power was equivalent to an A rank. So these were the things Olden Go faced every day. Was he supposed to eliminate this anomaly to save the city? No. It seemed things were far more complicated than that. Without hesitation, Fuang Dik growled the name of the supreme cultivation technique, Infinite Dark Realm, and a swirling vortex of dark energy instantly condensed in his hand. Raising his hand to face the massive black vortex that swallowed the entire sky, the demon gasped in horror, saying, "You are not human." It could only helplessly watch the purple-black vortex devour everything. Fuang Dik smirked, his blazing red eyes filled with arrogant defiance. His black hair fell over his forehead as he roared decisively, "Open." The dark orb spun, sucking everything into the void, and before vanishing, it left a threatening message: "We will return soon." Standing inside the dark orb, he thought silently that this was probably the residual consciousness of a dark attribute anomaly. It said we. So could there be others? Would more disasters strike? Fuang Dik stared straight into the void, his red eyes showing no fear of the evil power. He spoke, "Let's get out first, then figure out the rest." His eyes wide open, focusing intently on something extremely important, a fierce burst of azure power exploded, leaving Lam standing behind. Utterly stunned, powerful electric currents swirled around the dark orb, generating an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Fuang Dik shouted, "Wind Seal." 9 dragons, heavenly fire wind seal technique, Lam spoke up. "Is this the dark attribute inside Oldengo's body?" he replied. "It's probably just the remnant of a disaster anomaly." He continued explaining that although it still contained immense dark power, due to the consumption by the 7 Flowers elixir and Old No's seal, its influence was no longer significant. You added, "Old Nu truly lives up to his reputation as the top cultivator in Hua Nation, because all this time he's been using his own body to suppress the power of the dark attribute. If it were anyone else, they'd have died countless times by now," she said. "You really saved his life." Fuang Dich humbly replied, "It's not entirely my doing. Without the drunken flower, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate that stubborn dark attribute." Lam said, "The drunken flower kept him alive, but your power helped him recover completely." You continued, "All right. Now, it's probably completely useless. However, I still have something to tell you." Earlier in the illusion, the dark attribute of the disaster remnants seemed to warn that it will return. "We have to be ready at any moment. And when that time comes, we can't let an old man who just recovered be the first to fight." She spoke up. "I know. I've also heard such a rumor." You asked in surprise. "A rumor?" The military's surveillance unit and the Spirit Knights compile all the abnormal phenomena collected by both sides periodically. The data on these phenomena are recorded in a ledger and managed with extreme strictness, Lam said. "Rumor has it that the speculative data suggests Ha Nation's current strength might not survive the first 5 years after spiritual energy recovers. Though of course, no one really believes that." You said, "Monitoring the fluctuations of abnormal spiritual energy sounds pretty reliable." She asked, "Do you also think this rumor is true?" You thought to yourself, "Could my reincarnation have caused a butterfly effect that altered the future's flow?" Because you clearly remember surviving 3 years after spiritual energy awakened, even though Lam Tin was almost reduced to ashes. Then you placed your hand on Lam's shoulder to reassure her. "Don't overthink it. Oldengo will probably wake up soon." Fuang Dich continued with a determined expression. "Rest assured, if disaster strikes again, I will advance and retreat alongside all of you." You thought silently, "This disaster battle will break out sooner or later. And this time, I will be the one to change everything." The full moon shone brightly on a large building in the silent night. You cultivated while thinking. "After 2 battles against S-rank anomalies, I feel I'm about to break through to the spirit creation realm." Second star, he kept pondering. The restoration of spiritual energy was drawing near. Although he possessed the power of the dark attribute, it still wasn't enough. The anomaly in the illusionary realm, though greatly weakened, still couldn't hide its true might. He focused his gaze on a pot of white flowers, his expression full of intense attention. Pointing at it, he said, "Not bringing you along before was definitely a loss for me." Fuang Dich happily held it in his hands and said, "All right. I only regret not having the chance for you to level up. Well then, let's take you out for a little walk." One evening behind the mountain, he walked while speaking. The Lin Heap Botanical Research Institute really has skill. Even though it's the early stage of spiritual energy recovery, nature's self-regulating power has become incredibly strong. Yet in such a short time, trees that were once scorched have managed to recover quite a bit. And there's even a whole batch of new seedlings and grafted plants. He took the plant out of the pot and said, "Tomorrow, I have to thank Xiaoto's team." Then, while tending to it, he added, "You can only absorb a little bit occasionally. All right, otherwise, with your appetite, even the entire forest on Lamstar wouldn't be enough to feed you." The plant emitted a mystical green glow, its roots stretching out as if absorbing the essence of the earth and sky. He crossed his arms and calmly observed the explosive power of nature, then looked ahead and thought to himself, "Not bad at all." He uprooted it and said, "All right, let's move somewhere else to absorb." Then he looked at it and asked, "Among the evolved creatures of the plant system, I wonder where you rank. An anomaly with a wild attribute can at least be considered grade A." Fuang Dich walked and continued, "There are still quite a few animals in this mountain, but today, not a single one is in sight. Is it because they're afraid of the wild power you carry?" His eyes flared red as he stared straight into the darkness, showing surprise at a sound that just echoed nearby. He focused ahead and said, "Is that the sound of wolves?" Looks like a pack of wolves is about to evolve. He looked up at the fierce wolf right in front of him and wondered, is this the Wolf King? It seems like it's about to complete its evolution. It responded to him with a terrifying growl. And in just a moment, the Wolf King completed its evolution, its pupils turning a blazing green. He was a bit surprised, clutching the flower pot close to his body and wondering if this spiritual energy was about to become an A-rank anomaly. He quickly stepped back as a pack of wolves surrounded him, silently reasoning that the Wolf King anomaly had evolved from the forest animal's wood attribute into a poison attribute with extremely corrosive power, probably because it absorbed a dark attribute. Observing the spiritual energy radiating from it, he deduced that the dark attribute activities were increasing so much that the Wolf King might suddenly upgrade to having 2 attributes. He bit his lip and told himself that, after all, it was still only the power of an A-rank anomaly. Thinking and acting, he decisively plucked the glowing flower from the pot and muttered, "Now, let's deal with them." He knelt on one knee, planted the flower's roots into the ground, and assessed the situation. Although it was just an A-rank anomaly, the problem was the large number of wolves, and since the foot of the mountain was a city district, letting them into the city would have disastrous consequences. Then, he slammed his palm onto the ground, channeling a golden energy into it. "All right, let's get started." The Wolf King seemed to receive the signal and dashed forward at the same time. Soon after, a blue soul shot straight into the sky. At that moment, he told himself he wanted to test how much damage raw, wild power alone could do without using any other abilities. Meanwhile, several people at the foot of the mountain looked up at the strange energy. Tuhan stared at it and asked, "The Wolf King evolved successfully. It's so strong. How bad is the contamination level now?" The other person looked down at his hand and replied, 90. After hearing that number, he and the others turned pale, then looked away and repeated, 90. The captain of the destruction squad pressed the red button on his wrist device and added, "Not only that, it's still increasing. The Wolf King's wood attribute alone has at least the strength of a 3rd-star Ghost Mansion realm, maybe even a 1st-star Spirit Creation realm. How could it be this powerful?" The other wolves ranged from 2nd-star to 3rd-star Ghost Mansion realm. Tuhan panicked and interrupted, "But with this situation, our manpower isn't enough. We can't fight them." The crowd simultaneously turned their eyes toward the raging blue whirlwind and shouted loudly, "It's a dark attribute. And now there's another dark attribute appearing. How is that even possible? No wonder the pollution level is so high." The captain of the destruction squad suddenly raised his voice and continued, "I get it now. The reason the pollution level is so high is because the Wolf King has evolved into 2 attributes. This kind of anomaly is extremely rare. The number had already reached 100, leaving everyone anxious. He quickly gave orders. "Even if we can't defeat them, we have to stop them. Once this pack of beasts evolves successfully, the area at the mountain's base will be devastated. Their nature is already brutal. And now, with evolutionary spiritual power, they'll become even more terrifying. I need to inform Spirit Hero immediately to request backup." Suddenly, the ground began shaking violently, causing everyone to scream. "Wait, did you all feel that? The mountainside is trembling. Is this an earthquake? How could an evolved wolf pack cause an earthquake? No, that's not right. Another anomaly has appeared. It was only 100 before, but in just a moment, it surged to 1,000. They immediately stepped back, frozen in place, watching the blue energy shooting out everywhere. Then they gasped, "Oh my God, is that the power of the wilderness? Why is the power of the wilderness here?" As the primordial spirits descended, the crowd began scrambling to escape. "Run, no matter what. We have to retreat to a safe zone." Is that the vine that disappeared earlier? Why wasn't there any warning? The captain of the destruction squad spread his arms and ordered, "Hurry. Evacuate all residents around here immediately." One member turned around and questioned, "Wait, Captain, the power of the wilderness is gone. So what is this then?" Hearing this, he looked back and observed. Everyone froze when blue tentacles spread across the cliff face. Curiosity filled the air. Has the power of the wilderness hidden deep inside the mountain? That's so strange. The sense of danger is gone. Should we report this or not? The roots grew longer, sprouting on the jagged rock surface, and white flowers bloomed on those twisting roots. Someone looked at the spiritual energy it radiated and asked, "Is this a flower?" The scene shifts to Phuong Dick standing alone in a sea of flowers, with Long Vuong standing majestically ahead. He lifts his head, raises an eyebrow, and speaks, saying this spiritual flower sea will keep growing and spreading until it drains all your energy. Phuong Dik watches the wolves entangled by the roots, while Lang Vuong faces him directly. He continues, saying, "You're lucky to still have spiritual energy protecting you. But what about them?" One wolf is tightly wrapped, trembling all over, howling but no sound comes out. A few seconds later, the roots release it, leaving behind only a dry skeleton. Phuong Dik remains calm and relaxed, hands in his pockets, observing the red flowers gradually sprouting. Lang Vuong can't hold back anymore. He opens his mouth and shoots out his spiritual energy. A streak of blue light swiftly darts toward where Phuong Dik stands. Instantly, Phuong Dik is enveloped by the roots, his tone dripping with disdain. He mocks the opponent, saying it's useless. Haven't you realized yet? The wild attribute of the spiritual flower has deeply rooted into the soil beneath this mountain forest. The roots rise higher, and the bright red flowers bloom at the top. Standing there, he looks down at Lang Vuong and firmly declares that the flower sea flows across the sky, taken from the mountain and used for the mountain. Lang Vuong momentarily fears the next words. Even though you've leveled up and unlocked your divine mind, you probably haven't heard the saying wild grass can burn but never truly dies. The wind blows and it revives. Right. Yet Lang Vuong still charges forward. Seeing its silhouette, Phuong Dik praises it, saying, "Not bad. You even figured out the flower's location." He turns to the blazing red flower and whispers, "Little flower, they've found you now. What should we do?" Lang Vuong, full of fighting spirit, rushes forward, growling a few times to intimidate. The flower, responding to its master's command, quickly blocks right in front of Phuong Dik. The atmosphere grows extremely tense as Lang Vuong opens his mouth wide, as if about to swallow the flower whole. Without hesitation, it bites a big chunk of the flower, thinking it can break it. But who would have guessed the petals tighten around the beast's neck instead? He was quite surprised to see the spirit power of the Wolf King gradually spreading out. Phuong Dik furrowed his brow and pondered deeply, wondering if he should really just let the dark attribute consume himself like this. The red flower's connecting strands stuck together, forming countless threads that wrapped around the Wolf King's body, causing him to scream out in pain. In just a moment, he gradually disappeared inside the flower bud, with the petals burying his body deep within. As the petals closed tightly, a question nagged at Phuong Dik's mind. The wild power was truly overwhelming. What kind of ability was this? Surprisingly, after implanting the wild attribute into this spirit flower, it didn't need any further modifications from him and had already formed its own cultivation method. He watched the flower sway and confidently concluded that once trapped in this sea of flowers, no anomaly could escape. After corroding the Wolf King's flesh, it spat out a huge skeleton right in front of him, confirming that even if the spirit flower was repeatedly destroyed, it could regenerate using infinite wild power to turn everything into white bones. He reached out, lightly touched a petal, and murmured, "This is called the Infinite Spirit Sea." When the flower fully bloomed under the full moon, the system announced a notification. The spirit flower had successfully been implanted with the wild attribute, Infinite Spirit Sea. Soon after, the petals gradually opened to reveal a golden stamen. Phuong Dik was involuntarily drawn to it. Frowning as he looked down, the spirit flower grew taller, absorbing even the deep red petals from the flower sea, making him realize that the little flower, me, was about to evolve. Switching scenes to the control room, someone saw a deep red color on the screen and panicked, shouting out that an A-level mutation pollution had been detected. "Everyone, look." The polluted area shows two distinct streams of spirit power. The Wolf King has leveled up and gained the dark attribute. But there's also a wild attribute appearing without any prior warning. Than Haiyan stood there worried, while the chairman raised his brow and questioned, "Where exactly is this located?" The subordinate pointed at the map with his palm and indicated, "The low mountains and forests here were once under Captain Tu's responsibility." He looked puzzled upon hearing this. Wasn't the destroyer squad already sent to stop the wolf pack? Suddenly, a voice came through the radio, causing the guild leader to pause and listen intently. Outside, the destroyer squad captain reported in at the site where the mutated wolf pack had erupted with immense wild power. Sensors detected energy levels far beyond normal. That same power wiped out the A-rank wolves but didn't attack the squad. Instead, it surged into the mountain, where countless strange flowers began to bloom. Watching the petals swirl through the air, he added, "We can't approach. We don't know if this power will spread next." The captain quickly said, "The unidentified anomaly once erupted will have an influence far beyond the airspace trajectory previously observed. Should we send reinforcements here if something goes wrong? Even all the cultivators present combined might not be able to handle it." The guild leader, feeling uneasy, adjusted the radio slightly and said, "In that case, we will dispatch 2 elite squads." 2. Thon Huyen began to sweat, thinking of Phuong Ditch's silhouette and silently doubting. "That's right. It's that back mountain. I always had a hunch it would be him this time too." She suddenly raised a finger and said, "Wait a moment. I think the one releasing this wild power might be Phuong Ditch. His house is right here." She thought of him surrounded by golden spiritual energy and affirmed, "He will protect everyone here." Scene shifts to the back mountain, a gloomy peak with red petals falling endlessly. Phuong Ditch was still calm, looking up at the spirit flower and wondering, "Indeed, after you've eaten the Wolf King, you'll become like it." About to evolve a second attribute, the flower increasingly radiated a mysterious power, blazing with a fierce flame. He raised a hand to shield his face and excitedly asked, "Is it fire attribute? That's a bit surprising." Then he reached forward, retracted the spirit flower, and muttered, "Just swallowing it can trigger evolution. Your cultivation and leveling method is ridiculously easy." The moment it shrank down and fit neatly in his palm, the system immediately announced, the spirit blossom had devoured the wolf pack and the mutated wolf king. The evolution process was complete. Wildfire spirit blossom, A rank anomaly, with wild and fire attributes, after evolving, would have an intense desire to absorb spiritual energy. It could be placed into the infinite dark realm for nurturing. He was momentarily surprised and repeated the 4 words, "Infinite dark realm." He quickly summoned a black circle and whispered, "Why didn't I think of this before? I didn't expect I could put the spirit blossom into the infinite dark realm." It began sucking the spirit blossom inside. He was certain that the infinite dark realm contained numerous anomalies with dark attributes and a soil environment. If the spirit blossom absorbed them, it might evolve to gain dark attributes. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, producing lightning bolts that caught his attention. Phuong Ditch looked up, puzzled. Was he about to break through spirit creation realm? Second star. Then, 2 golden arms formed. Their fingers clasped together and slowly lifted him up. He settled into a meditative posture and began to feel it. He could sense it now. Boosting his power was becoming easier. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was naturally merging with his body, as if he was born as one entity. At that moment, Kwang Luk stood in a small cave. After witnessing this scene, he sneered. "Found you at last. So you're here." He smirked and muttered, "The legendary Heavenly Fireblade Spirit Creation Realm. Second star. This is truly exciting." He unleashed his energy, acting all high and mighty. "A cultivator with fire attributes? Huh. Then I'll have to wear down your sharpness. I want everyone here to know that I'm the #1 fire attribute cultivator." Immediately, Phuong Ditch sensed it too and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" No sooner had he spoken than a blazing flame rushed toward him, making him suspicious. A fire attribute cultivator, he quickly swung his palm backward, summoning his pitch-black circle. Calmly, he pushed it forward to block the raging flame, thinking to himself, "So it's finally appeared." He frowned and scolded. "Where were you hiding before? You didn't hold back your spiritual energy at all." Phuong Ditch observed the opponent's foot as it just touched the ground and commented, "A wild cultivator who just broke through to the spirit creation realm. No background, no organization. Only likes to provoke fights and brawls." Kwang Luk calmly stepped forward, then lifted his chin with interest. "I see a powerful aura of spiritual force on you. How did you dodge my flowing fire-flying flame just now?" Phuong Ditch pressed his lips tightly at that arrogant remark. Observing him carefully, Kwang Luk took advantage of the momentum and pressed forward, smirking and continuing. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself." He gathered energy and charged at him with a spiritual force surrounding his body, shouting, "My name is Kwang Luk. You'll remember it soon enough." Phuong Ditch quickly clasped 2 fingers together, raised them into the air, and called out, "Divine Thunder." Kwang Luk was still feeling proud, his eyes shining brightly as he rushed forward. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of blue light appeared in the vast sky above. A lightning bolt immediately shot toward him, forcing him to halt and silently wonder, What is this? His face began to distort, eyes squinting as he faced it. But Fuang Dich's divine thunder struck Kwang Luk directly, causing his whole body to glow. Seconds later, it dissipated, leaving countless scratches all over Kwang Luk's body. His knees buckled, his whole body seemingly controlled. Kwang Luk lowered his head to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, wondering what had just happened. Wasn't he also a cultivator with fire attributes? Meanwhile, Fuang Dich stepped right in front of Kwang Luk with blood-red eyes. He reached out and touched the nape of Kwang Luk's neck. Without a word, he pressed Kwang Luk's head down to the ground, making him fall flat. Fuang Dich looked at him with a bullet-shaped eye and asked, "I didn't hear you clearly earlier. What did you say your name was?" Weak and struggling, Kwang Luk gritted his teeth and endured, glaring upward, countless questions still swirling in his mind. How could this be? How could this happen? I'm clearly a first-star spirit creation realm cultivator. Always the fastest in cultivation among cultivators. Not to mention my ultimate skills. He recalled the time when everyone admired him. That was one of the highest and rarest attributes, the fire attribute. The immense power and strength of a spirit creation realm master. Clearly, he was a top-tier expert among experts. Everyone would have to worship him and win his favor to receive benefits during this spiritual energy awakening period. Returning to reality, seeing him silent, Fuang Dich clicked his tongue again. He used his power to channel divine thunder into the other guy's body, making him scream out loud in pain. He noticed the cold blue gleam in one of Fuang Dich's pupils and thought to himself, isn't he supposed to be a cultivator with the fire attribute? Why does he also have the thunder attribute unexpectedly? He extinguished my fire and even made it impossible for me to stand up. He casually said, I thought you were strong. Fuang Dich smirked. Is that all kids these days are way too confident? He gritted his teeth in fear, but noticed that this guy clearly hadn't broken through to the second star of the spirit creation realm yet. So why did he feel the pressure and spiritual power from him was no, 3 levels above his own? He was terrified by the murderous look on Fuang Dich's face, thinking he was about to die. Kwang Luk, I am really about to lose my life here. He hurriedly lifted his head and begged, please don't kill me. Hearing this, Fuang Dich paused for a moment, then raised his hand and said, I'm just giving you one piece of advice. The power of a cultivator shouldn't be casually used to deal with others. He reached into his pants pocket and advised, if you're free, why not go clean up that mess of abnormalities causing chaos? Seeing this, the other guy stammered. Fuang Dich glanced off into the distance, sighed in frustration, and clicked his tongue again. Kwang Luk sat up, watching Fuang Dich's retreating figure and thought, what exactly is this guy's intention? How does he have such strong spiritual power? He widened his eyes and wondered, is it because his power is insanely strong? Or am I just too weak? The scene shifted to a luxurious city at night, with countless lights illuminating the streets. He, wearing tattered clothes, walked alone into a room. He frowned, still lost in thought about something, and his friends teased him. Back already. That new hairstyle actually looks pretty good. Huang, I told you, provoking others won't get you any benefits, they said. Lai then pointed his finger at him and warned, even if you lose your temper, I have to say it again, you can't keep acting like this. Your spiritual energy hasn't fully recovered yet. We're as small as dust particles, and you're going around making enemies everywhere. Isn't that way too risky? Kwang Luk said nothing, quietly heading toward the sofa as he absorbed the warning. Being so aggressive and not distinguishing friend from foe will only bring disaster upon yourself. Tam Huang interrupted. That's strange. You've talked so much today. But he still hasn't lost his temper. The two of them looked at him confused as he sat down gloomily. He wondered what had happened. Tam Huang quickly approached, threw an arm around him, and teased. What's going on? Did you just get your butt kicked? You're still Kwang Luk? Always starting fights, ready to explode at any moment. Who? Lai Than came over and quietly asked, weren't you supposed to challenge that guy? Tien Hoa not Dao. Today, what actually happened? He sadly reported, I got taken down in the blink of an eye. Tam Hong jumped and shouted, what do you mean taken down in the blink of an eye? Explain yourself. Kwang Luk trembled, tears streaming down his face. I was defeated in an instant, he said bitterly, clutching his head. I should have realized something was wrong if I'd stopped sooner. I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. Lai then frowned in disbelief. Is not Dao really that powerful? You're a top fire-type prodigy just awakened less than a month ago, and already at the spirit creation realm. Few in these provinces could match that. He recalled Shenlei and turned pale with fear. Recounting. It all happened in an instant. My proudest move, the flowing fire flying flame, was shattered by his lightning strike. Tam Huang cut in. Maybe you picked the wrong opponent. Your fire attribute is so pure it's astonishing. Unless he's from a high-level war zone, no one here should be able to match your strength. Especially now that you've advanced to the spirit creation realm. Lai Than pondered deeply. Though he had awakened late, he quickly proved his strength, defeating 2 wild cultivators and even a 3-star noble mansion realm. So perhaps the Tianhua One blade he met wasn't a true cultivator. We once thought their power was equal, yet when he cried out and clutched his arm, we realized that place where Tianhua One blade appeared must be his domain. Only those who've been there can truly understand. He recalled being struck by the thunder god, then panicked and recounted. He really is a monster. The wild thunder and lightning power felt like the entire heaven's thunder was gathering right by my ear. My head almost exploded on the spot. The two stood frozen when they heard Kuang Luke reaffirm it. My instincts told me it was him. He thought of the towering figure of Fuang Dich and said confidently, "He's a cultivator at the spirit creation realm. Second stage, with fire and lightning attributes at an extreme level. His lightning power is far stronger than my flames by who knows how many times. He's definitely been hiding his true strength. At least a 3-star at the spirit creation realm." He crossed his arms and commented, "Such a terrifying attribute and talent make him someone you can only look up to but never reach." Kuang Luke muttered, "Just one move was enough to crush me." Suddenly, he clenched his palm tightly and asked, "Everyone, tell me, should I secretly learn from him?" Hearing this, the other two looked puzzled and then burst out laughing. Scene shifted to Fuang Dich, who was cultivating and wondering, "That's strange. Just a moment ago, I was about to break through to the spirit creation realm. 2nd star. So, why does it feel like that chance has vanished now?" He closed his eyes tightly and searched for a reason. "It's not because of myself." He exhaled sharply, then opened his eyes, revealing his golden pupils, muttering, "It must be due to some external cause." Then, he pushed the door open and told himself, "The spiritual energy right now, for some unknown reason, can't gather and resonate, preventing me from condensing the celestial phenomena needed to create an environment for advancement. Could it be?" He thought of the Spirit Energy Association and the Supervisory Department, which gathered and managed all Spirit Force data to prevent incidents. Rumors said the lower kingdom's reserves might not last through the first year of spirit energy restoration. Watching lightning strike nearby, he wondered if something major was coming. Perhaps the recovery of spirit energy would begin early in his own city. He sat down on the sofa, picked up his phone, and tried to contact Jia Lam to check the situation at the bureau. But the operator announced that the number he dialed was currently unreachable. He looked at his screen and guessed, no connection. Could it be that the bureau had already gone to the front lines? No. If there was a major incident, the bureau would definitely have contacted him by now. The worst possibility was that they had been forced to cut off communication. Suddenly, a call came in, and the name on the screen surprised him. Tu Than Huyen. As soon as he answered, her urgent voice came through. "Fuang Dich, there's been a disturbance. Please send backup." He glanced behind him and saw a creature banging on the glass door. Then said, "The signal isn't very good. Has a lot of abnormalities appeared in the city already?" Than Huyen stammered. "No. It's a very big problem. I'm in the city." Then his phone suddenly shut off, making him sigh and ask, "Hello?" He glanced again toward the bat from before. He gave it a bullet-like glare, staring as if challenging it. The bat quickly shattered the glass door to rush inside. He remained calm and leisurely sitting there, watching it charge at him, muttering, "Overestimating yourself." He pressed his 2 fingers together, creating a streak of blue light. He quickly jumped up, swung his arm, and shot the spirit energy straight into the bat's body. At that moment, Lam Wai pushed the door open and shouted, "Big brother, there's an abnormal bat suddenly here." The little girl froze, looking at the broken glass panel and wondering, did something happen? The girl stepped forward, peered through the gap, and continued, "The anomalies used to appear only occasionally, but now they're brazenly showing up right inside the house. And it's not just one of them." He nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that's possible. If the situation stays manageable, it's still within the limits I can control." He glanced up at the sky and muttered, "The worst-case scenario is that this place will experience a massive upheaval, like the natural disasters we've seen on the news." He frowned and explained, Anomalies in the Ghost Mansion's second star area usually hide in the shadows, not wreak havoc in a bustling neighborhood like this, especially not storming straight to a cultivator's doorstep. He assessed, "Looks like we're in for a tough fight next. Just don't know what exactly it'll be. Call every cultivator you can reach to come to your place." He instructed. Lam Wei obediently replied, "Yes. Sire." Fuang Dich turned around and asked, "You're about to reach the threshold of the spirit creation realm." "Right. Then temporarily take charge of protecting the house. Keep this glass shield secure, don't let any anomalies break through." "Is everything okay with you all?" the girl responded fiercely. "Yes, ma'am." The scene shifted to a rooftop of a high-rise building, where a voice rang out. "Our signal's been disrupted. Fuangdich. We can't pinpoint our exact location." Thon Huyen said anxiously, "If a mutation and a major disaster have really happened, we'll have to handle it ourselves." Another member interrupted. "Could it be a device malfunction, honestly? Captain, I can't even imagine what an unpredictable anomaly of that caliber would look like." She adjusted her walkie-talkie and added, "I just hope this is all a false alarm." She quickly reported on the patrol status of each team. In Area A, pollution levels are at 4. Everyone, stay alert and report the pollution fluctuations in your zones. Suddenly, something fell from above, startling her squad and causing them to look up. A swarm of abnormal bats swooped down on their position. She shouted, "An anomaly population detected." Lightning bolts were relentlessly striking down, and news reports had spread everywhere. This city was about to face the biggest storm in half a century. Many places had issued red alerts, and due to the storm, the entire city was given a day off. Citizens were urged to stay indoors and not go outside. Everyone immediately rushed home, buzzing with chatter, feeling like a major change was about to happen. It was terrifying. Could this really be the end of the world? What on earth was going on lately? Even the motorcyclists outside cheered wildly, sensing something was off in the sky. Surely, we're not this unlucky. At the same time, Li Thon was driving behind and spoke up. "Should we go or stay here? Kwang Luk, you tell me." Suddenly, a few bats swooped toward him unexpectedly. Kwang Luk raised his palm, summoning a blazing red spiritual energy, and shouted, "Go find your own death." He quickly unleashed his power at them. The bats flew in a straight line, making him wonder what was wrong with these anomalies. With Kwang Luk's fire attribute here, these little anomalies usually took detours, didn't they? In just a moment, one bat caught in the spiritual energy screeched, causing everyone to panic. It hadn't been burned to death yet. Kwang Luk panicked, sweat dripping down, denying it. "No. They're not just surviving, they're regenerating. The people here have insane power. But even the anomalies are this terrifying. Let's go home. Hurry. Let's go home." A few hours earlier, Thon Huyen looked at everyone through the screen and said, "So, we should immediately invite the highest-ranking staff from Lin Heap and Fuang Dik to facilitate close cooperation." Just as she turned back toward the chairman, she received bad news. Someone appeared on the screen and issued a warning about a special anomaly. An A-rank anomaly was about to strike the city center. It was expected to arrive within 24 hours. And right now, a swarm of bad anomalies had already gathered in the suburbs. Someone gasped and shouted, "An A-rank anomaly," Thon Huyen quickly ordered. "Immediately send Wu away." "I'm going too." The man stood under pursuit from a bat and emphasized that the S-rank, the latest forecast, showed an anomaly about to strike, which was S-rank, unlimited. Immediately after, an abnormal bat with a blood-red pupil swooped down toward him. The scene shifted to inside the military zone, which was completely deserted at this moment, with not a single soul in sight. On top of the roof, a swarm of bats was fiercely destroying the place. Jia Lam brandished her two familiar weapons, ready to fight them off. Her eyes gradually turned dangerous, and her face darkened with determination. A few seconds later, she unleashed a flurry of slashes in midair. After finishing, she frowned and looked ahead. The information displayed Jia Lam's ability Aberrant Spiritual Power, a mutation of the advanced metal attribute, capable of transforming spiritual power into any form and amplifying it, unleashing a force up to 200%. Jia Lam turned her face and looked at Ha Thian landing nearby, then thought to herself that these dark attribute abnormal bats kept multiplying endlessly. Killing them never seemed to stop them, as if they were blocking their way. He looked up and spoke. "Chief Jia Lam, it seems your wound has healed. and your power has been restored. Ha Thean stepped forward, looked up at the sky, and assessed. But right now, the situation doesn't look good. The entire military zone is guarded only by senior managers like us. Please give the next order, Jia Lam said in a low voice. The signals in my zone have been disrupted by anomalies. The anti-jamming position has lost effectiveness. We can't contact the personnel working outside or in other military zones. I believe the other zones are facing the same situation. She threw out her weapons, looked at the swarm of bats before her, and emphasized, what we need to do now is… She raised her voice and ordered, Team 1, Team 2, stay and defend this place. Don't let them breach the restricted zone. The rest of you, follow me. Break through the encirclement and join the breakout teams from other zones. Immediately after, he and the others charged forward with fierce determination. The bats kept swarming in greater numbers, engulfing the entire city, making it clear that the anomaly's ultimate target wasn't the restricted zone, but the city itself. Just then, two people were taking shelter from the rain at a bus stop. One of them was running fast and shouting loudly, "Hurry up. It's raining." The female streamer raised her phone happily and said, "It's really pouring. I'll find a raincoat and keep filming. This crazy weather is really trending." She turned to the person beside her and said, "Like me last time, I risked getting all scratched up just to shoot a viral video." Suddenly, his whole body trembled. Seeing this scene, her face turned pale. She panicked and screamed when she saw his body covered in blood. She hurriedly ran away, as strange bats were grabbing people nearby. "Where's the gunfire? There are too many bats. They're biting people and sucking blood. Help me." Soon after, one bat grabbed her collar and lifted her up. In that dangerous moment, suddenly a blue arrow shot through the air, forcing the bat to drop her. It crashed onto the ground, startling her. She looked up and saw the person in front of her. Than Huyen stretched out her palm and said, "My teammates will take you home." She quickly ordered, "You two, get her home safely." Her subordinates were confused and interrupted. "Boss, C-rank anomalies are increasing, and they're evolving too." She spoke sternly and urged, "If we know they're feeding on human flesh to evolve, then quickly get the civilians to safety." She looked up and continued, "Then come back here and regroup with me. This area is the most heavily polluted anomaly zone." The two immediately shouted in unison. Meanwhile, Fuang Dick held his sword and leapt over tall buildings, landing on a nearby rooftop where a giant bat was right in front of him. He carefully stepped back and assessed. These bats have evolved and are almost on par with the third star of the demon realm's power. He raised his weapon close to his face, then swung it hard, sending a golden energy wave sweeping through the night. But something felt off, causing him to pause for a moment. He looked at the bats and thought to himself, "This anomaly is completely different this time. The bat population keeps multiplying and evolving, just when you think they're dead. Signs of life remain, making it nearly impossible to eradicate them completely. Moreover, anywhere people gather in the city, anomalies cluster together in swarms with a very high concentration of dark energy attributes." He frowned, thinking about the dark energy source, as if countless polluted areas had simultaneously appeared, all identical. This could potentially lead to a disaster. So finding the Lingjie members would still take some time, so he had to move step by step. He raised his hand and shouted, "Infinite dark realm, to feed my spirit flowers," thinking of the others. He urged himself to hurry. The early formed teams had been recalled. Everyone summonable was already home. With his cousin's skill and those cultivators, shelter and basic defense were secure. But if this continued, the nightmare would take shape and survival would become painfully difficult. 10 minutes later, Than Hyen stood amidst a swarm of bats and swore, "Damn it. Killing them non-stop, but they just won't end." She was deeply worried. Her spiritual energy recovery wasn't fast enough. At this rate, her energy would be depleted. She wondered if her two unlucky teammates had run into trouble. Suddenly, a cry for help came from behind. "Help me!" Than Huyen quickly rushed over to save the person, shouting loudly, "Damn it. These anomalies keep getting stronger. Their energy is about to reach the spirit creation realm, and our forces are scattered, trying to rescue people. It's still not enough. They've started attacking multiple people inside the buildings." Just as she had predicted would happen in the capital city earlier, she hurriedly unleashed beams of blue light, striking the anomalous bats. Than Huyen was strong, but within seconds, she was surrounded and attacked by more of them. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and thought, if this keeps up looking at the swirling vortex of anomalous bats before her, an anomaly beast king is about to be born.